acknowledging what the federal government has done in allowing for a free and fair election doesn't mean you're a psychopath. It doesn't mean you're punching. It just means that you're bright enough to understand that on a normal day is not ideal. I'm saying the reality of our country, the way it has been working. One of the issues, don't let it get that far. Sometimes I dislike anything that has to do with them. Don't let it get that far. Don't let it go that far. Okay? See, God will just send somebody that really needs help, and the person is from the southeast, and you're the only one that can help them in that circumstance. Don't hate everything that comes from a particular place that way, because if you do, that means you'll not be of help to that person, and they really need your help. Or maybe the other way, they also need somebody's help, and the person is from that part of the country. All right, so let's not allow bitterness. It says, Baba, it has gone beyond that. I just advise you, you don't have to take it. I hope you do, but you don't have to. But the truth of the matter is that in all that you do, you have to find a way to keep your heart clean, or else people will say things that will just make you hate everyone, but you have to check yourself intentionally. It's important. But it's that's how I feel about it. And I mean, someone says telling them the truth is enough. I mean, telling them the truth, they'll still tell you that you're hating and stuff. But that's okay. In your own heart, you shall know that there's no hate there. You need to protect your heart. Sorry, please, I want to address something before we go on. Mr. Bible says our Omoluabi is doing us more evil than good. What define Omoluabi? Guys, I'm going to get to this topic. Once in a while, I like to talk about this because people do this a lot. In the name of conservatism, you can jump to bigotry and hate. You have to be careful. What does Omoluabi mean? To be docile? So people assume that when I speak like this, it's because Omoluabi is supposed to be docile, don't hate anybody, you're just docile, just, like, what was this meek and lowly and just chilling and just Omoluabi? That's not what Omoluabi means. So, Omoluabi means you should be respectful and you should be courteous. It also means you should be brave and courageous. It's knowing what to do and when to do it. That's what makes you the smart person that we all should be. When I say don't hate anybody, that's not to say, open your door and let anybody do whatever you do. Listen, I should say this. See what's going on in South Africa? That's hate. Do you know people consumed by it? South Africans. We've had sessions here where I talked about, and this is important, so we're going to get to the topic momentarily. We've had conversations here where I talked about the way the Igbos messed up in South Africa, particularly with the ridiculous thing about having kings in foreign lands, and that the people of that land, of course, got very angry and decided to begin to attack Igbo people. And yes, I talk about it, and it's the truth, right? However, that doesn't mean, listen, you can talk about why the people did what they did, but like I said, that doesn't mean that that's the only reason the South Africans did what they did. There's a role of the Igbos with not being able to actually stop themselves, right? With just being obnoxiously loud, with nothing to show for it, and trying to say we are going to own everywhere, now we can control this land, what kind of rubbish, right? But there's also the part of the group that chose to attack Igbos based on their own, not just Igbos, attack foreigners based on their own internal issues, their own disillusionment with the government, their dysfunctionality in terms of how the society works and things like that. I said to take it out on others. Let me tell you something. That hate is not going to consume the foreigners, it will consume them. If you allow hate to be the basis of your conversations with Igbos of land or anything, when you are done with them, you're going to begin to hate your own brother. In other words, hate is an energy that doesn't die. I mean, energy naturally doesn't necessarily die. You can only repurpose it. You can't kill energy. Okay, once you allow that thing to be created in your heart, oh boy, only God do. I mean, I don't get involved in all this. I hate people, like, you know, and I see it in the comment section. You are not, this thing you're passionate about, you are just saying it. What do you do to make sure that your place is conserved, or what's the word now? It's protected. How do you ensure self-preservation without hate? It takes tact, and that tact is what makes you an Omoluabi. Any that in South Africa, everybody just goes there. We're going to try. They're not complaining about the economy. It's not even up to 2 months yet. Because they're already complaining. Some people don't have jobs because their guys have been chased out of the country. That's if the goal was to preserve the people, the method would have been different. You know, sometimes you can do the same thing. So you can assume you have the same goal, but your real goal will actually show the methods you're going to engage. So for instance, if I say things like, I want to protect my people, and I see what the Igbos are saying, they're going on with this side up against Yoruba people, so I've got to provide a counter narrative, and thankfully the truth of what happened, so that people actually know what's going on. It's not because I hate Igbo people, it's because I love Yoruba people. If you come in and say, oh, I just hate these people, they must not get into our place, it's not necessarily because you love Yoruba people, it's because you hate Igbo people. When you're done hating those people, that hate will still be in you. When you're not discussing Yoruba people, you still have hate. Before you know what's happening, you'll be splitting us. Because we have several subgroups. That hate will not make you say, this subgroup is also different from this other subgroup, and they start doing that thing all over again. But if it's for love, you love the people, your own people enough to tell other people that they can't, get into the space. You're writing things in the comment section. I don't care what you're writing at this point, because you're not listening to me. It says, I've been telling people to stop their marriage with people. These people hate us, Yoruba, without no cause. So what? Sorry. In your own life, I don't know people that hate you. Do you hate them back? Maybe we should be doing Bible study. That's a joke, by the way, but people will hate you now. Like, is that not normal? Do you expect them to like you? Or do you think that your love for people is predicated upon their love for you? Of course not now. People will hate you now. They're supposed to hate you. Even Jesus said, if everybody loves you, there's a problem with you. The world will hate you. Maybe because I'm a Christian. I don't assume that everybody is like what Professor Shibajo said. It's not like you're selling ice cream now. Even if you're selling ice cream, otherwise your weight loss, they will probably not like you that much. People will hate you. It's okay. It's normal. Those people hate me. They don't send me death threats. Someone says, Prof, the hate online is too much. I know where it's coming from. I know where it's coming from too. Listen, I'm not in any way, oh boy, today's topic it is well. I'm not in any way downplaying his concerns, right? Or saying that, oh, nobody hates you, just, I know we are hated. If for no other reason, for the fact that your ethnicity produced the president, you are hated. I know that. And there's nothing let me say, I don't even mind. I'd rather have Tinubu as president with you hating me than to have Peter Obi as president with you not hating me. In other words, your hate is not my concern. My concern is Tinubu being in that place. As long as he's there and he's doing what I need him to do, I'm okay. I don't care whether he hates me or not. But people hate you now. Sincerely, I don't know why. People will hate you. Even if you're at work, people will hate you at work. People will hate you. People will hate you. But guess what? People will also love you. Anyway, all of that, my long story is just to say that your love or hate for other people is not really based on what who they are. It's based on who you are. If you're a loving person, you love people regardless. And like I said often, I always say things like, oh, you are doing all these things, I'm talking about love. Listen, if you see a person in the army will carry gun, they go war. He's not carrying the gun to the battlefront because he hates the other side. He's going to the battlefront because he likes the people behind him, not because he hates the people in front of him. So If you like the people in front behind you, let that love be the propelling force. You will most likely, it's going to look as though we're doing the same thing if you think about it. I was saying, if for instance myself and this gentleman in the comment section, let's say go to war, okay? I go to defend Yoruba people. He goes because he hates the other side. Both of us have guns and we're shooting at the enemy. My motivation is different from his. When we come back from war, my attitude will also be different from his. And if you go with anger and hate, most likely when you come back home, you bring it back home and you come and use it to split the people back home. All I'm saying is that protect your space, but don't allow hate into your heart. It's an art. Let me talk about it someday.
I must have finished it.
Don't worry, everybody's all right. Meanwhile, you guys, it's actually quite interesting. Do you really think the hate? Someone says online, someone says First Republic. No, it's not about First Republic. If you really study very well, this kind of engagement based on tribalism and bigotry from the folks in the Southeast did not begin in the First Republic. It began more than 20 years before independence. First Republic did not begin until 1963, right? This thing they've been pushing for more than 20 years before independence. Which is why, see, try and study people like you'll be very decisive, you know exactly what you're going for, you know you're protecting people, but you don't allow it, no matter how terrible people are. In our own personal lives as well, I think it's important to think that way so that we don't allow bitterness into our hearts.
All right, thank you very much for being here. Good evening, everybody. Lovely Wednesday evening. Is today Wednesday or Thursday? Wait. It's Wednesday, so I was correct. We have so many things doing. Sometimes Ojoman or Nojo. But I'm glad to be here. Hope you're having a wonderful day as well. Thank you so much. Let's begin by thanking folks on TikTok who have helped to get us to 39.9K likes. Thank you very much for your support. All right. So if you look in the comment section, I don't know if I think Omo Yoruba, T Dan, thank you so much. Koboko, thank you as always. T Dan has done a lot today. Wow, thank you, T Dan. Ibo Jinodu, everyone who has helped to get us to 40.5K likes now. Thank you so much. All right, if you join us on YouTube and on Facebook, we're glad you're here. Please like the live and share as well. And if you're on Twitter, please like and repost. For those of us on TikTok, please click on the heart icon above me. This one, yeah, please give so that we can push the lives of the FYP together. All right, let's do this together. So thank you very much for your support. Today we'll be looking at some interesting things. I got tagged on some videos. I'll probably talk about one of them. But there's something that's been going on for some days right now. I refrained from talking about it because I was trying to get information from both sides, or should I say all sides, before I speak on it. And I guess the reason people tag me with things like they'll send me the videos is because they think maybe I have an opinion. And I do have an opinion, but I like to have my information before I share my thoughts. And I think we have enough to be able to talk now. And it's the case of the young man called Tani Olohun. Apparently lives in Ibadan and he does a lot of content. Then some people, I mean, I hear, or I even read actually that policemen, traveled from Ilorin. They went to Ibadan to arrest him, and they're going to take him to Ilorin, and then Sunday Go intervened, and then different people are beginning to talk about it from Ilorin, and then it looks like Ilorin versus the rest of the Yoruba race, or should I say Ilorin and some Muslims on one hand, and then the rest of Yoruba people on the other hand. And I think the conversation is becoming a bit too toxic. particularly when it comes to the religious aspect of it. And I thought that whilst, of course, we usually talk about politics and history, we also talk about culture. I've often said that we have four main areas that we discuss here. It's history, culture, politics, and innovation. So this is culture. And I think it's important to, maybe just let's all get informed so I know exactly what's going on. And then we can now tell what we can say what we think about the issue after getting enough knowledge. We'll also be talking about some of the funny things Toby has been saying recently, and then we'll continue with the series we're running this week, which is Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria. I want to listen to the statement from other ethnicities. Yesterday, we listened to folks from Rivers State and why they want a Rivers region. And we also heard certain questions that were asked by some Igbos in that conference. Today, we're going to listen to the Igbo delegation, but also like us to listen to the Yoruba and the Hausa. There are other groups, many groups. There's Akpa Agba, there's Lower Niger, there's Benue, there's Cross River. Different groups went there to make their own case. So today we're going to listen to a few more, and then we'll have conversations about that as well. Before we get into all that, I think I should inform you of some very beautiful news. Now, a couple of days ago, one of the beloved Yoruba, sons of Yoruba land, and a very fantastic actor, Alhaji Babatunde Taiwo Hassan Ogogo, passed on, and we were here to talk about it and how painful it was. It was buried on Monday, just 2 days ago. Well, one of the things I noticed when the video announcing his death was put out was that the young lady, that's his daughter, when she was talking about how the father died and don't baraje, there was a lady in that video who said, Korora pe Olohun. So in my head, I was just thinking about it this morning that, sometimes, Yoruba, how we don't announce pregnancy until we've had the kid. If you see the person pregnant, you have seen the person. Nobody say the person will tell you, say, I'm pregnant too. Now, you go to do that kind of thing from our own perspective. Why we do it is not the conversation. Just generally, we don't talk about pregnancy. Anyway, the beautiful thing is that young lady, her name is Kira. Shakirat. So Kira, that's Ogogo's daughter, gave birth to a baby boy today. And, it's funny how Babatunde is having another Babatunde. And I think it's such a beautiful news. This also has a way of consoling families. I know that because I've experienced it. And I think it's such a beautiful thing that, just 2 days after I was buried, the daughter now has a son. I'd like to take a listen to just, that is a little banter. They'll just play something from there.
I swear, they will say congratulations since. Say hello, sir. Look at me. Say thank you, guys. Yeah, say something. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your prayers.
So I saw that clip earlier today, and some people say it's an old video, some people say it's a new video, but I saw it on Imakon blog, and I also saw it on Ocean TV. So at this point, I hope it is real, but that's what I found. And I checked other places; everybody's sharing it. But of course, I heard that she was pregnant. The beautiful thing, Sha, is that and happy for the family. So that's beautiful news from that side of town. Another good news I want to share is from Ofa. I like this Oriki Orile. Someone says she already put out a disclaimer. Okay. So I just saw it. I saw it on different blogs. That's why I was mentioning the sources before they asked me, were you there? I wasn't there. I saw it online and I mentioned the sources. But of course, the lady mentioned that she was pregnant, and somebody says she has put out a disclaimer. Okay, so if she has, the prayer will be that and go all right. So that's that about that. This one I can confirm. I didn't have to take it from any because this one you see the manufacturing process going on. Okin factory has been, should I use the word moribund, for the last 17 years, right? But yesterday, um, biscuits rolled off one of the rehabilitated production lines at the Okin factory in Offa. All right, there's a picture here, So, just in case you want to see it, I don't know if you remember Okin biscuit and shortcake. Like if you did not switch. Why didn't it switch? Remember, I want you to see it on the other skinny. Sha, this is the OK factory. All right, so they've resumed production, and that's beautiful, and so happy that other people can begin to have. I mean, our children can have a taste of Okin. There's Okin shortcake, and then there's a round Okin. Shortcake man dun gan. But this is beautiful. After 17 years, and of course, Okin was founded by late Chief Emmanuel Alatunji Adesoye. Yesterday, I went out. I was where was I? I went somewhere. On my way back, I saw a bookshop, so I had to enter, and I found his biography there. I just bought it with other books, so maybe one of these days we'll read it. I will read it, and then we'll read it here together. One of the lessons, of course, from this is we also have to learn from Bankombai that if you're building businesses, you have to do in such a way that it can last. We need to begin to ask some questions, right? Like when you hear that people have companies that have lasted 50 years, 100 years, 200 years, why don't we have so many around us like that? We don't have many. However, we do. We do have, and this is a conversation for another day, by the way, but we do have um, institutions that have lasted for centuries in Yoruba land. And how do I know that? When you talk about àwọn tó ń jẹ́ bí tẹ́gbẹ́jọ ń ṣe, or sorry, ẹbí ń ṣe, for instance, tó bá jẹ́ ẹbí àyàn, wọ́n ti ń lùlù ńlé yẹn, ó ti lè jẹ́ bí ọgọ́rùn-ún mẹ́ta, ọgọ́rùn-ún mẹ́rin, àbọ̀ ọgọ́rùn-ún márùn-ún. They've been there for centuries playing. They have that craft as a family, and they don't let it die. The same thing goes for the smith, in the blacksmith. Same thing goes for the herbalists, the traditional medicine people. You have that thing in families. And the reason I say that is because I often say, oh, we don't have a lot of families. Sorry, we don't have a lot of businesses that outlast the founders. And it sounds right up to the point where I now began to think of how about, this crafts, these businesses. However, that's not really what people are talking about. I just mentioned that because there is something we can actually lean on to learn from how they were able to sustain that. 1 second, please. Roy! Change, Ṣé náà kú ni? Kíni yìí. Why me walking in? You're not going to disturb me. Just check it. Get a stool. Be careful. Kọ́kọ́ má lọ ṣe léṣe o. Oh dear, I thought I was muted. Sorry. I was trying to get I didn't know there's this light on top of me, and I want to make sure that it doesn't fall. Be careful. 1 second, please. Timori, okay. Sorry, I actually thought I was muted, but where was I? Hey, Jemombo. All right. Someone say it's all good, Prof. No stress. Okay. I really thought I actually, put this thing off. Where was I? Who is Roy? I'm not answering that question, Mr. Remy. I am not going to answer the question. Um, Okay, where were we before I called out the young man? Um, so I was saying that we don't have a lot of businesses that have lasted for centuries, but we have families who have been honing their crafts and keeping it within their family for centuries. But the question though is when you have corporate organizations, not family craft, corporate organizations, limited liability companies, that the question is that why don't we have a lot to outlast the founder? Okay, like we know about Jogbeni Oja of Ijebu-Ode. What's his name now? Ah, Papa Odutola. Okay, these were brilliant, big time industrialists in their days, right? These people were reigning in the 30s, in the 40s, in the 50s, in the 60s. But we begin to ask questions about companies don't come by, like what has happened. This is not an indictment on anybody. It's just a way for us to begin to ask questions. So if you're building something, that's the first that came to mind when I saw this way the King biscuits. Like when you're building, if you're building, you have to begin to think like, how do you make sure it goes beyond you? And I think it's what you see with Dangote, for instance, and the way he's working with his three children, three daughters. You know, all of that to just say that we're happy that Okim biscuits are back and that people can we can all begin to eat shortcake again. And also, many of the things, when I was growing up, we didn't have. Someone says, yeah, it's not like we don't have. So Odulate is one of the rare ones. It was in the 1920s. I can't find another one that is up to 100 years. So Odulate is Alabukun. That's Jacob the Blessed. He said in the 1920s. That one is still alive. And thank you for bringing that up. Tribune started in 1949. So that would be 75 years. That was founded by Papa Awolowo, and Tribune still works. It's the oldest surviving newspaper in Nigeria, which is brilliant. Um, Punch has outlived the founder, but he's not as old as 100 years. You see? So, while I appreciate the list, the one that's about 100 years, that is 100 years and above, is Odulate, that's Malabukun. And maybe also we have to learn what have they done that has made particularly those two companies, Alabuku and Nigerian Tribune, to thrive. Interesting, apart from Nigerian Tribune, there's also Awolowo, the legal firm, which is still operational. Papa started that in 1940, is it 40, 47 or 48, thereabout. He's still operational. Apart from his first son who became a lawyer, his daughter also became a lawyer. Um, that's is it Madam Oyadiro. And the other day, I was checking something and I saw that family members, I mean, his descendants are still working in that legal firm. So those are things to consider. How did they do it? How can we ensure that we can replicate that kind of thing in different industries? Somebody says Yoruba Tennis Club is not a company, but it's an organization that's also lasted, 100 years. Their churches have lasted 100 years. Just to be clear, I mean, CNS started in 1925. Okay. CNS has been around for 100 years. And by the way, that's the foremost indigenous church in this country. When you talk about Organization of African Instituted Churches, OAIC, CNS is one of the foremost churches, and it's over 100 years. By the way, people should. There are some things they did right. Even when they had some issues in the beginning, though, that led to some schisms very early. Before the death of the founder, there were already about seven splinter groups, at least seven. But somehow they are back together. They have something called unification now. Even though they still have their own separate stuff, they come together and have that together. By the way, I was born in Sacred CNS, so it's a beautiful thing. you know, Wonderful heritage. I'm very proud of it. All right. Even though I've not, well, I go there for Ikore. It helps you. By the way, I mean I know we are not in the topic yet. I think it helps you with appreciating your culture. I mean, being born in CNS for me personally, it helps with that. you're able to understand that there's a dichotomy. There can be a dichotomy between your faith and culture. So it's church. If I'm going to Lord church, ọmọkọ Ifẹ̀ òye ó lórí ayé gbogbo. Ọmọkọ Ifẹ̀ òye ẹjígìrì. Ọmọkọ nu church láti fẹ́ ṣe àyè family harvest. Ọmọkọ ti Iléṣà, ọmọkọ ti orí òkè òun pẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ ibẹ̀ lágbé. I actually learned that song in my father's church, Orin Abẹ́òkúta, and this is singing for Abẹ́òkúta people in church. You know, they were able to balance that thing. They knew what not to get into. So when you don't dabble into spirituality other than Christ, but you're able to also elevate and appreciate your Yoruba identity and culture. And that's what I think a lot of Christians are missing. Not that I even mentioned it. Maybe I should talk about this one. A lot of Christians are missing that thing. We are, many of us are not as educated as we think we are. We speak English, we have degrees, but we're not so educated. And I think particularly for the English speaking folks, right, those of us who are going to churches where we all speak English in our churches, we don't understand who we are, and we equate everything that's cultural with religion. And it's not just us, even the ones that people that, and I think it's a general thing, which is, it will eventually lead us to this Tani Olohun thing. But before we go to Tani Olohun, let me talk about this thing very quickly. We generally see everything that's traditional from a religious perspective, whether you're a Christian, you're a Muslim, or a traditional worshiper. All of us do that thing. Okay, there's nobody's pointing and accusing fingers at this point. We assume that everything that is traditional is spiritual. And if it's spiritual, from your perspective as a Christian or Muslim, it must be fetish. From your perspective as a traditional worshiper, it is mysticism, or it is mysterious. Meanwhile, it's just basic common sense in some instances. There are mysticism and mysteries and spirituality in all those things, but it's not everything that is deep like that. I was mentioning the other day that sometimes when people have images in their homes, and people say, "Oh, that's an idol," but it's just like it's the equivalent of a picture of that time. So if you come to here's the crazy part, and this is what we need to actually begin to ask questions as Yoruba people. If you come to my house and you see this white plaster, this bust of, say, Aurelius, you don't call it a demon. So why is it that once we see something carved with wood, it must be an idol? I don't know. I think there's a colonization part, there's religious part, but all of us, generally speaking, we think that way, including traditional worshippers. All of us think that way, and it is wrong. There are things that it's just like your own picture in your house. You can hang it on the wall. Imagine your children come around and they are afraid of it, assuming it's an idol. Like I said, a lot of us, particularly for the Christians, my heritage, I've been through different churches over the years, and I thank God for my journey. But the fact that I was born in CNS, I think, helps me understand how to differentiate those things. And we got into this, we're talking about organizations that have lasted more than 100 years. But I mentioned that a lot of us don't know as much as we think we do. And I want to play you a clip just to illustrate what I mean. Take a listen to this gentleman. I think he's a pastor, but geez, you can't be more ignorant than this.
How old is Oromila? Before you come and give us number, at least be intelligent. Be intelligent.
This guy is actually a clown. These are pastors. I'm a pastor. Okay. These are pastors. We're all Christians and everything, but Abba. You know what? Let's talk about this. I think I want to speak on it for a bit. I'll go up and let's go.
How old is Oromila? Before you come and give us number, at least be intelligent. Be intelligent. How old is Ilefe? When the civilization entered Africa, when did it enter Nigeria? How old is Oromila? Let's trace history. The first king in Ilefe. How old? Let's look at the history of thrones. Let's trace it. This thing I see in hundreds, not yet in thousands. What I'm saying, Yoruba, what I say, window, I don't know window. That's window, I'm saying, other countries. That was the best. Thank you so. Literacy. Our culture is beautiful. Africa has a beautiful culture. Respect our thrones, our kings, but don't let anybody fool you. Then he says, like that. What is the history of Sese? Talogo Sese. Talogo Tele, you know. Talafio, you're older than Adam. Is Oyo. Is Ilefe. As an empire, is he older than Garden of Eden? Is he older than Egypt? Who is lying? Who is lying to who? Egypt is an ancient town. As at those times, where all these places are bushes and wilderness and forests. Intelligent, don't let anybody fool you. We were so much in ignorance, in darkness, that we were doing all sorts of foolish things. It was these white people that brought civilization.
So you can't be more ignorant than this person. You can't. I'm a Christian. He's a Christian. Some of the things he's saying, I know where it's coming from. But you see, Bible talks about people who have zeal without knowledge. I'm going to address just a few things. Somebody sent this to me, so I'm just going to talk about it for a bit before we go into today's topic. So let's begin. I'll play it a bit, then I'll answer, and then no, it's not about insulting. You also have to know what he's talking about. He has some points. He was wrong in some things, but you have to understand it so he can answer well. So let's play it just a bit. I'll answer, and then we'll understand it together. There is no claim that Orunmila Ayedo in the Yoruba. That claim does not exist. The claim you hear is about Oduduwa. And here's the mistake that people make. The story about Oduduwa to tell Oduduwa tell it is not the history of Yoruba people. It's a myth of origin. It's a myth of origin. Myths are not necessarily historical. They don't fall into your timelines. It's a myth. It explains and it answers an ontological question. It explains something beyond who is the father of this person. You're talking about origins. The answer really is to tell you that they are aboriginal to that space. In other words, they are from that land. They didn't come from anywhere else. This is where the world begins. Especially when you understand the fact that it became an empire that other people came out of Ife. Therefore, it makes sense. And myths are myths. And different people across the earth have myths. Myths are not history, which is where people also have problems. So when I was in school, one of the confusions we got in secondary school, for instance, was that we talked about Yoruba people. I said we are from Mecca. We came from Oduduwa came from heaven. Then Oduduwa came from Mecca. Then he came from the earth. Everybody was just scattered. They were confusing history and myth. History is something subjected to timeline. You have characters. You have things that happened, occurrences, and events, and so on and so forth. Myth don't have to follow that pattern. And every group of people, when they get to the point where they want to ask questions of where are we from, usually their answers come in a myth, in form of a myth. If they are ancient, if they are not as ancient, they'll come up with something. When you hear that Oduduwa old time or came from heaven, even that story has different versions. You hear the story, and this is how, since we all said we went to school, this is how we begin to interrogate these things. When you hear that Obatala was the first person that was coming, and then something happened, and then he got inebriated, having had too much of palm wine, and then Oduduwa comes along and finished the work that Obatala began. What are they really telling you? That's the story of the establishment of Ife as a political entity under Oduduwa. It's not really about heaven and earth. It's they're encoding things. For instance, I've mentioned it before that when you understand the history of Ife, you had the Elu, you had the 13 Elu, the Elu Metala. Each of them had their own obas, and after a long time, they say, you know what? And this was before Christ, just to be clear. All this noise about people should just shut up. People should shut the heck up because they are, I don't want to say stupid. You can't talk, even if you don't understand your own history, don't denigrate. The reason you are denigrating Orunmila is because in your mind, the only thing you can think about him is religion. I'm a Christian. Christianity versus this, therefore I can denigrate Orunmila. That's where it's coming from. That's what makes you sound dumb. Don't just look at him as a spiritual figure. Look at him as a human who walked the surface of this earth. And he did walk on the surface of this earth. He was a human being. you could describe him. They'll tell you about his family. They'll tell you about where he came from. They'll tell you the work he did. You hear how he moved around how he moved around different parts of Ekiti. He's a human being. And I want to recommend a book by Professor Sophia Oluwole, Socrates and Orunmila, two patron saints of classical philosophy. That's one. Another book you should probably read if you're interested is Ọdún Ifá Festival by Abosede. No, not Abosede. Abosede Emmanuel. If you can, please read those two books. You will have better. And then another one, if you like, there's the Orunmila by E.M. Lijadu. Let me just go straight. There's E.M. Lijadu, Orunmila. There's Ọdún Ifá by Abosede Emmanuel. There's a book on Ifa by William Bascom as well. That's very good. It was published in 1969. Very, very good. And I'm not even talking about the books by Baba Wande Abimbola or Baba Yemi Lebuibon yet. But if you're looking, because those they come from the religious and then philosophy as well. But the ones I've mentioned right now, Abosede Emmanuel, Sophia Oluwole, and E.M. Lijadu, they come from academic and philosophical point of view. The point is that, number one, where was I? I'm saying many things. So let's finish the thing about Batala. After a while, the 13 Elu said, you know what, at this point, so like autonomous communities, but they all had kings. They're not acephalous. They had kings and heads. And then you had the Jugbe, Obale Jugbe, you had the Mojubi, you had the Idita, you had 13 of them, Parakin, all over Ife. They were like, you know what, I call one Yomo Ejo, let's come together and form what they call the Confederacy. I'm going somewhere with this. So they came together, the 13 of them, and created something called the Confederacy. They appointed a chairman, who was usually the oldest amongst them. The very first chairman of that Confederacy is the man that we know as Oranfe. He was not the king of Ife. He was the king of all the kings, so to speak. He was primus inter pares. He was like the head, the chairman of all the kings. But he was one of them as well. He had his own community, and then he had these 13 others. So he was the chairman of that confederacy. The last chairman was Obatala. He himself was the Oba of Idita. Idita is one of the 13 Elu, and then he became the chairman. He was the last one because it was after him that the political order changed with Oduduwa. That myth of origin about Oduduwa and Obatala is actually a mirror of what happened in history that led to the change of power and change of the political structure in Ife. It's a long story. Sometimes myth also mirrors the story. They're trying to tell you something there. And in there, they mention some things. They mention Emu. There's a reason they mention that. If you understand the reason they mention Emu, then you understand why people who venerate Obatala don't drink. When you hear that Otomba Mori, Tabari Abuke, Abebari Amukun, Tomakon Bibe, Tare Oda, Wani Obatala or Modada or something like that, they're also alluding to something else that happened in real life, which I don't want to talk about right now. The point I'm trying to make is that if all your conversation with your culture is religion, you will not understand the wisdom of your fathers. You never understand the fact that they are coding things for you so that you can understand and decode later. Because as far as you're concerned, Orunmila was a philosopher. If all you think about him is religion, then you're going to miss out on some important things. He was a philosopher. He was a person who was able to propound theories. He was a person who was able to observe and come up with conclusions and draw inferences. So he would look around and say, based on this and this and this, you can do this. Some of the things he did were spiritual. There was divination. People talk about mathematics, that's also there, but there's a spiritual aspect of what he did. But a lot of what he did were philosophical. So if you have the chance, and there are many books on these things, and you read different Odus, right, you'd notice that if okay, maybe because I took philosophy classes in school. If you could sit down and read Socrates and read Aristotle and read Plato and not assume that they are religious leaders? What makes it difficult for you to be able to appreciate the philosophy that Orunmila shared with these people? Read the book I mentioned earlier if you can. It's out of print now, unfortunately. The book by Professor Sophie Oluwole talked about how Socrates had disciples. Orunmila also had disciples. Socrates wrote nothing down, just like Orunmila did not write anything down. Everything we say Socrates wrote today is what Plato told Aristotle that Socrates wrote. Socrates did not write anything, but he had disciples. They also had disciples. Plato was one of his disciples. Plato had Aristotle as a disciple. Aristotle began to write. The point is, we don't just jettison things because we are too, and it's, for many of us Christians, is fear. And for many of the traditional people as well, it's also fear. You don't know what it is. I mean, there's a, for me personally, there are lines I don't cross. I don't get into the spirituality of it because Christ is not for me. But when it comes to the wisdom of it, I'm a Yoruba man. Why wouldn't I want to understand? If I could spend years studying Greek philosophy, how on earth would I not be able to study Yoruba philosophy? What makes you think everything about him? I wish on Orunmila and his greatness. And again, this does not in any way now mean that I'm saying that Kolomadafa, people that want to do that spiritual part, that's what they want to do. And they have a right to choose their path. But when you look at it from a part of, I'm a Yoruba man, read this book by Àwọn Mẹ́rìndínlógún by Professor Wade Abimbola. There are things you just appreciate your fathers. How did they come across about things like this? There's one I'm trying to remember the title now, where we're talking about the fight between Ogun and his wife. I'm trying not to change today's topic, but I'm tempted to. Maybe we should do it. Give me a second. Someone says, "Oh, remember the session similar to this that you had last year that did not end well? It was even in 2024. It didn't. Yeah, I think I had another one last year. It didn't end well because both sides, the Christians, Muslims, they are looking at it like it's fetish. The other side, as traditional worshippers, they are looking at it like don't touch it, even though they are ignorant of what I'm saying. It's ignorance on all sides. It's amazing. Where was I? Give me a second. Let me see if I can find you that book. I think it's Baba's first book, Ifa Literary Corpus. Abimbola's, and by the way, me, if Abimbola says something, I don't care what you say, or long, but I don't care. Baba Abimbola says something. Who is the Awishe? Or Baba Rabba? Let me say something. And you're saying you don't agree. Go come me. That's why. I mean, I grew up on Ifolokun Asorodayo, or watching on TV. There are just some things you have as a Yoruba person that you shouldn't just throw away. I'll find you something. Just give me a second. I want to read that thing. Some of these books, you have this breakdown of a joke by like Irosun, Osameji, and so on and so forth. And I know, again, please let me say this, if your faith doesn't agree with that kind of thing, it will cause your faith to shake. It's okay for you not to dabble into this, but just approach what I am saying. I'm not saying you go and get any book. You should share if you want to, but I'm saying approach what I'm saying from a place of scholarship. I'll still talk about some of the things I said, but I want to read something to you. I wish I knew I was going to talk about this. I want to read you the story and then tell you and then ask you what you consider, because people share their philosophy many times in stories, and then when you understand the import of that story, it makes sense by the time you're like, oh, okay, so don't be on and then you're able to learn the lessons, which is what I think many of the things that we learn are about. But I can shaba obe. Toromila lele. Olóòótọ́ tí ń bẹ láyé òpógún tí kàṣìkà ẹbẹ̀ wọn ọmọ níwọ̀n ẹgbẹ̀fà ọjọ́ ẹ̀san lọ títí. This is from Ifá. Kò jẹ́ kọ́ràn dùn ni adíá fún ọ̀ràn gbogbo tí ń dun akápò bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ó dun fá. No, I want to look for the one from mo ti rí. Ó ní Ọ̀rúnmìlà ní orí burúkú kì í wú tulu, a kì í dá ẹsẹ̀ aṣiwèrè mọ̀ lójú ọ̀nà, a kì í mórí olóye láwùjọ. Sorry, I'll take it again. Orí burúkú kì í wú, I'll take it slowly. Orí burúkú kì í wú tulu, a kì í dá ẹsẹ̀ aṣiwèrè mọ̀ lójú ọ̀nà, a kì í mórí olóye láwùjọ. Adíá fún mọ́bówú tí í ṣe obìnrin Ògún, orí tí ó jọba lọ́la ẹnìkan ò mọ̀, kí tọkọtaya ọmọ pera wọn ní wèrè mọ́, orí tí ó jọba lọ́la ẹnìkan ò mọ̀. Now, ẹsẹ̀ fá kan nìyẹn. Now, what is that telling you? I mean, you can talk about the spiritual part later. Okay, I hear you. But from the philosophical standpoint, what does that tell you? It's talking about relationship between a couple, between a husband and wife. Come up with one way more. Olórí burúkú kì í wú tulu. Tábà lọ sọ́jà ń sin àwọn tó jẹ́ pé orí olóyè àwọn tó jẹ́ pé orí gidi ló ń gbé wá sáyé. Tó bá dẹ̀ ń pe irú ọ̀bẹ wèrè. Essentially, don't use negative words on each other. That's what it's about. It's like when your father calls you and tells you a story and say, it doesn't have to. I don't know how people think, what people think of our elders. And I want to say this, if the only thing you also think about your elders is that they are religious people, something is wrong. You can't think of your fathers, and the only thing you're thinking about is that they have jazz. These people were strategists. These people were business people. They were builders. Why don't we ever talk about that? By the way, we have a lot of materials we should read. I like reading these things because it's better that way, so it doesn't look like someone is making things up. All right. This particular thing talks about, but let me explain, just in case people don't understand the English. It's the Yoruba. I'll read the Yoruba again. I'll read the English, the interpretation that Professor Wandebimbola wrote. Oni oriburuku ki wutulu. Aki da ese ashiwere mo lójú ọ̀nà. Aki mori olóyè láwùjọ. Adíá fún Mọ́bówú. Mọ́bówú is the wife of Ògún. Adíá fún Mọ́bówú tí í ṣe obìnrin Ògún. That's ìyàwó Ògún. You can't be asking me theological question. Let's just stick to this. So, orí tí ó jọba lọ́la ẹnìkan ò mọ̀, kí tọkọtaya ọmọ pera wọn ní wèrè mọ́. Orí tí ó jọba lọ́la ẹnìkan ò mọ̀. The point is, bí wọ́n máa ń jà máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ síra wọn bákan, wọ́n á ń gbà yẹn ní mọ̀ràn pé mórí tó máa jọba, má sọ báyìí sí mọ́. A bad head does not swell up. Orí burúkú kì í wú tulu. Nobody knows the footprints of a madman on the road. Nobody can distinguish the head destined to wear a crown in an assembly. If our divination was performed by for Mọ́bówú, ó ní adíá fún Mọ́bówú tí í ṣe obìnrin Ògún. If our divination was performed for Mọ́bówú, who was the wife of Ògún, the head that will reign tomorrow, nobody knows it. Let husband and wife stop calling each other names. The head that will reign tomorrow, nobody knows it. He's talking about the concept of Ori. I was also talking about the importance of words. All I'm saying is, if we have that at the back of our minds, when we approach traditional matters or Yoruba, there is a way we talk about those things because we are supposed to be educated. And I want to quickly say something, particularly for Christians who are here. Some of the most fantastic works ever done on Ifa were carried out by Christian priests. From the 1920s, the very first major book written on Ifa was by E.M. Lijadu. The book is inside. I have two of it. There's one on Ifa, there's one on Oromila. I don't talk about things like that here because, like somebody said, we had a conversation about it the other day. Who just came and said, "Oh, what are you saying?" Then you ask them a question. They don't know, but they are gatekeeping ignorance. No. They are gatekeeping wisdom with their own ignorance. They are gatekeeping knowledge with ignorance. They don't know what's inside though. It's like what Jesus said about the Pharisees. They are not going inside, but they will not allow the people that want to go in. But they are not going in. That's what happens with all this ridiculous gatekeeping. The fathers want to share, and this is what I've noticed when I interact with the elders. They have so much to share. We don't listen. We are too busy, or we just assume everything they are doing is nonsense and is ridiculous, and we are smarter. We are not smarter than them. I just want to say to all of us speaking English and carrying laptop all over the place, we are not smarter than those fathers. And it's a blessing to us to take what they have and add it to what we have. That's how actually we become smarter. And when you become smarter that way, you still give the credit to them. I don't know. I'm going to listen to this whole thing and finish. Someone says very poetic. Actually, most religious texts are very poetic. And one of the major reasons for that is because of memory. So you are able to, it aids memory. Read Isaiah, read Psalms, read Proverbs. You see a lot of poetry. As a matter of fact, the books are called poetry. Psalms, Isaiah, Proverbs, Songs of Solomon, Job as well. They're called poetry because you see the poetic way. Quote Isaiah 53, quote Isaiah 49, Mama quote but because it has cadence, that's a musical quality to it. It's the same thing with Ifa. And I'm not saying the texts are the same thing. I'm saying that what's the word? That's there's a word I'm looking for. It's somewhere in my head. It's not methodology. It's like a tool, like literary device. That's the word I was looking for. That device, they use it a lot. We didn't even have to meet your people to know this out. I mean, think about it. How do you store all this information that you have no books to write in? How do you make sure that people remember? They chant some. Timbaka, when I start reading, anytime I'm reading Ifa text, and I have a lot of it, just full disclosure. Whenever I do, I switch to the sound from Ifolokwans or Dayo Babalebu of the 1980s. I just switch. Because I have to read it in that tongue, in that tone. And if any, or I saw Umadabi, and there's a way they will say it that makes you remember, that makes it fun, that makes it beautiful. Anyway, it's not fun when they're learning because they spend 9 to 10 years learning it, in Oketache back in the day. Also, let it be said, when he said, did Orunmila live, when did Jesus come? When did Orunmila live? Orunmila actually lived before Christ. And what I just said right now should not be a problem to you unless you have studied it and it's called I'm lying. I have, and I know what I'm saying. Socrates lived before Christ. Confucius in China lived before Christ. Plato lived before Christ. Aristotle lived before Christ. Pythagoras lived before Christ. You don't have any problem saying that, all right? So when you read books and you say, Orunmila lived before Christ, like, oh, wow. Archaeological evidence suggests in Ife that it was inhabited and people lived there as of 500 BC. If you read Yoruba, the New History by Akim Ogundiran, he was a fantastic archaeologist. They go back to even trace the formation of the identity of Yoruba people to about 2,500 odd years before Christ. Right? Now, that's one. You are making the same mistake Olatunji that he's making. When you say Adam is the first man, there's a theory about Adam that I don't want to get into. And what if people say about Adam, which is the most brilliant way to own your story, is to say even Adam. This is what my father said. Even Adam was formed in Ife. It may not be historically accurate, but that myth of origin cements, so that information cements your myth of origin to give you self-sufficiency in your space. Why do you think you have people in Nigeria today who do not know where they come from, and one day they are from Ife, the other day they are from Japan, then they are from Europe, then they are from America? There is no source, there is no myth of origin that's actually solid. The myth of origin that they have in some parts of Nigeria were just created like less than 100 years ago. I don't want to get into it. But we don't have that problem because our fathers solved that issue thousands of years ago. And then he mentioned that the kings in Yoruba land are just 100 years, 100 years, 100 years. It's not true. Ife has existed for more than 1,000 years. And Ife is not the only town to take pẹ́, Ọ̀tà ti pẹ́, Èkìtì ti pẹ́. Think about anywhere else in Yoruba land. I know those three places, Ife, Ọ̀tà, Èkìtì, those are very ancient spaces. Okay? And it's not a matter of 1,000 years. The Ife that we know today, all right, the new political structure that all of us now copy across Yoruba land today was instituted in 10th century AD. Some will say between 10th and 11th century AD. By the way, all this thing I'm saying, you can actually check it out too. Between 10th and 11th century AD, that's when that's when the political structure that was brought in by Oduduwa, who was not a stranger to Ife, contrary to what you find in some books. Oduduwa was born and raised in that place. He was from the eastern side of town. The place is called Okeora. He is not from abroad. He's not from the eastern part of the world. He's not from the Middle East or Far East or wherever east. Whatever east is connected to Ife is the eastern part of Ife. And that's why that's connected to Oduduwa. Some say Ife is more than 60,000 years. Some of these claims I'm very careful about. I don't make such claims because I can't substantiate it. People mention thousands of years. I mean, there are places on this that are more than 1 million years. If you're going by fossil records, I can't make such statement like what you just made in the comment section. I can't say if it's 60,000 years, because the question I will ask myself is proof. I don't have that proof, but I can tell you what I know. I was saying that Oduduwa did not come from outside Ife. It didn't come from outside Yoruba land. It was born through. If you read the book A History of the Yoruba by Stephen Banji Akintoye, he explains a lot and said that we have to now set aside the Johnsonian hypothesis of Mecca, Kinikon, Egypt, Kinikon. And we've had a conversation here why a lot of people at the time were always talking about Egypt. And just in case you were never here when we discussed it, towards the end of the 19th century, 19th? Yes. Towards the end of the 19th century, which was in the 1800s, there was this rave at the time in the academia, and it's called Egyptology. So a lot of discoveries were being made about Egypt. People were discovering the Sphinx and seeing the pharaohs and seeing the greatness of Egypt. And then, so Africa, they were not like these dumb people. They've had this, they've had that. Omobeko, you need to listen with your ears, not with your fingers. I did not say if it has existed for 1,000 years. This is why you guys fight on social media. I didn't say if it has existed for 1,000 years. I said the political structure that we now have across Yoruba land was instituted about 1,000 years ago. You guys calm down. I'm from Ife. I did not say Ife existed for. I literally said there's archaeological evidence of people living in Ife as at 500 BC. Did I not say that? Oh, but no. I was on that mentioned 1,000 years. You said 60,000 years. I said I don't have proof. You now said the 1,000 years can't be existing for. I did not say if it was existing for 1,000 years. I said the new political structure that Oduduwa introduced was in the 10th to 11th century AD. But there were structures before, and I've said it several times. Oduduwa was not the first king in Ife, but it was the first king of Ife. In other words, there were many kings in different Elu all over Ife, but he was the first person that brought everybody together and ruled everybody as one king of the entire realm. So he's the very first Oni. The rest of the nonsense from you people are saying now also, you are mostly ignorant people. He was the first king of the entire place. I'm not saying that if existed for 1,000 years, no, there is data. I have data for 500 BC. Okay, I have that data. That's not to. And by the way, if archaeology says that they have something that suggests that somewhere a place has been existing for 500 BC, it doesn't mean that is the earliest time of inhabitation, of habitation. That's the right word. Don't like that's the earliest time people say inhabiting. See, this English, it doesn't mean that that's the earliest time that people have been inhabiting that space. It just means that's the earliest time that they are found. They go deeper, they might find the 16,000 years that Eko is writing in the comment section. And that's the point. What you're saying may actually be the truth. I just can't say it yet because I don't have proof. But that's not to say that what did they do 16,000 logon? For instance, Iweleru is in Ondo State. It's very close to Ife. They found humanoid figures, not exactly Homo sapien, but they've been there, and it's about 13,000 years. 13, let me say it slowly, 13,000 years. 13,000 years is not, you can Google all these things. Iho, Eleru, you can use IHO, you can use IWO, you can use both, but I think IHO is better. At the time you're using IWO, then they change to IHO because that's how we speak. Iho, Eleru, Eleru, Eleeru. So, Omobeko may actually be correct. And they might continue with their research and discover that place has been inhabited for more than 10,000 years. It's possible, or 15,000 or 17,000 years. But until we find it, I may not be able to say it as a matter of fact. Let's listen to a bit more of this so that I can respond to exactly that he's saying.
Before you come and give us number, at least be intelligent. Be intelligent. Intelligent.
Sorry, also I'll come up, where can I go in?
How old is Orumila? Before you come and give us number, at least be intelligent. Be intelligent. How old is Ilefe? When the civilization entered Africa, when did he enter Nigeria? How old is Orumila? Let's take history. The first.
One of the problems with colonization is the assumption. I'll take that again. One of the problems with colonization is the assumption that there was nothing like civilization until Europeans arrived. That's a product of ignorance. As a matter of fact, when you hear that phrase, if which is what I say a lot when I say Agomeri Ola if time, Akoko 4 p.m. if time. It's not. It's a concept of civilization. It's alluding to civilization of that space. It was the preeminent space or the preeminent space, right, in this entire forest region. Read the book by Hakim Ogundiran, and I've read it here before, so I'm not going to read it. There was a man wrote a book in 1352, Ibn Battuta, and he said things about, the greatest emporium of the forest. Let me read it. Once I quote now, we have to read. Commander Binkwe. When you see me raise my head, I'm trying to remember something. So sometimes, like what I just said right now, I wrote it down. The books are inside, but I cannot stand up. So I'm just going to find you that note and read it out. But I'll quote where I found it so that number one. The reason I have this is because sometimes you have discussed things in the past, so you make notes and then I just go back to the notes when we have to have that conversation. So what's the name of the Python? I don't know his name, and I won't even mention his name because the guy is ignorant. I was saying something. I'm trying to remember what I was talking about. What was I talking about, please? Comment section. I don't know. Ibn Battuta, God bless you. Thank you very much. So this is what it says. Ibn Battuta, the 14th century globe-trotting Moroccan scholar was informed during his visit to Mali, February 1352 to December 1353, about a powerful kingdom to the south. The name of the kingdom is rendered in Ibn Battuta's travel account as Yufi, which his informants described as one of the biggest countries of the Sudan. By the way, Sudan, when you read all these old books and you see the word Sudan, it's not talking about this Sudan that we have in Africa, the country. There's nothing like there was no South Sudan or Sudan or anything. So the Arabs, all of us were Sudan. Everything from after themselves down to South Africa was all Sudan. Okay. So Bilal al Sudan is the land of the blacks. We've had this conversation before that they will call us Sudan, the Portuguese will call us Guinea, right? The French will call us Niger, Niger, English, Niger, Niger. It's the same thing, black. So it's not so, as long as you are this skin, you are Guinea to a Portuguese. So if you have this skin color, you are Sudan to an Arab. So when it says the biggest country of the Sudan, don't go and be following what Baba he said, Baba Jebu, Baba Ojale, I know. Don't sorrow Sudan. There was no Sudan at the time that there was no Sudan as a sovereign country. All of us were Sudan. So it says here that the informants of Ibn Battuta described Yufe as one of the biggest countries of the Sudan, and their sultan, that's their king, one of the greatest sultans. Ile-Ife was the largest urban center, the biggest emporium, and the wealthiest polity in West Africa's rainforest belt. I'll tell again. Ile-Ife was the largest urban center, the biggest emporium, and the wealthiest polity in West Africa's rainforest belt, south of the Niger River, during the mid-14th century. Right. So the idea basically is that, think about it in the 1300s. So when people like this tell you that you had no civilization until white people brought it, some things are just dull. It's very dull. Because I'm not saying he is dull. I'm saying some things are dull. Because what they brought, you could have added to what you had. It wasn't like when they came, you were tabula rasa. You had nothing. You were just blank slate. No. More bank can lay. And if we don't jettison what they ban there, then we'll do better. Earlier today, I was watching the video by Eralake. And to think that you have Eralake sold on Amazon, sold on websites in the United States and in the UK is actually proof of what I'm trying to say. What they could do, our fathers, is not something like they could not do anything before the whites came. They could do something. So you have something like Alabukun, you have something like Keralake. It's a combination of what they brought with what was on ground. If you assume that nothing was on ground, then you'll be shouting like this person that which is absolute nonsense. Someone says, could this be Sudan, land of the black cement? That's what I was saying now. It's one of the greatest polity of the Sudan. It means of the land of the black people. So yes, that's what I meant. Land of the black people. So if you look at those black, because they were not as, I mean, the Moroccans by the 14th century didn't have this pigmentation. Ugbata and south of them were Sudan or Sudanese. So when he said in the Sudan, he's talking about the land of the blacks, not Sudan, the country. Anyway, Shamadek, but we have a lot to discuss. So, boy, Ẹkáàbọ díẹ̀ sí.
King in Ilefe. Howard, let's look at the history of thrones. Let's trace it. This thing has seen hundreds, not yet in thousands.
That's ignorant. The history of thrones in Ife is actually more than 1,000 years. It's not 100. And like I said, the history of thrones in Ife from Oduduwa, 1,000 years plus. Before him, there were other thrones. There are kings, there are kingdoms. There were thrones in Ife, but they did not rule the entire space. They ruled Shokolo, like the Shokolo. Some of them were big mega houses that had sub houses within them, but they were not the entire Ife. And even that one is more than 1,000 years. So to assume that, because Meanwhile, there was something I wanted to say on that, on Orunmila. Let me also quickly mention something. So, Orunmila has gotten to a point where sometime Oman Dakwe fun ti Baba se. Sometimes you hear Ifa, you hear Orunmila. Sometimes people, even Babalawos, will talk as though they are one and the same thing. Ifa ni, Orunmila ni. This may sound a bit controversial, but Babalawos know exactly what I'm saying, and the elders taught me this. There's some things I can't say. That's why I stopped doing this course itself. Anyway, let me say it this way. How do I say it? You see, this is why I stopped talking about Ifa on social media. Because you have to code things. Okay, so the corpus, right? It wasn't just like one thing Orunmila left and that was it, and he left. Just give everybody everything and he left. Up until recently, it was a dynamic corpus. In other words, yes, you had the 256 Odus and everything, but kì í ṣe pé gbogbo ẹ̀ ló wá at the same time. Like, Orunmila just reeled out everything. There were some that came, there are some that were adjusted, there were some that they sat down and then they said, this is what we're going to do about it. All this thing I'm saying, like I've said it before, I promise I've not fulfilled that promise. Hopefully I'll do it one day. That we'll have a session on this, but it's going to be a closed door stuff because I don't want to have people just shouting all over the place. Then we'll be able to read some things. One of the things you respect our father, that makes you respect our fathers if you study Yoruba history, is that just about everything you find, and I'm not saying is a yardstick, but I'm telling you because I learned European history before I learned Yoruba history. Okay, well, I started learning European history from church history at 13. So somehow I saw some things I didn't know existed in Yoruba culture until I read Yoruba. I was like, oh shoot, we did the same thing. So one of the things you really I love about our fathers is that there's many of the things you see in European culture or European history, you see it in Yoruba history and Yoruba culture. And I mentioned this, some people got angry because, of course, very ignorant people. Our fathers sat down. And if you've ever read about, if you've read these things, you will know the Council of Nicaea, the Nicene Creed. You read about the Nicene Creed. It was in the 4th century AD. That council that talked about the canonization of scriptures. We also did the same thing in Yoruba land. Okay? We also did the same thing in Yoruba land. There is something that Bishop that Dabibola was talking about how Ifa priests journeyed to Mali in the 11th, 12th century to study Islam. Because these traders were coming in, they were coming with their religion, but we need to understand, people were beginning to mix. And the way we think as Yoruba people, as far as faith is concerned, is we think in multiples. We have multiplicity of deities. It doesn't make us better or worse than any group. I'm just going somewhere with this. So if a person brings something new, the Yoruba mind is not threatened by novelty. As a matter of fact, in 1851, thereabout, when Henry Townsend got to Ife, no, not Henry Townsend, David Hindera, when he got to Ife and they're talking about, oh, Jesus, 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 they told him that the Jesus you're talking about is from here. And of course, there's another story entirely about the introduction of Christianity into Yoruba, into Ile-Ife 500 years ago. I've had a session here on that before. It's on YouTube, by the way. Some things are hidden, but they are in plain sight. When David Indra came in the 19th century, they told him, it's from here. What if people did is they were like sponges. They could absorb. They were not threatened by novelty. So he came with Islam, like, you see people doing this thing, they're trading with us from Mali, By the way, we've been trading with those people since 500 AD. You see that in the book by Professor Banji Akintoye Yoruba, where the name came from. That's the title of the work. So they said, oh, you guys have to go and see what they're doing. Let's study this thing because it's coming to our land. Let's understand what they're doing. So they went and they studied. This is not 200, 300, 500, 600, 700, 800 years ago. Take well, 11th, 20th century, 11th to 12th century. This is 21st century. Take well. And then they came back now to understand what was being taught. Not that they were going to become Muslims. It's the same way Pythagoras will go to Egypt. It's just that we don't respect our fathers, so we assume that when they are moving around, the only thing they're thinking about is Iwi and Irumole. That's the only thing they're thinking about. We don't understand that they even have sense, which is a shame. We don't rate these men and women. We should, by the way. And I'll be doing some work on that very soon. I've done some. I want to maybe publish some things at some point where you actually see the humanity in this father, so that you understand why they became Orisha. I want to read something before we go on. I'm going to read this thing. Maybe if we have this understanding, we'll at least appreciate them more instead of shouting like this. I don't want to make me is if for ni or we. So I can say ni, I can say we. Ọ̀rúnmìlà wí èèyàn ní dòrìṣà. Èmi náà wí èèyàn ní dòrìṣà bá bára àgbọn nìrègún. Ó ní ògùn tẹ́ ẹ ríhun, ó léèyàn ní. Nígbà tó gbọ́n tó lágbára, òun ni wọ́n fi ń bọ́. Ó ní ṣògo tẹ́ ẹ ríhun, ó léèyàn ní. Nígbà tó gbọ́n tó lágbára ni wọ́n fi ń bọ́. Ẹ̀yin tó gbọ́n ni wọ́n ń bọ́. Èèyàn ní dòrìṣà. Now, what does that tell you? It tells you that the people we venerate, the deities, using Oyibo word, but Orishas that we venerate, were humans that did heroic things, valiant things, powerful things. And the things they did were so great and grand that we decided to venerate them. Here's the question. Do we know what they did? Because if you don't know what they did, you cannot replicate it. And that's the problem of seeing mysticism in everything that we have around us. If you know that this is what I know what to do at it because I had to study it for personal reasons. How did they do this thing? Why did they do this thing? So, am I bad, man? I'm not saying there's no spirituality to what they did, though. That's not the point. I'm just saying that it's like my father. We all have daddies, right? My dad was a spiritual man. But my dad was a very bright man as well. All right. So I could learn, and some of the things he did spiritually, I can also do. Maybe not the exact same way he did. Definitely not the exact same way he did, because by the time my dad became older, we had conversations about spirituality, and he would say, "You do this," and then all Christian, but you see, there's some things I can't say. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make sure is that you respect your fathers if you can at least understand the fact that that tells you that apart from just venerating them, which is important, maybe you should ask questions about kinoshe. E.g., Awolowo, tí bá ṣe pé 21st century tí bàbá gbé, we would have been takosori papansi, which is not the issue here. You venerate Awo, but the question is, have you ever read a book by Awo? Have you read his autobiography? What he did, how he did it, his motivations. That's where the secret is, not in saying, I am an Awo supporter, I'm an Awoist. Me, I always say I'm an Awoist. I don't care what people think about it. But it's not just about shouting I'm an Awoist. Do you know his story? Do you know his deeds? Do you know how he got here? What can I learn from him? What was his ideology? What did he write down in books? That's the same thing. You get what I'm saying? So our relationship with our fathers should be from that father thing. I've said it there before. I won't go deep into it, but as a person, I have answers ancestors that are venerated, venerated all over this world. Now, the relationship that I have with them first is ancestry. They gave birth to somebody, 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 they gave birth to my father before they gave birth to me. So I want to understand that from a human standpoint. How did they become so great to the point where people are venerating them? If you don't do that, we'll just be stuck at worship. That's the issue I'm trying to say. And I think it's something that cuts across everybody, including people that are insulting other people and people that are insulting the others. All of us, it is well with us. Somebody says you disagreed, but up until recently, Nollywood contributed to misrepresentation of Yoruba culture. This is not the opportunity to be blaming. Those of us who are blaming Nollywood, do we know more than the Nollywood guys? Let me tell you one funny story. This is quite interesting. Balogun is the first indigenous filmmaker in this country. He made Ajani Ogun, a short Aye Jaisimi Ogunde. During an interview, Baba Olabalogun said, the scene, pay attention, of course, all of us, we're on this table that we're always shaking, Nollywood, we're all on it. We're all on it. And I'm not absolving them of blames, I'm just saying it's not really about blaming others. So they're talking about Shigba wo, Shigba ye, Ogberi Shigba ye, Ugba orin ta ban ko e. Apani mayo da yeye mi apani mayo da. Talo ma wo, sorry, I want to change. Talo ma wo talo ma ngbo iriri aye. Ọjọ́ Friday. Ire aye kolola oye. Shigba wo. He said, Olabalogun, that the scene, the coven, it was a product of imagination. I don't know about you, when I was growing up, every time I saw Jai Simi, Eru man ba mi. Before Eru stopped to ba mi, Oga, ema binu. Baruwo jare, ema binu, ama shigbo ti away. Oh my show. Kí ló dé máa pariwo pẹ̀lú àìmọ̀kan? Kọ́ tí mo sọ ni pé, èmi o, until a few years, not few years ago to be fair, until I grew up and became kini àgbàlagbà, ni Jai Simi ò kí n bá mi àwọn àgbàlagbà kan sì wà jẹ́ pé Jai Simi ayé tó máa ti rí ẹ̀yìn tí báyìí ẹ̀rọ máa bà wọ́n. Kì í ṣe nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ mò ń sọ ń sìn yìí o. Orin apanimáyọ̀dà yẹn is from iṣẹ́ Baba Ogunde tó ń lò fún nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ àti èrè ayé. Kọ́tẹ́mi ń try to sọ ni pé ẹni tó ṣe fíìmù yẹn, and the person who directed that movie, yes, Aropinteyan, thank you. The person who directed those early movies said that those scenes, the witch scene, the scene of the witches when they were doing all kinds of things, it was a product of imagination. So I was having a conversation with somebody last week. I said, we're talking about horror films. I talk about different things, right? So we're talking about horror films. And the person said, that the horror films in, who was I having a conversation with? It must be an elder. They said that the horror films in the US is a product of imagination, but the adjacents in Yoruba land is a product of real life. And I said, that's not true, sir. The adjacents in Yoruba land was also a product of imagination. How come we can accept that the horror film in Hollywood is a product of imagination, but what we are doing in our own film industry must be demonic, and actually it has to be deep and serious? That's how they actually sit down inside which is coven. I was listening to this brilliant actor, Mr. Mishure, and he said that he had been to a witch coven before. Don't ask me, I don't know. He said when he got there, they were wearing Iruamuba. When I was younger, I write and stage productions. I used to tell my actors then, I don't believe that if you want to create, I know where I'm going to go back to where we left off. I don't believe that if you want to create a scene of witches, everybody should be wearing black. There's no scripture to even back it up. Even Bible says that the angels of darkness sometimes present themselves as angels of light. In other words, they could be wearing white and still be demonic. The point I'm trying to make is that some of the things we say about Nollywood, oh, they are the ones that are destroying Kinikon. Even we, right, who are speaking against what they are doing, we believe some of the things they have done. The only thing we are speaking against it, we are doing it because we are trying to trade blames, not because we are trying to correct the anomaly or correct the errors. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. The point is to, if you want to trade blames, all of us, like my share and bear, it's not really about that. It's about how do we know so that we can do better. I see people say, is this person that's at fault? I'm like, do you really know why what you're saying happened? Say, oh, I'm Christians, Mount Zion, I'm Christian, nobody the Christian, I'm fair traditional worship more. I was like, you think that conversation is an academic conversation or an abstract conversation or something that happened in a vacuum? And I will just mention it in passing because it's also something that this might probably, is alluding to. People who left traditional worship or traditional religion and joined Christianity and Islam, some joined because of education, particularly in Christianity, some joined because of education, some joined because of access, some joined because of suffering. When you hear Olohun Babalola, Olohun 1930, why do you think a lot of people move into Christianity in that particular phase? It wasn't because of education. People had issues that could not be cured by traditional worshippers or by traditional healers. It's the same thing. You see how Christians also go to traditional healers because that's the only place they can find their help. I'm just trying to tell you that sometimes people don't make these decisions based on theology or based on knowledge. They do it based on answers, solutions. Whether it's right or wrong, you can discuss it later. But the point is, a lot of people that move, oh my God, you want to enter the human for you not tell that person that must go back. We talk like life happens in a vacuum. We're trying to fight for one religion. All those people, they should not have left Skinikon. They went to Christianity. How terrible it is. Be speaking English. When they were suffering, where were you? There are people that, see, there are many layers to decisions that people make. It's not this simple thing, this simplistic ideology that we have on social media. Oh, they are bad people because they moved Christianity. Okay, you moved back. What made you go back? A lot of people went back because they found answers to their problems, not because they sat down and thought about anything. And I've said before, many of us in this country, Yoruba, particularly all of us, many of us, let me not say all of us, we don't worship God because we have knowledge of who we are serving. We worship Him based on transaction. And talk about dwell on sin, which is quite sad. Because what that does is that it excludes the place of knowledge. Many of us are fighting for something we don't even know. Christians who don't study the Bible, Muslims who don't know the Quran or the Hadith, traditional worshippers who cannot quote an SFA, all of us are fighting. Talogba Dre, in Kokon Shomo, Obodo Bibon, Obimosile Babalawo, Obimosile Alawo, Obonoyelo. My conversation is not to tell you whether it's wrong or right. I'm just trying to tell you that a lot of the decisions that we are making is not based on logic in terms of, oh, I studied some books and now came to the realization I'm going back to the thing. Is a lie. You moved back because you got the solution to your problems. Whether it's good or bad is not what I'm saying. I'm just saying let us cut each other some slack. People move because something happened. There's a lot of what's happening right now with Tani Olohun. It happened because of what happened in Islam, in Yoruba land. And that's what Muslims are also doing right now. Traditional. And if you noticed, this is not the first time we have a move from Kini to Islam to Isheshe. Or I don't like using the word Isheshe, to be honest, because I think Isheshe is bigger than religion, but people try to confuse people by saying it's religion. There is not religion. So I just say Esambalaye. Okay, but I understand that Isheshe is broader. This is not the first time people moved back to Esambalaye. But this is the first time in my own lifetime when it has been, I don't want to use the word that just came to my mind right now because it's a bit deep. Well, almost violent. The reason, this is the first time in my lifetime, and I'm not that old, but I was not born yesterday. This is the first time I'm seeing people in traditional worship or traditional religion they're also going to the extreme. Someone says social media caused it. It's possible. But one of the reasons I can assure you, and you can fact check me, you can even tell me if I'm wrong. I'll tell you why. One of the reasons, and this is going to link us to Tani Olohun eventually. One of the reasons is that a lot of people moved from an ideology that was violent and moved into traditional worship. They are sustained by the ideology. The ideology of, kabura. I mean, there's critique. There's critique. If I critique Islam, that's why I said it's not every SFR that came from 1,000 years ago. If I critique Islam, there's a collection of different verses. Some people will say it's a lie, but it's the truth. The research was done back in the 1970s. I have the research, I have the journal. How did we get here? I have the journal. I'm saying how did we get it because we have topic that we have not gotten to. I have the journal on the collection of those verses and how they put everything together. Where the traditional religious people critiqued. Listen, I said critique, not fight. By the way, there's history of them fighting as well. Traditional worship has fought Christians in Yoruba land. They have fought Muslims in Yoruba land. Christians have fought traditional worshippers in Yoruba land. Muslims have fought them in Yoruba land. We've gone through everything. That's the truth. Because we are human beings and there's nothing bad about it. It's evolution. We've grown. So we don't do that again. But we did it in the past. But we also got to the point where we could critique another faith. So you have Babalawos critiquing. Let me read one to you. It's on my laptop. It's on this laptop. Just so you understand the difference between what we should be doing and what we are doing. All this insulting each other people on social media. Christians are kinikon, Muslims are kinikon, who are you? Bogi abokpe ni won mo kankan àwọn la ìránṣẹ́ Olódùmarè. Ìwọ kẹ̀, ìwọ. Ṣé ìwọ kí ni ìwọ mọ̀ pọ̀ Olódùmarè? I'll read something to you, and then you can make up your mind what you think this is. Just very quickly. This is, by the way, is from 1977, Journal of Historical Society. It's from my notes. I'm just going to read it very quickly. Ìmọ̀lé ṣèké, ìmọ̀lé ṣọ̀dàlẹ̀. Ìyá ìmọ̀lé kú, wọ́n ní wọn kì í sunkún. Bàbá ìmọ̀lé kú, wọ́n ní wọn kì í gbààwẹ̀. Wọ́n ní ẹni bá sọkún òkú, iná Ọlọ́run á dàjọ ẹni tí ó kú lára. Ẹni bá sì gbààwẹ̀ òkú, Olúwa rẹ̀ fún òkú ní àìsinmi lọ́run. Àṣẹ̀yìnwá àṣẹ̀yìnbọ̀, ọjọ́ èké ìmọ̀lé pé wọ́n fi ebi panú ara wọn. A ní èéṣe, wọ́n ní àwọn ń gbààwẹ̀ Ọlọ́run. Ǹjẹ́ ìmọ̀lé ń gbààwẹ̀ o? Ẹnìkan kò gbọ́ ikú Ọlọ́run o, ìmọ̀lé ń gbààwẹ̀. Ọlọ́run kì í kú, Èdùmàrè kì í rùn, ẹnìkan kò gbọ́ ikú Ọlọ́run o. What is that? That's critique. I don't know if you got what I read. Back in Tunka, it's not Yoruba poem. It's not Yoruba poem. It's not Yoruba poem. Just come. This is why I don't talk about these things on social media. People will come in, they'll be telling you something as a matter of fact. They don't have any source, but they'll be telling you it is Yoruba poem. Give me a source for what you are saying. Just calm down. It's not even against you. Oh my show. Lékeleke ye mọ̀lẹ́ bí ó bá sórí ọ̀pọ̀tọ́, á bá sórí òrombó, á máa fi gbogbo ara kéwé léwu kiri. What they're doing is critiquing a foreign religion, and I'll explain what it is. In Yoruba land, if your father dies, or your mother, back in the day, if your dad died or your mother died, you will, in other words, because you are mourning the dead. Then these Muslims come around, they don't want you to do all of those things. They say, why should you cry when your father's... they're not fighting each other. I'm just explaining something to you. When you social media people here, they say, yeah, you must not fight, you must not fast. So because if you fast, the person who died will suffer. God will punish that person if you begin to cry on earth. So don't cry, don't come. Only àṣẹ̀yìnwá àṣẹ̀yìnbọ̀ ọjọ́ èké ìmọ̀lé pé kí ló tó fi pè ní ọjọ́ èké ìmọ̀lé? Because suddenly Ramadan comes along, this guy is fasting. Wọ́n ní kí ló ń gbààwẹ̀ Ọlọ́run ṣọ́lọ́run kú ni? For the Yoruba mind, why would you gbààwẹ̀ for Ọlọ́run tí ó kú? Of cultures, and so you have a person from this side critiquing the other side. It doesn't have to agree with that person, but it's critiquing. Ó ní ọjọ́ èké ìmọ̀lé pé ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí fún inú parẹ́ wọ́n ní kí ló ṣe lóun gbààwẹ̀ for Ọlọ́run ṣọ́lọ́run kú ni? See, what is happening is you see Yoruba people looking at a new thing that just came into their space and like, ó ṣe wá lè tó báyìí. We don't have to go into everything. It's in the Journal of Historical Society from 1977, which is inside is hard copy. I just snapshot some pages. The point I'm trying to make, and if you go, there's some areas in Yoruba land where that is part of the SFR. I don't know why people argue. I don't want to make that the conversation of today because like the day you realize that sorry guy, I have to mute this person. This is how they came the other day. They'll just frustrate you. I don't want to fight anybody. They will sit down, they'll make statements, no source, nothing, but you have to believe them because they are saying it. I remember once somebody said, I'm going to bring Zorobalawo. That one came up. Respectfully, I was talking to him. I was like, he's saying what the people want to hear. I was like, what you're even saying is different from what Baba Eleba said. Let me tell you something. I've been around for just a few moments. Growing up, I said earlier, I used to listen to Olohun and Dayo. There is nothing you want to tell me today as Babalawo. If it doesn't align with those men, I will not take you seriously. You know why? Because until when I began to buy the book, actually read the SFR, they were the only ones I could listen to. And I trusted them, and I still trust them. From the place of scholarship. So, Baba Elebuibo, Baba Wishe, Baba Wadam Bibola, who was former VC of OAU. These are people that speak, you have to listen. And what I said earlier, there were people who were saying is a lie. Nobody went to Mali. Wadam Bibola is the Babalawo before you were born. The man is in his 90s now, I think. He's a Babalawo. He's a professor. He has written more books on Ifa than many people have even read. He has, by the way, if you are interested, you can go to Radio. I think we have some on Radio Me books. Baba is deep, right? But no, we should not listen to a professor and a researcher and a practitioner. We should listen to you on social media. Thank you. Let me tell you what I'm trying to say with all of this Turenchi. If our fathers could critique a faith, there's nothing stopping you from also critiquing. You can critique Christianity, critique Islam. But when it gets to this point where we are fighting each other and we are trading words and what is happening? Let me tell you something. What is happening right now? That some people got in Islam. And I'm not saying every Muslim thinks that way because clearly not every people in UAE telling you the difference between Islam and Islamism. Story for another day. This that thing you were doing is what you are now doing to Muslims. One lẹ́rí mọ́ tó bá wọn kan lẹ́rí mọ́rin kí ló kan tiẹ̀ ń bẹ̀. Wọ́n lẹ́rí mọ́lẹ̀ àwọn ẹrú àràbò kí n tiẹ̀. Àwọn dẹ̀kọ́ o kì í ṣe fault wọn náà o because they were taught that if you listen to people, the people attacking Islam the most online, not having apologetic conversation. You know, there's apologetics. where I critique your book. No, I'm talking about attacking. They were former Muslims who were taught to attack others. As I was telling us earlier, don't hate. If you do, when you are done, you still come and hate more people. Ṣáàtì gbọ́ bàbá ìtàn ká tó lọ sọ̀rọ̀ Tani Olohun.
First king in Ile-Ife, Howard. Let's look at the history of thrones. Let's trace it. This thing I see in hundreds, not yet in thousands. All I'm saying,
if you go to China, there's a place called Middle China. They believe the world began there. The Egyptians have a similar story. Every ancient people have a story of creation, and it always revolves around them. The same thing for the Jews. Every ancient people have a story of creation that revolve. If your story does not revolve around you, you are not ancient. I'm a Christian. I believe the Adam story. Yeah, we get that. But for the sake of identity, not a man creates a myth of origin. The myth of origin that the Jews have is what you call this. It's what, the salvific. We don't change topic. But more go on. This salvific aspect of Jesus' calling is directly linked to the myth of Jewish origin. But the fundamental reason for myth of origin is for the sake of identity and ownership. You don't clownish like you are doing. Go to China and tell them that there's nothing like Middle Earth. You watch it in movies. Most likely you must have seen it in movies. It's their own folklore. It's their own myth that they're putting in stories. The folks up north in Denmark, the Norse, they have this Norse mythology. The Vikings, all of those people up there, they have Norse mythology. All this Valhalla thing that you hear about is also revolving around them. Why do you think a Yoruba would not have something like that? That means we are recent. And we have examples of people who are recent. I just want to mention any examples yet, because it's not necessary, to be honest. When you hear that they say Ile-Ife, you should be proud. If you are not lost, they are not in any way. I mean, if you go and study the old Shem, Ham, and Japheth, Noah lineage, even that found a way to say connect with all parts of the world. It's the same way your people also believe. Like I was mentioning earlier, when they came to Ife in 1846, Higgins went to Oyo, and they told him that Ife, in Oyo that Ife go. When the rest of the Igbo got there, they said they would show them the place where their father slept from. There's a kind of confidence that you have when you say the Oyinbo slept from here. In other words, I'm not lost. I'm not looking for my identity. I'm not trying to say, where am I from? Am I from Nigeria? I am from Israel. That's why I don't like people who are always shouting Nigeria, Yoruba, Israel, Black Hebrew. That thing is nonsense to me. And I'm sorry if you are affected by it. You are not convinced about who you are. You are looking for hypotheses all over the place. Meanwhile, your fathers have settled the question. Now, you can talk about the scientific part, which is definitely not that place. The scientific origin of your people will be the lower Niger, the Niger Benue confluence. That's the science. When it comes to the myth of origin, it's a place that existed for a very long time and became the most powerful emporium in the forest, this part of the world. It's Ife. Everybody wanted to come from that place. And people would die in Yoruba land and they will tell you that your father, somebody will say, I saw your father in Ife, because that was the path to heaven. You don't have to believe in that if you're a Christian. I'm a Christian. Yeah, it may sound very far-fetched. The point is not so much about your salvation. It's about identity. And I think Bible schools have to have some serious study on philosophy and identity, because this thing, people are confused. You think you can... And it's how we are... I don't know how... People think it can only be one or the other. If you look at people like Dr. Adegbola, who was the head of Emmanuel College of Theology, University of Ibadan, in the 1960s and 1970s, he wrote a book on Ifa. His thesis in the United Kingdom was on Ifa. E.M. Lijadu was a reverend. His thesis was on Ifa. Bolaji Dowu, who actually introduced me, whose book introduced me to African traditional religion in Ife, that man was a Methodist minister. They knew how to separate culture from faith. You assume that, and it's because our minds are weak. We don't have critical thinking. We're not able to decipher things. We just think one way. So it's difficult for us to be able to separate things and compartmentalize and say, you know what, this is my faith, this is my heritage, and they don't have to confuse each other. I don't have to leave this one to join this one. I don't have to. People that the mainline schools, mainline churches that try to say, oh, they don't speak in tongues, they are more grounded in this understanding. Ẹkáàbọ, thank you. African traditional religion. The man who taught that course, he was in University of Ibadan, but he also did stuff in Emmanuel College of Theology. Think about what I'm saying. Pastor, and it's difficult because you're like, how am I? Talk to Arab Christians now. Talk to Arab Christians. Talk to Iranian Christians. Don't stop your life with European understanding of Christianity. Even European God self, talk to them. Read the works of I'm going to remember C.S. Lewis. We are out of today's topic, but we are on topic. Read C.S. Lewis. C.S. Lewis wrote fantastic work, Mere Christianity. He was not a Christian, he became a Christian. And he just changed everything. I'm sure you must have seen this, Chronicles of Narnia. Chronicles of Narnia. Has anybody seen Chronicles of Narnia? Wherever we stop with today's topic is where we stop. Someone said, can you give me private class? We'll see. Okay, you say it's film. It's actually a series of books. You have the wardrobe, Aslan, all those things. Here's the thing. Chronicles of Narnia is a Christian story. Chronicles of Narnia is a Christian story. Through and through. Aslan is Jesus. It's the one that was crucified. Same thing goes for what was this movie that Peter Jackson shot in New Zealand? It was written by R.R. Tolkien. I remember the author. I'm trying to remember the name of the work. You know it. If I mention it, you will know it. It's a movie. It was directed by Peter Jackson in New Zealand. Somebody should help my life now in the comment section. Lord of the Rings. God bless you. Lord of the Rings is also a Christian story. Tolkien and Lewis were friends. Okay? This is where I'm going. If you understand Irish mythology, you will see a lot of Irish mythology and their own folklore in Narnia. So what C.S. Lewis did was to explain Christian story, the story of Christ, from his perspective as. One second. I'll see if I can find you. I want to be sure of his ethnic identity. And this, I think, as well, not be all this one, just everybody just shout, Jesus. C.S. Lewis. If you have not seen that movie, I think you should do so, by the way. It's very good for kids. I got my children to watch it when they were a lot younger, and it's brilliant. I just want to be sure. I think it was in Oxford at the time, but I just want to be sure I'm correct. Yes, I was correct. Irish. I had to check, because sometimes I'm thinking, so Irish themes. You find Irish themes. Think about it. No, you too think about it now. Solo 28, good to see you. Ẹkáàbọ. There's a name for those characters, where from here up is human, then the rest of it is horses. All those things are not from the Bible. Thank you. Shona Bako has seen this thing. Thank you. Those characters you're seeing, they are not from the Bible. The elves you see in Lord of the Rings, it's not from the Bible. They are coming from somewhere. It's like Fagunwa's work. Fagunwa was a Christian. D.O. Fagunwa. Read the story. His frame of reference is his culture. Why do people jettison culture in name of faith? Where the faith is going to say, oh, yes, I won't read it. That's the issue. I think we're not deep enough in our faith. And I'm not saying I'm deeper than anybody, but I like Deeper Life Christian Ministry. But I think we're not deeper in our faith to the point where we can actually appreciate philosophy or our folklores. I know it's demonic, it's demonic. This guy's a clown. 1910. I'm playing and remembering something. 1910. There's a man called Leofrobinos. Leofrobinos. I read you something from 1352 earlier, right? Even Batuta. So Leofrobinos was in that part of town, that part of the world. And with the information he got from that group of people, he traced Ile-Ife. I'll read something to you very quickly. Because when you people talk as though your fathers were living inside bushes, I mean, some people's fathers were living in trees, but definitely not your father if you're a Yoruba person through long. And I'll go by. I'll read something to you. Please pay attention. No. It says here, as late as 1908, I'm reading Yoruba, the New History by Akinwumi Ogundiran. It says, as late as 1908, Egbo, the people of the Niger Bend, which is present-day Mali, recognized Ile-Ife as the source of the dichroic beads that Leofrobinos found there. For example, it was in Timbuktu that Frobinos first heard about the bead treasures of Olokun Grove. He used that information to locate and visit Ile-Ife in 1910. Guess what Frobinos said when he got to Ife? Do you know what he called Ife? He called it the lost city of Atlantis. Nígbà tó rí nǹkan pé àwọn lè tún wọ́n tún ṣe yàtọ̀, ó ní lost city of Atlantis lòún rí. This is not to say we have a great past. It's just to say that we were not bush people when the Igbos got here. We were smelting iron, bronze. We were doing good stuff. We still have, proof, by the way. How's your ball from head? You have the Ife head. You have a real local. You have all kind of things. How did they do that kind of stuff? I did run research one time on the British Archives and in the British Museum, rather, and what they said about the Ife head. The technique. How did they come up with that kind of thing? The assumption that your fathers were living in the dark ages when Europeans is the stupidity that people also make with conflicting or conflating Christianity with, European ideology or Europeanism. So anything about Japo Yibo ni owó tó gbọ́dọ̀ better tó bàbá yín sunu gbó ẹ̀yin ti lajú látọjọ́ òpó ni ló pọ̀ jù Ọlọ́run máa ká jọpọ̀ mi fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ tí ò dáa. I hate it when people actually downgrade their fathers, especially when they are ignorant of what their fathers did.
Our culture is beautiful. Africa has a beautiful culture. Respect our thrones, our kings, but don't let anybody fool you. Then he says like that. What is the history of Isese?
Nani ohun anila nani ọmọ aṣẹ́gìtà nani èpògi. Táwọn kan wá pé ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ làgbà ṣe bí kan ló fẹ́ sọ nìyẹn. That's why I also say kí ni ọ̀rọ̀ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń gbà mí náà ọ̀nà máa ń confuse èèyàn. And it's intentional, and I understand what they're doing. It's very, very crafty, very clever. But I got it a long time ago, so it was cooking Jamie. But even then, you still have to respect people's faith. So if you want to go by Ifa, Isheshe is not what they are calling it. I'm talking about people that are saying they're doing Isheshe. That's not what they are calling it. they will tell you that ìṣẹ̀ṣe is ìyá ni, ìṣẹ̀ṣe ni bàbá ẹni, which is true. Ẹsẹ̀fà kan ló wà lórúkọ ẹsẹ̀fà yẹn náà mo ti gbàgbé, mo máa sọ pé mo gbàgbé. Tí n bá ṣáájú wọnú létí màá rí. Òótọ́ ni, bàbá ẹni ìṣẹ̀ṣe ni, ìyá ẹni ìṣẹ̀ṣe ni, ìkíni ẹni ìṣẹ̀ṣe ni. Òótọ́ ni. Ṣùgbọ́n ìṣẹ̀ṣe as used today is not bàbá ẹni, ìyá ẹni, ìkíni ẹni, is about another, a separate, which there's nothing wrong with it, a separate type of religion, which is like a dàpè fún the combination of what we used to call Yoruba or Orisha worship. So in academia, they used to call it Orisha worship. People now use the word Ìṣẹ̀ṣe for it. But we also know that from traditional perspective, Ìṣẹ̀ṣe is more than just the faith. But I think people do intentionally. So when you speak against the faith, like you're speaking against your culture, is a lie. Is a lie. A person can critique Ìṣẹ̀ṣe, which is what people that are doing, all these people that are always insulting Islam and Christianity on social media, they also have to understand, people can critique, not insult. People can critique your own faith too. The only sad part I realize, that this is why I don't have conversations about all these things on social media, is that many of us who are very passionate about these things, we know very little about it. So if a person critiques what you're doing, you begin to curse them out, which is a sign of ignorance. But if you can critique Islam, they can also critique Ẹ̀sìn Àbáláyé. I don't like using Ìṣẹ̀ṣe because I've said it several times. It's wider. If called àṣà àti ìṣe yàtọ̀ sí ẹ̀sìn táwọn èèyàn ń ṣe, and there's nothing wrong with what they're doing. I said that to say that he said that wọ́n pé Ìṣẹ̀ṣe làgbà. A person in that context is not talking about religion. He's talking about tradition. He's talking about culture. That's why I said that sometimes they use that word. That's the word I'm looking for. They use it interchangeably and they mean different things per time, depending on how they're using it. But we know what they're doing. But even then, how does that affect your life? How does it affect your life? We know what they're doing, which is why I always, create that delineation between Ẹ̀sìn Àbáláyé and Ìṣẹ̀ṣe. We say Ìṣẹ̀ṣe like that from the point of view of our culture, our worldview. I agree. If you say it from the place of religion, I disagree with evidence. We don't like to hear the truth. Christianity is dated. Islam is dated. Zoroastrianism is dated. Hinduism is dated. What makes you think traditional Yoruba worship is not dated? This is why I said, all of us that want to talk about religion and fight, we need to really calm down and read. What makes you think it's not dated? When you ask a person, and again, this is not to discredit anything, but if you ask a person, look at the religious side, say, where is Orunmila from? Bàbá wa dàbí Bọ́lá ojú mẹ́rìndínlógún ọ̀pọ̀ tó ń bọ̀ ní wọ́n á sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀pẹ bí ọba ṣe bó ṣe wá sílẹ̀ ayé nígbà tó tẹ̀sán wáyà gan wọ́n wà ní ibẹ̀yìn àwọn ọmọ wọn lọ bá wọn á bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ pé bàbá bínú. I don't tell you the story. Bàbá bínú, àwọn ọmọ ṣàparapọ̀ wọ́n lọ sọ́run, wọ́n bá wọn sọ ìgbà náà fún wọn ní ṣé kìíní àbọ̀pẹ̀lẹ̀ wọ́n ṣàfún wọn ní kan so wọ́n máa lò in his own stead. That's a myth to explain the transition. But no, we will say that no, he came from heaven. And I'm not saying he didn't come from heaven. If that's your religious view, that's okay. I'm just saying the reason why a lot of us Christians or even traditional worshippers misunderstand some of the things that our fathers are doing is that, when they said it, let me explain something. The idea of elitism is not new. Classes of in society, every structured society will have classes. No matter how you want to make it look as if it's El Dorado, there are classes. There are certain people that have certain information. Ṣùgbọ́n tí wọ́n bá ti wá di pé a ti ń lọ léèwé, a ti gboyè kìíní, a ti gbà kejì, a ti gbà kẹta, a ti kàwé, a ti lọ bá a ti lọ ọ̀hún, a ti lọ lóyìnbó, a ti lọ síbi, àti ọ̀wọ̀ kìíní yẹn ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan táwọn bàbá yẹn fi pamọ́ kò sì tí ì yé wa. There's a problem here. So ìgbà míì they conceal those things in stories, they conceal those things in sayings, they conceal those things in myth, but the expectation is that as you come higher, which is what happens in Awo. As you go higher, they will reveal certain things to you. It doesn't have to be demonic or terrible. I'm not. It doesn't have to be like oh my shame, no, they'll be able to tell you the reason. You know something. You know the what. You don't know the why. A fight. Have you ever seen Baba Lebu Ibon fight anybody over all these things? If you take some time out to study this thing, you'll be knowledgeable. You'll know exactly what to say, but you'll not be doing the kind of thing that happened. And I think at this point, I need to pivot to the topic of it's 7:42. Jesus, listen, I'm passionate about these things, like Yoruba culture, traditional beliefs, the importance of our heritage, the ingenuity of our fathers. I'm very passionate about. So I could just stay here till tomorrow. Someone says parables and allegories. Thank you very much. Great timing. There are parables, there are allegories that we can decode, but no, we don't want to decode it. All we want to just do is that let's just and there's nothing wrong in just venerating, but you are depriving the next generation of greatness. Let me read some comments. Sorry, let's just move to something else. I beg. All of these things brings me to what happened to the gentleman called Tani Olohun. So I heard about it. I was like, I want to get more information. So I watched the Muslim angle. I've listened to a lot of the traditional worshippers, and I get their point. And I watched the Muslim angle. In case you have not watched it, let us start with that one. Then we'll go to other things. Okay? So this was an interview. Yes. Take a listen to this, please. Ogun Deo. Ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn Mùsùlùmí, a máa gbọ́ ti arákùnrin ẹ̀ náà. And regardless of what you think, everybody has right to. Can't be a lè máa fi ọwọ́ lágbá ara wa lójú. Ṣùgbọ́n yẹ ká gbọ́ tọ̀tún, ká gbọ́ tòsì, ká tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sọ pé bá ló ṣe rí. Ń bọ̀. In tí mo play nsìn kò kún tó. I was watching it. Okay. Let me just go to play. Ń bọ̀, má bínú.
This is the first of its kind in Africa. This is an Ashok jacket.
By the way, I was playing some songs earlier. Let me just plug. Shameless plug. There are some young ladies who are coming out very strongly in the last few weeks. They are Yoruba singers, ladies, about 4 of them. Around the same time, they say, please stream their songs. I streamed some of the songs. Somebody was asking me earlier. I mentioned it. That's Nini Ariyo. There's Nini Ariyo. There's KG, There's I don't work on for you. There's Solano. Solana. Someone says if you're a religious person, you cannot discuss on these topics. Earlier today, I was talking to a lady. She told me she was Catholic, and I said there was a Catholic I knew when I was in school. Baba, Reverend Father Ile Somi. I went to Ife. He was also in Ife. But we're in the same building. And Baba Lesomi Oma Sun Ere Oma Sun Jala as in Baba deep. The reason that person said that in the comment section is because that's where their level of thinking is religion. If you think beyond religion, there's nothing you can understand. Anyway, let's leave that alone. Somebody said Shola has been around for a while. Yes, but she just came out like forcefully last few weeks. Shola no, Deshewa, Ati Faith Martins. Thank you, Great Army. Faith Martins, Shola no, Deshewa, Ati Nini Ariyo. Fantastic, ladies. I mean, very proud that they're changing the sound. All right, having said that, my shameless plug, and I hope you stream their songs, and their songs are very good as well. Oh, the concern was also by the way, which reminds me, St. Janet was, I think the burial ceremony was yesterday. You know St. Janet and to St. Janet no yin. Torí èyàn Ọlọ́run gbogbo yín o. Ẹ máa jàjà kíní sìn yìí o. Gbogbo là ń jàjà ẹ̀sìn báyìí sìn àbí. So kò yẹ ká mọ St. Janet. Àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́. Ẹ dá lónìí kọ́mẹ́sì ṣé wọ́n tún dárúkọ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì ẹ̀ St. Botuk's Cathedral. So what happened to her sister? She's late. St. Janet of St. Botuk's Cathedral. She's late. I said that to say that these ladies I mentioned, the songs I listened to, Tonko, is Kishoni Tema Botema Kwa Mosa, Kodabi Orin St. Janet. But St. Janet lived her life, and may God rest her soul. All right, let's get started with Tani. So all of these things will link. We're going to link with Tani. Okay? Please take a listen to this.
Now telling the whole world pé àwọn Ìlọrin wọ́n jí òun pé wọ́n ti bà Ìlọrin lórúkọ jẹ́ pẹ̀lú pé wá ní ajínigbé tó ọ̀ràn míì tó mọ̀ èyí tẹ̀mí náà ń sọ yìí tó bá ẹ̀nà wò tó bá bọ́ tàpọ̀ fẹ́ fèsì yìí tí ń sọ yìí yóò tún dáràn mí yóò tún sọ̀sọ̀ kú sọ mí because kò lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká yóò bí àwọn.
Mo ti rí nǹkan tí mo wà mo ti rí nǹkan tí mo wà. This is beautiful. Okay, so this is brilliant. All right, I'm about to I'm not saying that the person is right, though. I just want us to listen to it. I have my own opinion. I'm sure you have yours. We'll probably meet in the middle, or maybe we're even on the same side. But let's just listen to these clips and then we'll talk. All right? Egbele.
Ibi tí a ti lọ bá a ti lọ wùdó àwọn pieces ní kóòtù lọ́jọ́ náà ibi tọ́rọ̀ kò parí sí. ẹ ti gbé lọ ilé ẹjọ́ ó ti bẹ̀bẹ̀ ẹ ti ṣàforíjì fún kódà ẹ tún lọ ilé ẹjọ́ ẹ gba ìwé kúrò ilé ẹjọ́ pé ẹ bá ṣe ẹjọ́ padà sí kóòtù ṣé gbáyẹnyẹ ni àbí kí ló tún ṣe wá di pé kóòtù tún yá. ẹ ṣeun mo dúpẹ́ àforíjì ṣùgbọ́n nínú òfin ìtúbá nínú Islam nínú àwọn mọ́jẹ̀mú tẹ́yà bá ń ṣe tí bá ń túbà. nínú ìtúbà ẹni tọ́lọ́run bá tó dá wa ló ń gbà òun lẹni tó bá túbà lórí ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ kan tí òun á padà síbẹ̀. àwọn oníkéwú ń dà pé nínú mọ́jẹ̀mú rẹ̀ aláyé àwòdá ìlàdàn ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ téèyàn ṣẹ̀ téèyàn túbà rẹ̀ yẹn njẹ́ ó jẹ́ kọ́lọ́run ó forí jì yẹn ni pé kéèyàn mọ́ tó padà sí ìdí rẹ̀ mọ́ ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ téèyàn bá ṣe.
Developers.
Mugbagbe, Mabino. Let's do it in such a way that this thing will not disturb us. Mabo, Mabino. Asagafulai. Eti bere. Mo ti rí paracetamol 10 naira. Eti bere. All right. Ẹkáàbọ maybe start ní ògbó advert yẹn. Ẹ̀yà gbọ́ báyìí. Ẹ̀ka lè rí gbọ́n bí.
ẹ ti gbé lọ ilé ẹjọ́ ó ti bẹ̀bẹ̀ ẹ ti ṣàforíjì fún un kódà ẹ tún lọ ilé ẹjọ́ ẹ gba ìwé kúrò ilé ẹjọ́ pé ẹ bá ṣe ẹjọ́ padà sí court ṣé ẹ ṣe tán yẹnyẹn ni àbí kí lọ́ọ̀ tún ṣe tó wá di pé kóòtù tún yá. ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ mo dúpẹ́ àforíjì ṣùgbọ́n nínú òfin ìtúbà ní Islam nínú àwọn mọ́jẹ̀mí tẹ́yà bá ń ṣẹ̀ tí bá ń túbà nínú ìtúbà ẹni tọ́lọ́run bá tó dá wa ló ń gbà òun lẹni tó bá túbà lórí ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ náà tí òun á padà síbẹ̀. àwọn oníkéwú ń dà pé ní nínú mọ́jẹ̀mú rẹ̀ aláyé àwọn ń dá ìlànà ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ téèyàn ṣẹ̀ téèyàn túbà rẹ̀ yẹn nítorí ó jẹ́ kọ́lọ́run ó forí jì ẹ̀yẹ́ ni pé kéèyàn mọ̀ tún padà sí ìdí rẹ̀ mọ́. ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ téèyàn bá ṣe nǹkan lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ tó bá láṣìṣe tó bá délẹ̀ kejì tí délẹ̀ kẹta yóò di àmọ́mọ̀ sí i. tó téèyàn bá ṣẹ̀yàn lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ tó bá délẹ̀ kejì tó tún lọ ṣe ìsinmi tó fi hàn tí nílẹ̀ kejì tó tún ní ẹ̀dá kò tẹ̀ fún dá tó tún délẹ̀ kẹta tó tún lọ ṣe ìsinmi sàpẹ́ni òun máa máa hàn tí nítorí wàá ṣẹlẹ̀ ní lẹ́yìn ìgbà tí mo rò pé ara ti ta lọ lọ́hùn tán kí n tó lọ dé. wọ́n pè ní kedé lókè òwú olúwo kedé bàbá yẹn náà sọ̀sọ̀ kí sọ sáàlẹ́bì online àgbà àkọ́kọ́ ní bàbá yẹn nígbà. ṣé nígbà tí bàbá yẹn dé kóòtù wọn rí reality àgbàlagbà làwọn wọn sọ ọmọdé bíi ti ta lọ lọ́hùn bàbá náà sunkún gan àwọn náà kóòtù ní ìmọ̀ọ́dẹ àwọn náà for some days àmọ́ látọ̀dún náà tí wọ́n ti ju bàbá yẹn lẹ̀ tó ti tún bá bàbá wọn ò gbọ́ ká sọ ẹ̀sìn àti dáadáa àtàìdá ìgbòrò bàbá náà online wọ́n lọ dòkú jẹ́ sáyẹ̀dì wọn tí wọ́n rí pé báwọn ṣe dá àwọn àdìsọ́ wà pé recently ẹ bá wọ ọdún ilé ẹ̀ka ṣe lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ àwọn náà ń kó àwọn kan lẹ́yìn wọ́n á wú láwà ní báwo àpá àti màmú láà ẹ láti kìlọ̀ fún láà níbi oníṣẹ̀sí àti ẹlẹ́bọ̀ àníkẹ́ni tí máa ń ṣe ó mọ̀ ṣe bọ̀ àníkẹ́ni tí ń sin ìṣẹ̀sí ó mọ̀ ṣe.
Let me explain. He's saying that recently that the gentleman in question ṣe bẹ gbọ́ yóò bá ó bá ti gbọ́ yóò ẹ ṣáà gbọ́ nǹkan tó ń sọ àbí wọ́n ń wọ aṣọ àfà wọ́n wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí kírun nínú kì í ṣe lady kí ni shrine yóò bá lójúbọ kí wọ́n kírun lójúbọ wọ́n wá pẹ́ lẹ́dẹ̀ ẹ ká gbọ́ yòókù.
nígbà wo làwa ń lọ mọ́tálásí ká kó lẹ́kẹ̀ẹ́ ọ̀sán ká kó òṣè Ṣàngó ká kó lọ́wọ́ ká mú kíní tó fi ń dáfá ká mú lọ́wọ́ táwa fi ń sìn lẹ̀ ẹ̀ lérí. ta lọ náà wọ́n á kó àwọn kan lẹ́yìn wọ́n á lọ ní ilé tó ń ṣẹbọ wọ́n display bíi pé àwọn ń pè òbí wa.
ara problem náà lélẹ̀ wíwà kó wọ́n lọ síbi tó ti ń ṣẹbọ ara àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń fa ìkùnsínú náà lélẹ̀ ṣé wọ́n máa ń ṣẹbọ lójú well we know when we are throwing shots wọ́n lọ sójú bọ like ẹ bá pọ̀ lẹ́lẹ́bọ wọ́n ń ṣẹbọ aláṣìṣe ara nǹkan tá à ń sọ wọ́n lélẹ̀. The chickens have come home to roost. Let me just start by saying that. The chickens have come home to roost. You were busy saying to them that Allah inshallah, you know the Allah inshallah thing is actually not from the Sabalaye people. It's from the Muslims. Some Muslims. Somebody says we are proudly a label. But even then, I think people that use that word, they know what they are. It's insulting. Like you know what you are doing. You know. Like it's no more respect. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make sure is that certain words were used and weaponized by certain fundamentalists. Of course, not all Muslims. Yoruba Muslims tend to be level-headed until, of course, these people began to rise. And some of those people for whatever reason, some of them got disillusioned with that faith or with that type of Islam. Some of them got in some issues or troubles with life that they couldn't resolve there, and they had to go to the elebo, in quote, and they found solution. And some of them began to question certain things and chose the path of traditional worship. What they are now doing is to use the tools they were given in Islam against Islam, but from a traditional perspective. I will say this: if you don't like what I'm in traditional worship right now against Islam, it is not Yoruba philosophy. It is not Isheshe philosophy. It is not Abalaye philosophy. It's not even in Ifa. It's something that you are doing. You brought it into this to go against them. All grace you able, but Erama Shoshi, Ẹkáàbọ yòókù.
Ṣé tán wọ́n tún wá gbé ẹlẹ́dẹ̀ jáde wọ́n dúró rẹ̀ bá àti máa ń pa ẹran léyà yìí. Gbogbo tí wọ́n ń ṣe yìí láti fi tàbùkù ẹ̀sìn Ìsìlámù àti láti fi dá wàhálà alẹ́ láàrin ìlú kí inú ó lè bí àwọn mùsùlùmí kí wọ́n lè react. Ọ̀wá fi wọn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn wọ́n bọ̀ táwọn bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí gbogbo tó lọ́wọ́ ní mọ́jọ́ sí ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí bẹ̀rẹ̀ bí.
Ẹ̀yin tẹwà lórí social media yìí èèyàn alágbára ní èèyàn kan ní wèrè la fi wo wèrè bó kúkú gbà. Ẹ̀yin èèyàn táyé kọ́rẹ́nsì wèrè la fi ń wo wèrè. Bó a lè máa ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀, a lè ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. Ṣe rí àwọn bàbá ẹ̀ láti ilẹ̀, they come. This is something we don't talk about enough. They were very scholarly. I'm not saying everybody in traditional worship was scholarly, because we are also deceiving ourselves when I say that. I'm just putting a pedestal that is non-existent. But the Babas, the Babalawo, the Olosha, they were, particularly in Ifa, they were very scholarly. All right. They approach things from a philosophical standpoint, not from, well, to be honest, if you can do that, you can also make people do the other one. But let's listen to the rest. And I'm saying that to say that some of us, I think, we need to try to become more like them in trying to understand how things are. But kí ló wá kan àwọn tí lọ inú issue yìí? Ẹ gbogbo ọ̀nà ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń sọ yìí, ẹ máa bá mi kà lọ.
Ní sáwọn àpàdà sáwọn bàbá wa nílò àti ilé àgbẹ̀ láti wá wò ó ṣẹ́sì yàwá mùsùlùmí Ìlọrin àwa mùsùlùmí Ìlọrin à ń ṣe lawless citizens, law abiding citizens wa àìsè ìdàgídígbà láti wọn dá sáà láti wọn dá wákà ìlú Ìlọrin ìníṣẹ́nu jàgídíjàgá ìlú Ìlọrin ìníṣẹ́nu fìtí náírà èmi tó jìnnà sí náà tó sún máa ìjànà Ìlọrin orin gan àwọn ta lọ lọ́wọ́ kó mi.
Ẹ má bínú, mo fẹ́ gbórin yẹn díẹ̀ sí i. Mo fẹ́ gbórin yẹn, má bínú.
Láti wọn dá sáà láti wọn dá wákà ìlú Ìlọrin ìníṣẹ́nu jàgídíjàgá ìlú Ìlọrin ìníṣẹ́nu fìtí náírà èmi tó jìnnà sí náà tó sún máa ìjànà Ìlọrin orin gan. Àwọn alọ́lọ́run kó mi padà tí wọ́n kọ́ bá mi láti fi tàbùkù ìlọrin. Ibẹ̀ ni àdúràwò tó bá já sí pé heritage Ìlọrin làwọn gbé lọ́wọ́ tá à ń pèsè àtọ̀gbẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ tá a gbé. Tẹ́nìkan sì bọ́ síta tí bastardize Islam. I need to take the step. Àwọn reason that we decided to take the step we can't.
In other words, àwọn náà ní comment section o. Nǹkan tó fi kan Ìlọrin ni pé àwọn làwọn ní duty láti sọ̀rọ̀ tí èèyàn kankan bá fẹ́ tako ẹ̀sìn Islam. Mi ò tí sọ ǹdé mi ń ro o, mo ti sọ díẹ̀ díẹ̀ náà ṣáàbọ̀, mo kàn tún mo ń gbẹnu, mo ń ṣe bí òun gbúfọ̀ fún wọn ni o. Ẹ ká gbọ́ yòókù díẹ̀ sí.
Ibẹ̀ ni àdúràwò tó bá já sí pé heritage Ìlọrin làwọn gbé lọ́wọ́ tá à ń pèsè àtọ̀gbẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ tá a gbé. Tẹ́nìkan sì bọ́ síta tí bastardize Islam. I need to take the step. Àwọn reason that we decided to take the step we ká bí òfin sí ìpadà ní wípé tí àwa ò bá take step ká gbé òkú sí àwọn mùsùlùmí ibòmíì lè take a lot into their hearts who will become violent who wá ṣègbésẹ̀ tó lè kó ìnira bá àbí tí ó pa á ní ìbí káwa fi ṣègbésẹ̀ lórí ẹ̀ tá a fi fáìlì kéèsì ní ìsìn kóòtù pé ká lọ gbé wá ó wá ṣàlàyé fún kóòtù ẹ̀tọ́ tó bá ní láti máa tàbí àti àti. Àlàyé ni.
Má bínú ẹjọ́ làmì lọ́ọ̀yẹ̀ o pàápàá ẹ̀ ń tẹ́ ń ṣiṣẹ́ amòfin ẹ̀ ń tẹ́ wọ́n pa iṣẹ́ òfin. So in case you don't understand Yoruba, thank you so much for the gift, Tidan. Please enlighten me, particularly if you're a lawyer or you have understanding of the law. So if a person does something not too cool, can you sue him anywhere in Nigeria and expect the person to travel down and report? Excuse me. I'm not being ìlú Ìlọrin ìlú ń ṣe jàgídíjàgan, má bínú òun bọ̀. Thank you very much for your patience. We have to quickly do something about our parcels. Bọ́lábọ́rọ̀dé ìyá mi àti bàbá mi jàre wọ́n sọ pé ìbéèrè tẹ́mi ń béèrè ni pé téèyàn bá ṣe nǹkan tí ò dáa, say you do something untoward, and can a person sue you? Say you live in Kaduna. Can a person sue you in Cross River State and expect you to travel down to Cross River State to come and answer for your supposed crime or alleged crimes? Please help me if you're a lawyer. I really need to know. I have an idea, but I think it would be a very good question to answer, because why someone says yes, he's not the first one. His is not the first one. No, I'm not saying whether he's the first one. I just want to know. No jurisprudence. I'm an online lawyer, Asha. It's supposed to be jurisdiction. Lawyer, so no. You said no jurisprudence. Jurisprudence is cool. Jurisdiction. Jurisdiction, no. Wait, everything was lawyer go. But thank you, great time for telling us that you're an online lawyer. Okay, I'm a mawa. You're put there's freedom of expression. Yẹn ti ẹ̀kọ́ mò ń sọ láti àmọ́ gbò yẹn tèmi ni pé ṣé tí èèyàn bá ṣẹ̀ ní ìpínlẹ̀ kan, ṣé tó ń gbé ìpínlẹ̀ míì, like someone in Cross River State can sue somebody in Kaduna State and expect that person to report or to be bundled to Cross River. Let's leave Ilorin and Oyo State. Expect somebody to bundle that person from Kaduna State to Cross River State to answer for the alleged crimes. Is that how things work? That's what I'm trying to understand. If you know better, please feel free to educate me. Let's keep listening to the gentleman. Again, they are in Ilorin, but as far as they're concerned, they are the ones that must, speak to all matters that affect Islam.
Ẹ ti ṣe kalẹ̀ yìí ní ẹnujọ́ mẹ́ta yìí a rí i pé ọ̀nà bíi tí ó ń gbà tó fi ń sọ àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń sọ tó sì yìn ní ìsìn lórí ẹ̀rọ ayélujára tí ó sọ pé àwọn kan ló fẹ́ mú òun kọlu ọlọ́lá wa Emir Ìlọrin, òun ò tàbùkù Emir Ìlọrin pé àwọn èèyàn ti mọ̀ pé Ìlọrin àìfi Emir àṣírí láti kọlu Emir. Gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ náà lọ́dọ̀ wa gbogbo ọmọ Ìlọrin ní ìfojú ẹ̀rù rẹ̀ sí pé ẹ fẹ́ mọ̀ kọjú òun sí ilé àfáà níbi ni pé òun ò ní nǹkan kan ṣe, òun ò sì bú gẹ́gẹ́ bí ara bàbá tí wàá lòun bú wọn lóòótọ́ òun tọrọ àforíjì. Kí ni nǹkan tí ẹ sọ sí fọ́nrán rẹ̀ ṣé ìyẹn náà ti tó fún ní àforíjì ni àbí ọ̀rọ̀ tó sì wà ní kóòtù ìgbésẹ̀ tó fi ìpínlẹ̀ ẹjọ́ nìsín tí ó sì tó tẹ̀síwájú kò tó torí ìtúbà gbóngbó ni ìtúbà rẹ̀ tó lòun ò ní jẹbọ mọ́ tí ì tí ì kú omi tó ti wí tó rògbò ẹran ńlẹ̀ tó tún ṣòro. ṣe rí gbogbo ayé nígbò abá ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí ó máa ń dá kéèyàn lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ìmọ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ òwe ẹ̀kọ́ kíú ẹ̀kọ́ bíbí etí sì máa ń jẹ́ kéèyàn lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ láti ibi bíbí ló ti máa ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn tó bíyàn ní ilé ẹ̀kọ́ àkọ́kọ́ fún ọmọ ìtọ́ bá kọ́yàn yẹn ní ilé ẹ̀kọ́ táwọn jù wá sí òbí òdìlé ní orí ṣé ní gbogbo ẹjọ́ bá ti lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tó bá ń pọ̀ tàbí bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ níta gbangba yóò mọ kú bara rẹ̀ yóò mọ dá wàhálà síra rẹ̀ lọ́rùn mo sọ fún yìí in as much as títa lọ́lọ́run bá sì ń bọ́ta tí bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ẹ̀rọ ayélujára yóò mọ kó bara rẹ̀ sí i ìdíje àti prove ẹ̀ torí àwọn nǹkan tó fi ẹnu ara rẹ̀ sọ sí bàbá mi bọ́ńtàbà sẹ́ríkèrè Ìlọrin bàbá tèmi Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ kí irú ẹ̀ ó jáde lẹ́nu tèmi láéláé ní ò ní jẹ́ kí n lè rí ìkìtì ẹ̀ àmọ́ gbogbo ẹni tóun náà bá ní bíbárẹ́ ní rẹ bí irú bàbá ọba Ìlọrin tó ní irú bàbá ọba Ìlọrin ńlé ní bàbá kó padà lọ orí ayélujára kó lọ wá fídíò bí títí ń sọ̀rọ̀ burúkú sí bàbá ọba Ìlọrin bàbá ọba Ìlọrin nísìnyí ọjọ́ orí wọn gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọ́n ti ń ṣàlàyé rẹ̀ fún wa etí kìíní kan téèyàn bá wá ní irú wọn lóbi lé kò ní pàdé irú wọn ta kó ṣàyẹ̀ lójú tì sí.
All right, so someone wrote in the comment section, so where is the freedom of speech? You know, when I tell you that there is culture and there's constitution, now waiting I talk with this, so constitutionally, can you insult anybody? The answer is, I don't know if it's yes, but you have freedom of speech. I don't think you can insult anybody, but can you say whatever you like? As long as you can say whatever you like, you can even insult people. But even that constitution still safe. You cannot just say anything without consequences. But I think this is actually a cultural issue. All right. Someone said you can insult but not defame. Thank you, our online lawyer. Don't come and give me bad legal education. No? But I believe you're right. So the point is, what the accused are a lot of saying, does it mean that I'm coming to Mufti Jabajago, I'm coming, although two wrongs don't make it right, but I'm coming to that. The fact that one person, the fact that he said it, is that enough to sue him? I mean, I wouldn't insult people like that anyway, but Greater me says, Yole. Your lawyer might need the lawyer. CEO says you can insult anybody, but you cannot defame or falsely accuse. Oh, okay. So that means that when we go to warrants can arrest Tani Olohun. Is that what we're getting from it? Okay. We're going somewhere. Let's just pay attention and be patient.
Tí ó bá ń sọ fún òkú bàbá ọba Ìlọrin, so possible òkú bàbá ọba Ìlọrin. Fídíò tó pàkiri ayé tí gbogbo ayé rí. Òfòrò tí ń ṣe ní bí ọ̀sẹ̀ tá a lò. Ẹ máa gbọ́. Tí ń sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà sọ pé owó òògùn. Ẹ máa gbọ́. Ẹ ní káwọn yóò lọ wá fídíò bíi títí ń júwèé bàbá ọba Ìlọrin lórí wheelchair. Kí gbogbo ayé tí ń gbọ́ mi padà ẹ lọ wá kóhun gẹ́gẹ́ fún ara rẹ̀ kó tún fọ́nrán tó ṣe nígbà tó ń lọ kóòtù àkọ́kọ́ tí wọ́n fi wá ní kó lọ sáàbù ẹ̀ tún something bills tí ń bú barrister US imam tí ń bú barrister àdàsá kò sírú ewu ara kò sírú ọ̀rọ̀ burúkú tí ò sọ sáwọn lawyers méjèèjì yẹn àtàwọn kù wọn ó wá mú bàbá ọba Ìlọrin ó wá sọ ọ̀rọ̀ burúkú sí wọn káwọn yóò padà lọ ẹni kọ́ kó ju fọ́nrán yẹn síta padà káyé ó rí irú description tí ń fi ń sọ̀rọ̀ bàbá ọba Ìlọrin lórí wheelchair níbẹ̀ kò sí ẹnìkan tí wọ́n bí dáa tí wọ́n sì bí ire tó ní bíbí tí ó gbọ́ rẹ̀ tí kò lè gbé bàjẹ́. tó a bọ́ ta ní sí òun bàbá ọba Ìlọrin tó ní ọmọríjì òun ní ẹ̀dá rẹ̀ pọ̀ díẹ̀díẹ̀ nìyẹn ṣùgbọ́n kò wá tán síbẹ̀. nígbà táwa ti fáìlì kéèsì sí nípa àwọn òká kéèsì mọ́ àwa kọ́ la pè é kóòtù ló pè é. nínú ọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ láti tí mo gbọ́ tí ń sọ fún gbogbo ayé wípé kí bàbá wa Olúbàdàn, bàbá rere, bàbá alálùbáríkà, bàbá wa ọba Rashidi Ládọjà, one time Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, one time Governor of the Great Oyo State. Ẹ̀kẹ́tẹ̀ tó ní kí gbogbo kálukú kan wá gbà àwọn Ìlọrin tó ti fẹ́ jíun gbé, wọ́n sì jíun gbé ní ọjọ́ sí. Sẹ́ni statement wọ́n jí mi gbé yẹn ọ̀ràn kan tó ní. Ìnáwó ló fi jọ́nà. Ọ̀ràn ni nítorí wípé ilé ẹjọ́ ló ọ̀dà pé ká lọ gbé wa ń gbà àwọn ẹnìkan kò sí wọn. Tí ilé ẹjọ́ bá ọ̀dà pé ká lọ gbé yẹn, tí ilé ẹjọ́ ti invite tí ò dáhùn, ilé ẹjọ́ wa pàṣẹ ẹ̀ wá gbé wa, tọ́lọ́pàá wa lọ gbé wa sí ilé ẹjọ́ tí ó jí yẹn. Ariwo tí ń sìn máa pé wọ́n jí òun pé wọ́n ti wọ́n ìgbò ẹ̀yẹ ká yóò bí àwọn tí wọ́n wá arrest ẹ̀ níjọ́sí ọlọ́pàá àtàwọn òṣìṣẹ́ kóòtù. Now telling the whole world pé àwọn Ìlọrin wọ́n jí òun pé ó ti bà Ìlọrin lórúkọ jẹ́ pẹ̀lú pé ń pè wá ní ajínigbé tó ọ̀rẹ́ mi tó mọ̀ o. Èyí tẹ̀mí náà ń sọ yìí tó bá ẹ máa wò ó tó bá bọ́ tàpọ̀ òun fẹ́ fèsì yìí ti ń sọ yìí yóò tó dáràn mí yóò tó sọ̀sọ̀kúsọ mí because kò lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ kankan nípa ẹ̀kọ́ òkàwé òkéwú òkọ́ṣẹ́ òṣòwò. Kì í ṣe gbogbo ẹni tó kàwé nìkan ni máa lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ kí èèyàn kàwé nìkan kọ́ náà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Tí ẹ bá wà lẹ́nu ẹ̀kọ́ṣẹ́ ìṣòwò àtẹ̀kọ́ṣẹ́ iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ èyí ò rẹ̀ kọ́kọ́ lọ́dọ̀ àwọn tó ń kọ́ yẹn nípa bá àti lo ayé. Níbẹ̀ ni tọ́mọ ṣẹ́ máa ń sọ̀sọ̀kúsọ lọ́gá ọ̀sẹ̀ lẹ́nu ẹ lọ́wọ́ àìsàn yòó àyẹ̀kọ́. Ọ̀pọ̀ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ kankan tí máa ń rẹgúlétì bò lè yẹn ṣe ń lo ayé láṣọ àti kí n bọ́ tàbí ní sọ̀gbọ̀n. As it comes out to talk yóò máa dáràn sí yóò máa complicate máa tààrà rẹ̀ sí dáadáa. Torí wípé tí àwọn èèyàn bá fẹ́ bá àjà nísìn lọ́yà us máa mú ní right àti file the case against yẹn. Lọ́yà Bùkọ́dé Àjàsá ní right àti file the case against rẹ̀. Gbogbo Ìlọrin as an entity a ní right àti file the case against rẹ̀. Àwa tá a pè lẹ́jọ́ tíjọ́ sí a ní right àti file the case against rẹ̀ tó ti pa ọmọ wa lójú ayé ìṣe pé ajíhùngbé ni. Ṣé tíkẹ́ẹ̀tì ẹ̀ tọ̀ ẹ wá wò irú bẹ́ẹ̀ níjọ́ tí ń bú bàbá ọba Ìlọrin tí ń tàbùkù ẹ̀sìn Islam. Àwọn bàbá Olúbàdàn Ọlọ́run kò ṣe dáadáa fún bàbá kó jẹ́ kí adé pẹ́ lórí wọn, kí bàtà ó pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀, kí ẹ̀rẹ̀ ó pẹ́ lọ́wọ́ wọn dáadáa, kí wọ́n lo ayé pẹ́ dáadáa pẹ̀lú àlàáfíà. Níjọ́ tí ń wò ọ̀rẹ́ obìnrin máa ń wọ̀. Àlẹ́ Alíkùwá bàbá wa Olúbàdàn tó ń sọ yìí mùsùlùmí gidi tí ìkẹ́kọ̀ọ́ dàpọ̀ mọ́ ìsìláàmù wọn iná ẹ̀ ní bàbá. Àbùkù tó ń fi kan ìsìláàmù yìí àwọn náà ń bẹnu ẹni tí òun fàbùkù kàn torí heritage ti bàbá Olúbàdàn náà ní Islam. Ẹgbẹ́ ti analysis nìyẹn. So problem tó ní gangan òun náà ní ẹnu aláwọ̀ mọ́ àpèlémọ́.
All right, so ẹ ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú ìdáhùn sí ìbéèrè tèmi béèrè lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn. Ẹ̀kọ́ ní Emir of Ilorin we know. Which one is Baba Oba Ilorin again? Emir is a religious leader, not an Oba. That's from SB0074 on YouTube. Let me attempt to answer. I'm just going to read what I found. And this from Law Nigeria and Sabi Law. So this is not from me. I'm telling you the source. So can a court in Ilorin or in Kwara State mandate that a person in Oyo State be brought before it? According to Nigeria's constitution, the answer is yes. But it depends on the court's jurisdiction over the alleged offense. Generally, a criminal court in Nigeria only has the authority to try an offense if the crime or a material part of it occurred within its territorial state. But if a valid charge has been filed against a person in, let's say, Kwara State, in a court there, and that person refuses to obey a summons or absconds, the court has the legal power to issue a bench warrant or a warrant of arrest to compel their attendance. I will tell you what we all think later, but let's just try and understand because every time I mú yàn, Ọlọ́run jẹ́ káyé mú wa o. Káà náà máa rọra, kí wọ́n máa rọra ṣe. Kí wọ́n máa rọra ṣe, kọ́lọ́run ọgbà lọ́wọ́ kọjá tó mọ̀ tán. Bẹ́ẹ̀ káà náà mọ̀ pé ibo ni àwọn limitations of the rights that we have. So that kó má ti bẹ̀ mú yàn. Mo ń lọ bí kan ọmọ ẹjọ́ tì mí o. I'm not saying somebody is right or wrong. I'm just reading to you the position of the law. Because Nigeria operates under a federal structure, a state or court's criminal process runs nationwide. But executing it across state lines usually requires proper legal channels, such as transmitting the warrant or liaising with the police command where the person is located, so it can be backed or executed lawfully. This is where they made a mistake. How do I know? I'll read something to you from the Nigerian Police Ibadan command. One second. This is why I know that on that particular matter, they goofed. And this is what the Nigerian police put out yesterday, I think. Yeah, this was yesterday. Press release. Your police command clarifies circulating video involving Kwara police officers. The attention of the Oyo State Police Command has been drawn to a video circulating on social media concerning some officers of the Kwara State Police Command who were in Ibadan on official duty to effect the arrest of one Mr. Tani Olohun. The command wishes to clarify that the officers were acting pursuant to a warrant of arrest issued by the Upper Ilorin Magistrates Court, Ilorin. So in that part, they were right. They issued by the Upper Ilorin Magistrates Court, Ilorin, in connection with allegations bordering on conduct likely to cause a breach of public peace. The warrant was reportedly issued following the failure of the said Tani Olohun to honor the conditions of... sorry, I was wrong. They met them. Let me just finish the first thought. I'm mixing two things. Excuse me. The warrant was reportedly issued following the failure of the said Tani Olohun to honor the conditions of bail earlier granted to him, thereby prompting the court to order his arrest. Does this align with what we read earlier? I was wrong to say it did not. It does actually. You know what we read earlier is says here that if a valid charge has been brought against a person, let's say in Kwara State, or like I said earlier, let's say even in Kaduna State, and the person is in Kwara State, I say you should come. The person goes, and maybe they give the person bail or whatever, and then so you come back on so date. The person now does not honor that. It says here, if a valid charge has been filed against a person, and that person refuses to obey a summons or absconds, the court has the legal power to issue a bench warrant or a warrant of arrest to compel the attendance. It's not Sharia law. We're on the same side. We're just trying to understand this thing better, right? So, Police Command in Oyo State is now saying that the reason they came to arrest him is because he did not honor the conditions of bail earlier granted to him. Orí mi ẹlẹ́dàá mi, mọ́mọ́ jáyé ó mú mi, mọ́mọ́ jáyé ó mú mi, má fà mí lọ ṣìkà lọ́wọ́. Èbúté eré lọ́kọ mi máa gúnlẹ̀ sí o. Ta ló kọrin ẹ̀jọ̀ tó lọ? Ṣé ń ṣe barista? Èbúté eré lọ́kọ mi máa gúnlẹ̀ sí o. Mo rí ayan àtijọ́ ní ó gbẹ̀yìn àgbàgbà tó wà bí ẹran wà lọ́wọ́. Okay, while they are looking for the name, is this Sawaba ni? Àhẹ́ṣẹ́ o, ó rú ohun wọn jọra ṣá o, ọmọ Ògbólúmọjà. Sawaba ló kọ. Is this Sawaba? Ó máa jorin àgbà. Ó yẹ dàbọ̀ orin tó ti pẹ́ o. Sawaba is not... Ẹ má bínú, we are going from topic to topic. I apologize o. Àdúrà tí mo gbà yẹ kí n rántí orin yẹn. Ayé má mú wa. Please let me switch the audio source very quickly. Oh, it's Sawaba. Oh, thank you for that information. Very easy put in front of it. It reminds me of there's another person. Only Fuji artist kan tó wà younger. Maybe it's the same person. No, say na àgbàlagbà. Maybe I'm confusing. Torí orin àgbọn òpó orin yẹn ti ṣe díẹ̀ náà kì í ṣe orin ọdún mẹ́wàá. Kabaka, God bless you, ọmọ Ogbolúmọjà. Are you in my heart? I thought you were saying Kabaka. Thank you. So I heard when you said Sawaba, when I wrote easy, so I was thinking of easy Kabaka. See, thank you very much. That was the confusion. Yeah, that's a very good song from Sawaba. Ṣé ọ̀tọ̀ ni pé kí ni right mi kí ni constitution ọ̀tọ̀ ni káàgọ́ sọ fún ara pé mọ́ fi ti ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ gùn pẹ́ máyì sọ tèmi kọ́ tèmi rò pàrọ̀ muslim kí n tán ṣe yìí o wọ́n náà nìkan tèmi ká gbogbo kìíní sí bọ̀ ó yẹ kí èèyàn kọ́kọ́ mọ ibi tí ẹ̀tọ́ ẹ̀dẹ́ ní tẹlifíìmù ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. So it says here, the attention of the... Okay, no, I'm going to go back. The warrant was reportedly issued following the failure of the said Tani Olohun to honor the conditions of bail earlier granted to him, thereby prompting the court to order his arrest. Upon receipt of the report, the Commissioner of Police, Oyo State Command, directed the officers to return back to their base and advise the complainants to approach the appropriate court in Ibadan. I'm going to confuse around me. This is the part I wanted to talk about earlier. That they should approach the appropriate court in Ibadan, being the alleged place where the offense was committed, in accordance with due process and the principles of territorial jurisdiction. This is where me and I have issues. Because the law says that Toba Rufin Benyabi Toba Jape ko honor invitation wọ́n lè issue bench warrant láti wá mú nílùú bòmí kákó wà ń bí báyìí sí wà ní Èkó ó wá lọ mú nílọrin wọ́n lè wá mú. Tó bá jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kí wá ló dé tẹ́ pé ọlọ́pàá ìlú bíi wọ́n wá ń sọ wípé àwọn tó alátọ̀hún yẹn o kàn jẹ́ kí wọ́n dájú ẹ̀ níbí. Like, can they just stick to one thing? Like, what is happening with the law? That's my own concern. So if you're a lawyer, please, when the time comes to come on, please help a brother. They're talking about territorial jurisdiction. The Oyo State Police Command therefore urges members of the public to remain calm and law-abiding and to refrain from actions capable of disturbing the peace or escalating the situation. The command remains committed to upholding the rule of law, protecting lives and property, and ensuring that all complaints are handled professionally and in accordance with extant laws. That's from the Police Public Relations Officer, PPRO, DSP Ayonlade Olayinka from Oyo State Police Command. So, apparently, whether we like it or not, they have a right to arrest him. But here's the confusion. If they have that right to arrest him, how come the Oyo State Police Command is saying, try him in Oyo State? That's where I'm maybe confused. That's just the academic part of what I want to say. Now, I want to go into the gist part. Now, the man mentioned that Tani Olohun ló wá ń pè é pé ó dárúkọ ọba Ọ̀yọ́, ọba Ìbàdàn, ọba Olúbàdàn, ìyẹn ọba Rasheed Adéwọ̀lú Ládọjà. Òun àti àwọn I'll find a way to explain. They went to the palace of the Olúbàdàn and they said this when they got to the front of the palace. Take a listen, please.
Ààfin Olúbàdàn la wà yìí nílẹ̀ Ìbàdàn láti wá sí ìdúpẹ́ fún bàbá wa lórí tó sì ẹ̀ ṣẹlẹ̀.
Kété tí mo kúrò ní ilé ìwòsàn ní ìsìn tí ó ṣe kúrò nílẹ̀ ilé ìwòsàn ni mo padà sí ni mo ní kí wọ́n fi àǹfààní ìdúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ bàbá wa Olúbàdàn tilẹ̀ Ìbàdàn. Lórí tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ilé mi láàárọ̀ yìí tí a ti láwọn kan tá ń pera wọn ní ọlọ́pàá sẹ̀ríà tán wá láti ìlú Ìlọrin pé páwọn fẹ́ wá pé wọ́n fẹ́ wá jí ta Ọlọ́run gbé kẹ́bọ̀n ìgbé ta Ọlọ́run tó sí bí wọ́n ṣe wọlé ni wọ́n gbogbo àtàwọn ilé ìyàwó mi wọ́n gbogbo wọn jẹ́ kí ọmọ wọn lórí wọn bá wa fa wàhálà ṣùgbọ́n a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ kábíyèsí Olúbàdàn tilẹ̀ Ìbàdàn torí
How am I making the same mistake now? The ads are disturbing. Sorry, guys. Let me just go somewhere else. Let's have some more details.
Sí àbá wa Olúbàdàn tilẹ̀ Ìbàdàn láti àwọn ẹgbẹ́ àìlè máa ń bú àbá wa káàdì mọ́ bó wa ti yín síbẹ̀ yìí náà ní bàbá ìlú Ìlọrin pé páwọn fẹ́ wá pé wọ́n fẹ́ wá jí ta Ọlọ́run gbé kẹ́bọ̀n ìgbé ta Ọlọ́run tó sí bí wọ́n ṣe wọlé ni wọ́n gbogbo àtàwọn ilé ìyàwó mi wọ́n gbogbo wọn jẹ́ kí ọmọ wọn lórí wọn bá wa fa wàhálà ṣùgbọ́n a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ kábíyèsí Olúbàdàn tilẹ̀ Ìbàdàn olóyè Sàdékò fi ṣe yí jẹ́ tí ẹ sì wá sí tẹ̀gbà sátìlẹ́yìn fún wa nítorí pé a ṣe kankan kí wọ́n sọ pé a ṣe wọ́n sọ wípé nígbà tí ọ̀rọ̀ tó lólùsẹ̀ bàbá nítorí ẹ̀ gbé ẹjọ́ wa lọ sọ̀rí àpọ̀tù ní o ìsìndàṣẹ̀ ń gbọ́ pé wọ́n náà gbé wa lọ sọ̀rí àpọ̀tù àgbọ̀n kan tẹ́lẹ̀ o kódà gan iléeṣẹ́ ọlọ́pàá toríta oní division tọ̀dọ̀ tiwa wọn ò débẹ̀ gan fi kún lọ rìpọ́ọ̀tù tó láwa ti lọ rìpọ́ọ̀tù ń bẹ̀ pé ó fẹ́ wájú wa gbé àwọn ọlọ́pàá ní wọ́n nù ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn wá rìpọ́ọ̀tù wọ́n fẹ́ wájú gbé wọ́n ti gbé ń jọ́ sí ni o adúpẹ́ àwọn Olúbàdàn ilẹ̀ Ìbàdàn a sì dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gómìnà onímọ̀ Ṣèyí Mákindé a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ olóyè Ìgbòho Òòṣà wọ́n yìí adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yìí o tẹ̀jẹ̀ pé mo rí méjì pé lọ.
ọba àwọn ògbàgbé ẹgbẹ́jọ́ bá wa lọ nílẹ̀ Ìbàdàn àwa náà lọ́ba tó wọ́n ní kò sí lé tí mọ́ bọ̀ láti lu tiẹ̀ tó lọ́ba kó wá fẹ́ fi mọ́ kó àwọn èèyàn lọ́nà ọba tí wọ́n ń bí.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni nígbà tí báwo lọ́ba tí wà ọba síwájú ju gbogbo alẹ̀ kílẹ̀ lọ ọ̀rọ̀ pàpà kan òjò bá pẹ̀lú ọba tí Olúbàdàn ti wà ojú gbogbo alẹ̀ kílẹ̀ lọ.
Anyone who knows this gentleman should please advise him that, and I'm not saying this as if I have money to give him, but he may need to relocate. He doesn't have to leave the town, but he may have to leave that neighborhood. Because talk about how many shall but one day say I'll turn show lock gan only why they be. So for the sake of his own kidney, because with the way people are saying things on social media, I hope that, you know, I don't know anything. I'm just saying based on what people are saying on social media. Some people are really angry with him. They're also angry with the fact that Igbo intervened and that Olúbàdàn also intervened. I'm going to play some of the clips before I've not said anything about what I really think about this thing. But I'm saying it somehow. But I want you to listen to what happened when Igbo got there. And I think this is the perspective of many Yoruba people at this point. Take a listen to this, please. Okay, it's playing, but the audio is not okay. That's not the goal. Sunday goes into the place. That's how some people intervene, and then
wọ́n láàárọ̀ yìí ni mo rí wọn o ni wọ́n wọlé mi wọ́n bá ti gbé wọ́n ṣe ń gbé jọ́ sí wọ́n ti kì í mọ́lẹ̀ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ogun àwọn èèyàn mi o ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ pàtàkì olùsọ̀rọ̀ commissioner of police Kwara state commissioner of police Ọ̀yọ́ state bàbá olùbàdàn kábíyèsí.
I mean, we don't have to listen to everything, but the point is, it was released. It's still home here. Nigerian Police or your state commander saying that they should try him here. I keep saying here. I have to do something. I have to catch myself, because we talk about Ilorin is not part of Yoruba land. So when I'm saying here, I'm saying that though it's in Yoruba land. Ilorin is also Yoruba land, though. I have to catch myself. Ilorin told when I was saying that they will bring him here, they'll try him. In other words, they'll try him in Yoruba land. There is also Yoruba land, though. There is Yoruba land, though. There is Yoruba land. Olohun says it's not a new case. He broke the condition of his bail. Exactly. That's what the Nigerian police are saying. A few more things before we bring people up. That other thing. Well, comedy on in my play. I was listening to the regional submission of that regions. I apologize. We spent a lot of time talking about the spent a lot of time talking about. I like your name. It's very easy. Spent a lot of time talking about the religious people. Sorry. Tomorrow we'll go back to the nationalities. We need to the Hausa people. Ẹkáàbọ people. We can't finish everything in the day, but we'll keep doing it. Hopefully we just use the rest of the week to do that, and then we can start something else. If we finish, we'll start something else next week. If not, we'll continue, because we need to know. But this long thing is jarring. Ẹkáàbọ ilé náà. Ìwò tó náà sọ́ngbà kan yẹn mo fẹ́ gbọ́ kí n ṣe léyìn má bínú.
kábíyèsí ọ̀ní ìṣà ẹ̀ ń jókòó tẹ́tẹ́rẹ́ ju oníbú ọ̀ní bólúbàdàn bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni Olúwo. wọ́n ti bú ọ̀ní wọ́n bólúbàdàn gbogbo àwọn ládé wa ojúmọ́ ni wọ́n fi wọ́n ta yín ni wọ́n ń bú wọn. ṣe kankan sí ẹ̀yin ọlọ́gbẹ́ nìkan kan wọ́n ní ọlọ́run sọ pé mo fún ọ lésì pé wọ́n pọ̀ mọ́ bá wọn bá wa nítorí ẹ̀ láwọ̀ wá méjì pẹ̀lú ọlọ́pàá ṣẹ̀rí àfúnú o tó ní ògùjà wọn bá wa pé bẹ́ẹ̀ sí bàbá náà ní bàbá nítorí ọlọ́pàá ṣẹ̀rí àwọn àbíkí fúnú o tẹ́yìn fẹ́ gbẹ̀mí mi. ẹ̀yin lọ́ba kábíyèsí ọdún tẹ́lẹ̀ ju ẹ̀yin lọ́ba bàbá Olúbàdàn ẹ má wọ̀rọ̀ yìí ràn o ẹ̀yin ni wọ́n bà lóko jẹ́ ni wọ́n ń bú ẹ̀yẹ kò sí wọn bú ọba tiwa káwọn ọmọ owó káwọn àwọn bàbá wọn ràn wọ́n bàtà ọlọ́run lóko jẹ́ wọ́n ní wọ́n ní sọ lọ́wọ́ ni wọ́n ní ta ọlọ́run ọ̀tọ̀ ọlọ́run ni wọ́n ní sọ lọ́wọ́ èmi ò ní sọ lọ́wọ́ ọlọ́run Olódùmarè dàgbò wa o wọ́n sì mí gbọ́ ni o wọ́n sì mí gbọ́ wọ́n fẹ́ kó kọ́ mi lẹ́rú àwọn èèyàn mi ò ní sọ lọ́wọ́ ọlọ́run Olódùmarè dàgbò wa ìyá bàbá wa dé tí ó pọ̀ lọ́hùn tí pásítọ̀ tí ó pọ̀ lọ́hùn táwọn afá náà jí pọ̀ lọ́hùn làwọn náà ń pè àwọn òní ó sọ lọ́hùn ọ̀nà táwọn ń sìn tó sọ̀tọ̀ àwọn ẹni táwọn sọ fún wa nípa tí ó bí ọlọ́run lè fi láyé ní o àwọn òní sọ lọ́hùn olómi làwọn náà ń pè ọ́ nítorí ní gbogbo ọdún ní kó ní kó sọ lọ́hùn ní kó sọ lọ́hùn ẹ̀yin ọba wa gbogbo ládéládé.
All right. So the point. Okay.
Àtolúwo tí wọ́n bá sọ̀rọ̀ kan tí wọ́n sọ méjì kábíyèsí ọ̀rọ̀ ni wọ́n ti sọ wọ́n ti bá rí sí. Olúwo òfin tí ìwò àwọn méjèèjì nígbà wọ́n ní kí olóògbé wọn jáde ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì ara wọn bá. Àwọn ìyá wa là ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ òfin tí bàbá mi ti máa wọ̀ ẹ̀yìn bá wà àpẹẹrẹ sí o ẹ wà àpẹẹrẹ sí o.
Where it's coming from. But I haven't had to insult kings because they are Muslims. I mean, what the guy said, the man in it was, what he said, go back, you will contribute. Just hold on. I'll bring people up very soon. Let me just play what he said. This person has said something. I can't. Listen to what he said that the Lord said he was responding to. Ṣé Islam náà yẹlé báyìí?
Ọmọ Kùránì lẹ́nu wọn bá tiẹ̀. Ẹ wá lè fi wé ọ̀ni. Láyéláyé. Ẹni tí ọba ti mọ Ọlọ́run tí ọba ti wà nábì ìbọ̀ lápàdé. Ọwọ́ á fi ẹni tí ò tó nǹkan káwájú Ọlọ́run. Ọwọ́ lọ fi wé aṣíwájú ẹ̀dá olùwọ́ gbogbo wa. Sọ èèyàn tí báyé ṣẹbọ lẹ Yorùbá nílùú mi. Kò sí ìdáká tó dé lágbàáyé lórí àfátíkà nìkan sọ. Àfátíkà nìkan sọ. Tó lè bọ́ ọmọlẹ́yìn àdébù Muhammad. Ọmọlẹ́yìn ọ̀nìdà. Muhammad. Àwa Mùsùlùmí nílùú wo ilé kàpéré alé 90%. Àìsàn ọmọlẹ́yìn ọ̀nì. Gbogbo wa olúwo la gbà fún. Àti gbogbo Mùsùlùmí bá wà. Tá a bá sọ pé olúwo kì í ṣe ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀nì. Ṣé kò wà rí bẹ́ẹ̀? Ta ní tẹ̀lé ọ̀nì nínú ìlú wo? Ẹni ọba tẹ̀lé wọn lọ́wọ́ náà jáde máa pàbó. Tó wù ẹni ọba ṣẹbọ.
Oh, I sincerely mean, God be real. Ó tó báyìí.
Iná ilé rẹ̀. Ṣé ilé Ifẹ̀ ìlú wo tó ní inú Saudi Arabia mẹlẹtàṣẹ Mákà àti Mẹdínà? Ànábì tó ní kọ́tọ̀rù mílíọ̀nìyà. Kí ni a ní Ifẹ̀? Mo á sọ fún tọ̀hún tó sọ̀rọ̀. Ìdánilágara rẹ̀ mo fọ́ lóṣù kan. Lọ́ọ̀rì túbá. O lè rí àlẹ́ ìlú wa fẹ́ bá mu. Lọ túbá lẹ́yìn ìdẹ́bí ayé ò lè gbòòrò rẹ̀ mọ́. Ọkà àdánwò tí ó pọ̀. Gbogbo àwọn tí ń sọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ tẹ́ ń fèsì. Mo ò fún ọ ní táìmù àmì mo fún ọ wá múlẹ̀tì òní. Túbá kó jẹ mo kó ń bẹ̀. Ìwọ kọ́ ló ó sì fídíò mi mà lẹ́yìn oṣù kan sísè. Ọ̀nẹ́dẹ́gbẹ́ kò tó ìmọ̀.
Sincerely, I've never finished this video. I only listened to a bit of it because so I think I understand why Tani and the rest have been angry. But there's still something that we have to be very careful of. If your own kings and your own people don't go around arresting people like this Mufti for this ridiculous statements he just made, you have to be careful how you defend the honor of your leaders. And you cannot play the game based on the way they do, because you can't win. And the reason you cannot win is not because they are better than you, it's because your approach, their approach is not the approach that you can use. They are better in using that approach. Àwọn wa monafiki. Kí on lọ báyìí. Tẹ́lẹ̀ ò bá gbàbẹ̀ àwọn kan sharia àwọn kan pa pé sharia kan náà fi mú ẹni yẹn wọ́n ti lo ti. For instance, what he said is you can historically debunk everything he has said. You know, there's a way you can make a person feel like a fool without having to fight the person. Unless sometimes you have to throw some jabs. But people like this that speak like this, the government also has to be very, very, careful, and they have to watch out for people like this. Forget Obanso. Of course, Oba not Soro, but it's not just about Oba Soro. It's about Obas getting in touch with the government. A religious leader cannot speak like this and expect that eventually they're not going. Number one, where is a Muslim is higher to you than a king who is a traditional worshipper. Oba Olesin, Oba Nleyuba, Oba Olesin. And that's why I also see some people say they saw Kabesi in church, they are angry. They saw Kabesi, Oba Olesin. Nínú ẹ̀ ó mọ ẹ̀sìn tó ń ṣe gangan nú ara ẹ̀. But he's the father of all. Right? Even you know he's religiously more Christian or Muslim or only more. But to for instance, the king of all. He has to be there for everybody. So you can't say because he's a Christian, I can't say, even though I'm a Christian, I can't say because Oba Shon, Oba Gandhi is a Christian, therefore he's better than Oluwo, who is a Muslim. Where do people receive this kind of stupid ideas from? He's a king. His faith, I know his faith, he knows his faith, you know his faith, that's okay. That position now makes him, he has to be involved in how they appoint the Imam of Ogbomoso, the chief Imam of Ogbomoso. You saw the whole thing when it was happening now. He has to be involved. So this idea that people just use religion, and we're in Yoruba land. Religion is not the basis of our identity, whether it's Christianity or Islam or even traditional worship. Religion is not the basis of our identity. That's why we have different faiths in the same family. These people and people like this are the ones that want to destroy Yoruba land, and the government needs to pay attention to them. More than Tani Olohun. Why am I saying that? Tani Olohun is reacting. However, he also has to Fogmoshe, not for more, particularly for his own well-being. But people that push all this Islamic superiority, Islamic supremacy agenda, it cannot work in Yoruba land. Yoruba ò ń ṣe gbogbo kìíní kan ilẹ̀ Hausa kan, sorry, ilẹ̀ kan tó jìnnà sí náà tó ṣe kìíní kan. That's not Yoruba land. A lè kọ́ mórin. Kí pé tá bá délé Ìlọrin ẹ̀ ní ráṣẹ́wó ń bẹ̀ náà, kí gbogbo rọ́tà ń pa fúnra wa báyìí. Lẹ́kùlẹ́jà wà ń Ìlọrin, wọ́n wà lọ́jà àbá. Adébẹ̀rí. Ni máa fà géèmù nǹkan tẹ́ mu. People just act like they are, and this is the crazy thing with religious fundamentalists is the assumption that they are a Muslim or Tani. Who made you the one to tell people who should be the better? This is Yoruba land. This is Yoruba land. Whatever you want to do, do it. Whatever people, religion they want to do it. But we should also be very careful not to disrespect people. A lot of people who are getting into our traditional religion these days, I understand your reasons. But people are saying aura for aura. I'm looking at the comment section. They're saying we're laughing with it. Bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ ló máa ń rí gbà mí o. We're not people within see. Ẹ tó kán lápá ẹ̀yin tẹ̀ ń sọ̀rọ̀ lórí social media ẹ̀ sì ń bẹ́ẹ̀ o ẹni lẹ́ni ó gbé sling sọ́rùn, ó gbé kọ́rùn ni o, ó gbá pa báyìí, ó gbá pa kọ́rùn. Ẹ̀sìn bẹ́ẹ̀ o, wèrè la fi ń wo wèrè. Ẹ̀sìn bẹ́ẹ̀ o, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ yín ẹ̀ tẹ̀sí Nàìjíríà. I think we need to be careful. We've got to get the government. We have to keep talking about these things. And if you're a Muslim, there's something you can do to help. You've got to lend your voice in matters like this. You've got to speak up that this is not representative of your faith. Because Onikola ṣe Islam lẹ Yorùbá. Ó ṣe wá di ohun tó gòjèrò wọ̀jà. Gbogbo ló le tó báyìí. Kò le. Àwọn èèyàn ṣẹ̀sìn. This is why fundamentalists must never become the majority in society. But let's have some people speak before we close the session for today. I probably Babi. Ẹjọ́ ìṣẹ́jú méjì la fi gbẹ̀rún, ìṣẹ́jú méjì ló kù tá fi gbẹ̀rún dìde. Ẹ mọ̀ pẹ̀ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí. Wọ́n pẹ̀ lórí mímí. How am I speaking Yoruba like this? Maybe because I'm talking about Ilori. Those people speak good Yoruba. That's the funny thing about Ilori people. Yoruba wọn kong. Ẹ̀sìn náà ni. A gbé kí n sórí bí nǹkan mi. Kò lè tó yìí. All right, Mr. Wole, you have your chance. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I think first and foremost, the problem is the problem of identity crisis. And when you look at the history of the Yorubas very carefully, you will know that there's never a particular time when you will see the Sheshe people fighting among themselves. You know, you can have an Obatala worshipper, Ogun worshipper, Orunmila worshipper. Everybody, nobody fights with each other.
Mr. Wole, we have evolved outside over time.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but can you hear me? Let's be careful not to also assume that. Hold on. Let's be careful not to assume that this.
No, let me just finish. Now, if you look at.
Okay, you know what? I'll give you 2 minutes. Just finish, and then I'll speak later. So I won't disrupt your.
Now, if you look at, for instance, when you even go on Nollywood films alone, you will see a lot of discrimination against the traditional worshippers. No, you go to Nollywood film, you even go to some mosque, you see them shouting that the traditional worshippers are any Eko, any Adanu, and these people for several years they have kept quiet. So you see, the point is we should respect each other. Everybody have the right to practice the religion they want. So you can't say a particular religion is superior to another one. I mean, for several, even in our textbooks in secondary school, in primary school, we read it there that traditional worship is juju worship, and then juju is from the French word meaning toy, and those things are not toy; they are object of people's worship. So you see, we need to now begin to respect each other. And the discrimination against the Sheshe people is damn too much. And then somebody is saying that the king, they have the right to choose religion, but naturally, as a king in Yoruba land, the traditional religion is your first religion. All this one, Christianity is a borrowed religion, Islam is a borrowed religion. That we just want to continue to deceive ourselves. We know the truth. That's just it. So that's just my contribution.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for your submission. And I think some of the things you said is also part of the issue. And some of you may not like what I'm about to say right now. Traditional worship is not superior to Christianity in Yoruba land. I said it. Religion. What I just said right now, I know a lot of people will not like what I just said right now. It's okay. It is not superior. This thing that people say Kiniko is a foreign religion, do you know the component of what you call your religion that is also foreign? You can say what you like in the comment section. It's my platform. I mean, you can't mute me. There's no superiority of faith. There's nothing called traditional religion in the real sense of it, if we really want to break it down. Because I'll now ask you, Shoni Shango is superior to Olohun. Since we want to be going about the dates when it started, because Shango worship is not as old as Ogun. If you are looking at how they imported it, are we going to say people that are doing Iguluko as somehow inferior to some other people? The point is, there's nothing like traditional worship. Someone says Orisha worship in general. What's Orisha worship? See, I'm not here to have that kind of conversation. I don't believe in all this. People say Oba is Kiniko. That's your opinion. If Oba Joshua tells you, Oba Joshua did the same thing, by the way, okay or no? This is what he wants to practice. If you like, you can get angry about it. This thing is, we don't have this conversation in public to determine it. It's not based on democracy. Oh. Hey, Jesus. People in the comments section, someone says nothing like religion in Yoruba land. Oh, God. Oh, but I'm going home. Can you go to England and say Christianity is not the traditional worship? Do you really think Christianity is the traditional worship of England? No wonder you guys are always fighting on social media. Is that what you think? Let me answer the first question. When you say there's no religion in Yoruba land, do you know what you are saying? Number one, what is the definition of religion? If England changes his religion today, he will lose his position. That is their own business. That something applies to literally the king of England, when he was still prince, said he's the defender of the faiths. Even though in their own creed, he's supposed to be the defender of the faith, being Christianity. He mentioned faiths. He became king. What are you talking about? Let me answer the person. He said religion does not exist in Yoruba land. What is religion? Religion is a system of worship. Spirituality is the belief that you have. Religion is the system that you put around that belief. That they put around that belief. Are you telling me that your fathers did not create systems around their beliefs? What is religion? You have a liturgy. Liturgy means the language that you use when you are worshiping. You have priesthood. You have taboos. You have rituals. That's what religion is. What do you mean we don't have religion in Yoruba land? Everybody now says it was when they brought Christianity and Islam that we became religious. We didn't have religion. You are saying that our fathers did not have enough sense to create systems for themselves. What are you talking about? And somebody saying it's a part of identity to say Christianity is not religion. Ifa, do you know the date Ifa got to Oyo? You think Ifa has always been Oyo? All of you are fighting for necessary things. You cannot talk. There's nothing called superiority of religion in Yoruba land. Even traditional worship is not superior to anything. But if you like, you can say you don't like what I'm saying. That's your business. It's not superior to anything. As long as you're picking up that superiority, you will keep having problems with other people. Nobody's going to respect you based on superiority. What are you producing? What are you doing? If your religion is superior, what does it give? What is it giving now? We're just paying lip service. Everybody's trying to say, what makes you different from the Muslim who is saying that because they've been here for so hundreds of years? And let me tell you something. Christianity has also evolved in Yoruba land. You don't like it, that's okay. Christianity has evolved in Yoruba land. There's a Yoruba version of Christianity right now that is foreign to the English people. I grew up in CNS. You think what they do in CNS is what we do if I'm in Hillsong in Australia? There's a cultural effect that Yoruba people have added to the flavor. Even the Pentecostal Christians going out of Nigeria to go and preach in different parts. Look at Redeemed Church in the US. Is it the same thing as the churches you find in the US? Sean, look at the US, isn't it? The kind of you have created a different version. Christianity is not native to England. England now. You just called it the traditional religion of somebody called it the traditional religion of England. Is it native to England? Was it not adopted by the English? But you can call it traditional religion of Egypt, even though you're not totally correct. But let's not assume that you want to go with what you're saying. You can call it the traditional religion of England, even though it's not the original Kinikan religion. They adopted it. What makes you better than another person who is adopting another religion? Listen, if you want to have conversation about faith and about culture, have it. Once you come to superiority, if you can say you are superior to the Muslim can also say superior to you. You guys will not be trading. This is what makes me better. That's what makes me better. And then the question is that really what the point is? At this point in our lives, people are talking about I wrote something about it years ago. The functionality of spirituality. What's the function of this faith? This is a faith that a lot of us are embracing. We don't even understand the tenets of the faith. Therefore, we cannot produce anything according to that faith. Well, we can only fight for the faith. Oh, I'm a Christian. Big deal. What has Christianity done for the world right now? What's my Christianity? What does it mean? Oh, I'm a Christian. What does it mean? And we should think. Christianity got to Europe. By the time it got to Germany, it helped with they called it what's the word? Enterprise development in Germany, based on Christian values after Protestantism, after Protestant Reformation. If it brought those kind of virtues, what has it brought in Nigeria? These are the questions. Someone said the truth is your religion will never allow you to think beyond the point. Yet the idea of Big Bang Theory came from a Christian priest. What point have you thought to that your religion has not stopped you from thinking beyond? Pasteurization, that process came from a priest. Pasteur is a Christian. What has your religion not stopped you from creating? George Washington Carver created 250 products from groundnuts. Over 200 products from soya beans. How can somebody come up with shampoo from Ekpa? And you say, and you ask him, how did you do? He says, because of my faith. He goes to the laboratory, carries a piece of paper. The only book he reads sometimes when he wants to do those things is to pray and read Bible. He did that. You are saying religion stops people from thinking. It's not the problem of Africa. Everywhere in the world, religion does not stop them from making things happen. They get here, everybody is limited. It's not the religion, it's your worldview. Because with the traditional worship you are shouting, you have not created anything in the last 50 years. What have you used this kidney to do for the benefit of the world in the last 50 years? Forget my fathers did. I talk about what my fathers did, and I'm very proud of it. But if my faith has not gone beyond what they did 1,000 years ago or centuries ago, I'm a joker if I'm just fighting based on religion. This is the joke of Africa. It's not the Christianity. How come Christianity goes everywhere else and produces something? It gets to you, you're just joking. When we are serious, we'll start talking about the functionality of the spirituality, not the superiority of one to the other. And as long as you are doing that, oh, I'm the one that's better than you. That other one now say, I want a label, which is also stupid. I don't know why you call anybody a label. I don't know what they did to you that makes you call them a label. Someone says no one here is fighting about religion. We are defending our philosophy and what we are lying. This is the problem. This is what I was saying earlier. You guys use the word you use the word to suit your narrative based on what you're saying. Your worldview and culture is not necessarily your religion. Stop confusing people. That's why the Muslim man thinks that he cannot be a Muslim and be Yoruba. Some show said the name of Jesus is powerless but sweet mouth. This is just a child, man. This is not the platform. Oh boy, no, this is not the place. Let me just mute you because I don't have time. You think that is what I'm here for? Religion is clinical. No, that's the problem. What do you mean it is Western concept? The West taught you to access Olodumare. The West taught you to come up with taboos, a war. The West taught you to have Yanifa. Was it the West that taught us to have order? How do we know that the priesthood of Oshun is from the priesthood of Ifa? How did we know that? What do you think that is? Why do you guys talk as though our fathers have no sense? Oh, we have no religion. We have no systems. Oyibo came to teach us. You think you are fighting for religion. You're actually exposing ignorance. I'm sorry, I'm angry. And I'm not angry based on Christianity. Someone say, are you a Christian? It's not about Christianity. It's about the fact that all of you are doing the same thing. Everybody is doing the same thing. You are talking based on religion and lying and pushing your philosophy. Everything is demonic. The traditional person is saying that everything is spiritual. As though, do you not know that you have teachers, that you had Smith, that you had farmers? They were not just a bunch of religious people, they were smart thinkers. What kind of rubbish is this? We cannot even talk about Yoruba land. Someone is saying that they are against our worldview. Which worldview? Which worldview? The worldview that when newer religions came into Yoruba land, they did not have to even. You know, it's the assumption that someone said Yoruba. The idea of Orisha worship, it was created as a world religion. It was a categorization. We had many deities in Yoruba land. If you came and you brought your own, we had no problems with it. We didn't say that the one we have here is superior. At what point did you close the gate? The point is, I'm a bit exaggerated because you're talking as though we're just talking to us. People here people accuse people of what they are doing by saying that, oh, you are a Muslim, Allah, Islam got to Yoruba land before Christianity. The conversation, particularly for Yoruba Muslims, the conversation should be that what is it that our fathers and mothers who went to Mecca and came back and did well, what did they do that people are missing right now, that we have a rise in fundamentalism? That's the question. Not all this Kinikon is better than this Kinikon. In Yoruba land, when the Christians came, the Yorubas did not say, we are better than you. What they said was that what you are bringing came from amongst us. You can even join it. It doesn't matter. And here's the crazy part, and it's a mistake that people are making. I'm a Christian. I don't care if you think it's a bias. That's your problem. I'm a Christian. There are Muslims who have PhD in New Testament. They are not Christians. Their relationship with Jesus is on a philosophical standpoint. The way they discuss Paul is from a philosophical standpoint, that teaching theology without having to abide by the tenets of the faith. Now, here's the thing. If, as a Christian, all I see in Christianity is Oluwa, Romilowo, which is all most of us do, by the way. If that's everything I know about Christianity, that Muslim who has a PhD in New Testament has more knowledge about Christianity more than me. Even though I'm shouting, my name is Bishop Samajayi Crowder, I don't know Jack. All I'm doing is God help me. I'm only using the platform to get answers to my prayers, which is what most of us are doing. The Muslim who has studied the Greek and Aramaic and Hebrew will teach me the Bible. We're talking education. This is not this social media. I'm better than you. You're better than me. Let's fight. This is what Jesus. You think is what is interesting to me? There is a way you approach. If we are talking about our culture, You can't use religion to approach culture. You can't. If you want to use religion to, by the way, let me put it this way, you cannot use religion to approach culture and tell people to see things from your perspective. You must be joking. Because if you study, and I can refer you, I can give you references, you will see how your fathers, brilliant minds, sat down and said, this is what we're going to adopt in this place. Which came first, they or the religion? Because we make it look as though there is nothing that existed, nothing ever existed. We just act on life, and religion was already there. All the people were already, the faith was already there. You find that, you know, in the way we talk about things like and those things. Yes, like I said, they are myths, and they serve a purpose, and they are important. But in reality, who came first, or what came first, the person or the faith? Which is one of the dilemmas of Islam, by the way. The assumption that everybody that came before Muhammad was a Muslim is people are doing the same thing. They just don't understand. You are literally bringing a foreign concept into Yoruba and forcing it on all of us that we must accept it. Somebody said the person and culture comes first. Who gave him the culture? Larry Doe says the book you are referencing was still written by the white man. You don't get it. Why are you stuck in your thinking? Is white man, is black man, is Zoyinbo? Is that the point? The English I'm speaking right now is not English language. Is it not white man? Do you not understand me? Is it not functional? Is it about religion? You guys did too. Every time I have this conversation, I remember the reason I stopped having such conversation. But things come up that make me have the conversation. So somehow I keep having the conversation. But I would rather not have that conversation, not out here. Ìjẹ́ Yorùbá ló ṣe pàtàkì jù. Tó bá ti di ọ̀rọ̀ ìjẹ́ Yorùbá, we have to have mutual respect. Gbà fún Tani, gbà fún Bàdà, gbà fún Múrí ni gbà fún Bàdà. Oníkàkú máa fún anybody in rest. It's not even just about tolerance. You respect the traditional worshipper. That also respects the Christian. The Christian respects the Muslim. The Muslim respects you. You don't call people a label. You also don't call people one lori mole la no bi. Don't ba lari mole fa no bi. Say, oh, if you want to have conversation based on the text, split the text with a Muslim or whatever. But you are talking about the text, the merits and demerits in that text, and then you can have that conversation based on that. But here's the point, and people have to listen. If you do that to Quran, they can do it to Odwifao, and you cannot cry and say it's your culture. That's why you begin to remind that you won't remember that. If you can criticize people's Quran, they can also criticize your. See, if you want to play in the academia, you want to play at that level, you have to also be open to what will come for you. We can critique anything. It's called comparative religion. In comparative analysis, you can compare and say things, hopefully respectfully. But if you can, because people are spending more time, you have left one religion, you are in another religion. Okay, you are in A. Atheists also do this for Christianity, which is a joke. You were here, you are now here. But while you are here, all your conversation is about here. Do you even know where you are right now? No. But you be criticizing this one, you open book on this one, you discuss this one. Oh, okay. So somebody now talks about this one. You don't know this one, so you begin to curse them. Why not? I mean, why you should study where you came from? Maybe you should also study where you are now. Like, study the religion you are carrying right now. And I'll say it again, I'll keep saying it. If a Yoruba person shouting faith, religion, without knowing that religion is a joke. It's a joke. Someone says, Okpo Ifa is open for discussion. I'm not talking about discussion, I'm saying critique. Listen, there's no faith in this world that's been critiqued, criticized, torn apart, insulted like Christianity. Not one. Not one. If you can give it, be ready to hit that word. I don't go around criticizing Ifa because that's not my perspective of it. My perspective of it is to and to appreciate it and to discuss it and to also use it in my present time. Thank you so much for the gift. To use it right now so that we can make our lives better based on the philosophy of our fathers. That's my own approach to Ifa. The same way I study Socrates and Aristotle, that's how I study it. But if you look at it from a religious perspective and you stand on it to insult other people's religion, they will insult your own too. But here's the point. When they begin to insult your own, do not come and meet us to say that it's about your culture and tradition. No. That it should be all of us are Yoruba. No. It's your faith they are insulting. Because you're also insulting another person's faith. Larry, you don't understand what I'm saying, sincerely. Please keep coming. I literally just said I embrace it from a philosophical standpoint. I've been studying this thing for more than... I'm not going to lie. I've been studying that thing and that concept of religion and philosophy and things like that for more than 25 years. This is 2026. We don't talk about it. Doesn't mean that all of us are just on the same kidney, I beg. And this who am I saying that I don't appreciate it? I'm telling you that I appreciate it. Right? But if your own perspective is religious, there's nothing wrong with it. But we'll separate it back at you know, I'm going to keep saying it. This thing is foreign, no. Someone says the issue is the spiritual aspect that many of us ascribe to. No, but you have a right to ascribe to whatever aspect you want to now. I may not want to for my own personal reasons. My spirituality is Christianity. It pays me. It answers my questions. As a 9-year-old, I had questions my mother could not answer. When I got to university, I had a crisis of faith. No other, and I spent time studying different religions, part 2 in Ife. No other faith gave me the answers I wanted, apart from Christianity. I got my answers. I'm not saying it's not about somebody who was sick, they got healed, and people come to religion for different reasons, and that's okay. But I found my answers in Christianity, and I'm okay with it. However, and Bentham and Daniel Rousseau, French people and British people, and I've said this several times, the reason I'm very passionate about Orunmila, one of the reasons I'm very passionate about Orunmila is that one day I was watching something about world philosophers across the world. They talked about these Greek guys, Socrates and Plato and Aristotle. They talked about Bentham. They talked about Rousseau in France. They talked about Confucius from China. They didn't say anything about us. And I was like, how I know? And then I began to ask questions, and I discovered that while people are drilling deep to extract philosophical perspectives of their own ancestors, we are only about veneration, and there's nothing wrong with veneration, no. But only is wrong. And I'll end by saying this. Someone says, we or traditionalists will win the battle of supremacy with Ifa. Will Ifa fight Ogun and others? The assumption they have, which is actually quite funny, is that Orunmila, Ogun, Shango, Oshun, Yemoja, everything is one. That's the assumption they have. And everything came before humans were made. It's a funny assumption. It's a very funny assumption. It's a very funny assumption. You know, when Ifa was first introduced into Oyo, they rejected it. They rejected it. Someone says, did it come before Christianity in Yoruba land? Did what? Okay, Islam got to Yoruba land before Christianity. Does that mean Islam is superior to Christianity? Thank you, Babatunde Ganiyu. It's pantheism. We have several deities. But the beautiful thing, though, I must acknowledge, is that we have an understanding of a supreme deity, which is why I don't agree with the person in the comment section who said Olohun is not Yahweh, is not. Then another said Olohun is not, Olodumare is not God. Talking points, àwọn social media kìíní yìí ẹ máa jókòó ẹ máa ro nǹkan tẹ́ ń sọ because àwọn kan máa ń sọ táwọn kò bẹ́ẹ̀ àti make point. No, I didn't get your question, Black Ablis. I didn't get the question, please. Sherry, I took a course in African traditional religion when I was in school. Someone says Allah and Yahweh same thing. I'll answer your question, sir. Let me just finish this one. I took a course and I learned the basis of equating Olodumare with God. It's a very simple thing. And here's the simple question. Forget the name of the deity, forget the name of the person, forget the name of the being, forget the name of the God. It's something I learned from there. They didn't teach us, but it's something I got from thinking about what I learned back in the day. Before Oyibos got to Yoruba land, did we have a supreme being? Please help me in the comment section, yes or no. Did we have a supreme being? Like an entity that we consider to be superior to everything and everyone and even our Erumole and Orisha? Did we have a supreme being? That's just the question. Yes, Abi. No, let's even forget the name. Did we have? Yes, okay. So the mistake we are making, Saz Amaz, is that we are assuming that Olodumare is a transliteration of God, but it's beyond the translation of God. Is the explanation of the presence or the understanding that you have a supreme deity or supreme being, whether it was God, Olodumare, or whatever name you call it. That is what it is. A person can come and say their own supreme deity is Anyure. Maybe the person lives in one country far away and say Anyure. By the way, Anyure is a type of Igi. Anyure is the name of the supreme deity. Oh, that means that it is not. See, some of the things that people say on social media, maybe because of the people that we interact with, it makes you feel bad because you now talk to, let's say, Europeans or even Nigerian Christians, and it begins. Look at the one that we listened to earlier that you talk on so rubbish. It's not as if it was Oyinbo that taught you that there was somebody that was supreme to every Guinea, every day. There's some ethnicities that don't have that concept. Some people say there's some people that don't have that concept of a supreme deity, but I doubt it. The point is that that concept of supreme deity exists with us, whatever we call it. Now, somebody says, is Allah Yahweh? Let me answer you this way. There are Arab Christians. In their Bible, God is Allah. Now, maybe the Allah that I know that those who are having this conversation with Islam, and it's not like I cannot have this talk about Islam, but Allah is one particular idol in Kaaba and things like that. I hear those things. But the point is that the consciousness of a supreme deity, they had it. If the Christians who are there, not the Muslims, if the Christians in Arab countries are calling that supreme deity Allah, Kintemi, let's not, you are bogged down by language and what translate God so long. The work of a translator is a hard work. It's a very hard work. He's looking for similarities, he's looking for nuances, he's trying to see what can I use to connect this one to this thing. The idea is that the supreme deity already exists. Let me tell you one funny thing. Tani Olohun said something in the video we just listened to. It's something that we probably just akoma foju for. Oni Olohun lo da gbogbo wa. That is not true in Yoruba cosmology. Olohun da wa. Which is why I'm very careful how I even gbenu sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́rọ̀. He mentioned that gbogbo wa o, Olohun lo da wa. If you really believe Yoruba cosmology like you are saying you do, you will not say that. Let me ask another question. Be like saying now today's topic with this. In Yoruba idea of creation, ta ló dáyàn? Please just answer the comment section. I want to see if all of us are on the same page. In Yoruba idea of creation, ta ló dáyàn? Ta ló mọrí? Ta ló mọ èèyàn? Ọbàtálá ni. So how come the person who, someone say, how, Omobeko say, how, prof? Because in the Yoruba concept of creation, God is not involved. We know there's a supreme being, but he was not involved. The creation of the earth was not done by him, was done by Odudua. The creation of humans was not done by him, was done by Obatala. There are deeper things. There's a reason they ascribe those things to, by the way, they ascribe those things to those people or those deities. But it's not the conversation for today. I'm just trying to tell you that the nuances that you miss also shows us that we are not as knowledgeable in this our game that we are passionate about. If a person says, èmi ò bá ogun wọn ṣe o, àwa ń ṣe ẹ̀sìn àbáláyé o, àwọn ń ṣe mùsùlùmí, Ọlọ́run ló dá gbogbo wa. That's not right. From Yoruba, not Yoruba, from a traditional cosmological perspective, that's not how it works. That's one. Number two, a Muslim says, it's a lie. That's a Christian perspective of God, not an Islamic perspective of God, because you cannot be a child of God if you're a Muslim. Now, why am I saying this? Because you will discover that sometimes we are bringing stuff from one faith, putting it in this faith, and telling the faith from which we borrowed it that it is subservient to our faith. Meanwhile, we're literally using the ideas from that faith. I'm not saying from the culture, I'm saying from the faith. You can borrow things from people's culture. When you begin to have from faith to faith, religion to religion, is what's called syncretism. I don't know how we got into this matter, but it is well with us. Let me just, sorry, 1 second. There's an issue on TikTok. I kind of like conversations like this. It's just that somebody says, what I see is that they are returning the same energy, so I'd rather not be part of it. Tó bá délẹ̀ tó máa kan gbogbo wa. Tó bá délẹ̀ tó máa kan gbogbo wa. Àtẹni tó jẹ́ ń bẹ̀ o, àtẹni tó bá wọn dá sí o, àtẹni tó ní àwọn tó máa ń dárúkọ èmi ìfẹ́ dárúkọ wọn. Mo kúkú ti lọ sórí ìpàdé wọn rí. Wọ́n bú mi. Èmi kàn wá wò pé kí ni. So I asked them. You were asking a question. The question was wrong. People are trying to ridicule Christianity. I was like, at the end of the day, ìjẹ́ Yorùbá ló máa ṣe pàtàkì jù náà wọ́n tá à ń sọ yìí. Excuse me, somebody says something in the comment section. The person that doesn't know anything is telling me what my area of specialty is. Let me just mute you. You are distracting me in the comment section. These are people that cannot quote one SFR. They just be fighting on nonsense. You are using ignorance to gatekeep knowledge. It's amazing. You don't know where they go. People where they go there go block them, say they no fit enter. Say you is now you own them, but you don't know what. It's like somebody selling books in bookshops. You don't read books, but you are the one selling the books. And when people want to buy the books, you say no. You have a right because you are the son of the owner of the bookshop. But the point is, we have to speak up, because whether you're a Christian, a Muslim, or traditional worshiper, and I'm not, see, I can do what people are doing, like come by local bere, ele one respond. Okay, so tabazo ele lo bere, ele one respond. Ki wan yen se fun wa? Okay, that means that we have at Dario Valerie at Debbie Felebi. Okay, that's okay. But after that, we have to do something more. And I'll say this. It is true that people take Yoruba traditional worship for granted. But I don't think people actually, maybe because of the way I grew up. Because apart from cooking on Fori Ballet, Funkan, just about every single thing Yoruba culture was adapted into the church that I grew up in. For instance, one of the hymns that we have in CNS Church, and to my morning, so only a gungun boy big on Ejumare Jehovah, Oba Onibore, Momuokwe Muafun, Moa Sorore, Bo Olubo, Tewo Bohun Ebemi, Baba Moa, something like that. For Insari Emi Fumi, a person tó gbẹ̀sìn Kristẹni tí ó gbà pé tán gbà sódì, wọ́n dárúkọ Olúgbòhùn, kí ni ìtumọ̀ Olúgbòhùn, kí ni ìtumọ̀ inú context yẹn? They will leave it, wọ́n wá fi ẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ ọmọ lélàpàlápà kiri, wọ́n ti dárúkọ Olúgbòhùn, in that context, you even see the next thing they say, gbọ́ Olúgbòhùn, tẹ́wọ́ gbọ́ ohùn ẹ̀bẹ̀ mi. What they are saying is poetic. It's not about whatever deity that has Olúgbòhùn, but the Christianity tó ti ṣe kò sẹ́ni tó lè gbà nǹkan sẹ́ sódì. Àwọn Christian kan náà tó máa gbà sódì. O gbọ́dọ̀ dìde, o gbọ́dọ̀ jókòó, o gbọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run á ṣàánú gbogbo wa. Ọlọ́run kan lè ṣàánú wa at this point. Ọmọ Ọlọ́run gbogbo wa ṣá o, Ọlọ́run dá gbogbo wa, Ọlọ́run ló máa ṣàánú wa at this point. Ẹ jẹ́ ká fi ìṣẹ́jú méjì ṣẹlẹ̀ kí wọ́n tó pèrún. Ẹ jẹ́ kí wọ́n tó fẹ́ gòkè náà, tó bá pè nǹkan tá máa rojọ́ ní kí ara wọn bá tèmi lọ jẹ́ ní tí mo sọ ẹ̀ náà tó díẹ̀ tó nù kan nìkan. Please, let's try and make it 2 minutes. So say me, I just think that I'm Muslim and I see some flaws, but no perfection. Phility says, before English, we have been calling Eleda, Olodumare, Olohun, Eledua, many more. I agree with you. That's all I'm saying. I think what people assume is that they came and said, boy, Omodekunrin, girl, Omobìnrin, God, Olodumare. If you know the work it took to say, for some reason, I'm just remembering my childhood church. There is this arch níwájú altar. Mímọ́, 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 Olúwa, Ọlọ́run, Olódùmarè. I think it's one of the most brilliant translations ever in this world. Just that phrase, that sentence, Mímọ́, 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 Olúwa, Ọlọ́run, Olódùmarè. Ha! That is brilliant. Ó máa ń sọ Anglican náà. Àwọn church àwọn àgbààgbà yẹn, ó máa ń sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà. Ha! I don't want to. The mind that translated that is actually a very brilliant mind, though. can rate it. Meanwhile, we're going to, I need to have sessions on Baba Ajayi Crowther because people have been shouting and insulting him. We need to have a session on him to discuss his journey. One of these days. Almost what says, Lord, Uluwa. There are words that Ajayi Crowther created, but he didn't create any of those three. Only of those 4 words. Mimo, Olohun, Uluwa, Olohun, Olodumare. He didn't. Mimo, Uluwa, Olohun, Olodumare. He did not create any of those 4 words. They were existing here. I hope we get the point, Sha. Be like, say, let's take 2 minutes each. Please mute as soon as you get up. Let's take 2 minutes. Please mute, please. We'll take 2 minutes each. Please help me not to. Let's not. What people are doing, let's not do that, Sha. Like, oh, let me quickly insult these other people so I can make you look as if I'm fair to these other people. That's not how things work. All right, let's have Olumighty.
Okay, Prof. Ẹ̀kalẹ́ Olúmaìtì náà ni. It's been a roller coaster of night with you. Mo fẹ́ lo the word pity you. But then you have said a whole lot, and I'm sure we have heard a whole lot you have said. The truth is, if you have been following social media, especially TikTok pages for the last 5 months, you will see a lot, especially from the traditional religious believers, from the Islam. In fact, in future, can we prevent, I don't want to call it war, so to speak, yes, but we have to be careful. And sometimes I ask myself, I went to a platform, for example, traditional religious believers, and I asked them, I'm a Christian, but am I not a Yoruba man? And they made me feel as if I'm not one. And I told them why. Like you have rightly said, you are first Yoruba man before you are anything. In fact, I made them to understand that even in my religion, Christ was a Jew and was proud of it. I'm a Yoruba man. I'm proud. I'm not a Jew. I can never be a Jew. The blood that flows in me is an Egba man, and I'm proud of it. In as much as I'm proud as a Christian too, both can coexist. There's always a limitation, and I know, and there's always a line. So, especially for Yoruba people, Yoruba lower important. You see me, because we have these three. We have these three religions, and we have been coexisting in the past. In my family, I have Islam, I have traditional believers, and I have Christians. I have been living well. When I see them, I don't see religion, I see my family. But the way it is now, I'm sorry. Yes, you can argue, you can discuss. I discussed with my cousin who is a Muslim. After a discussion, she is still my cousin. We still greet herself. Can't you maintain that? So I'm scared for us as a people. Most times is, I'm sorry, shared illiteracy, ignorance. I told those people yesterday, you are not even representing the Yoruba well. Where is the Omoluabi principle? Omoluabi principle, lower and back, but the Bible sort of virtue, Tani is Omoluabi principle. That's what it's talking about, and it's enough to take you anywhere. I think I'll stop here, Prof.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. But I should make a point clear. I'm not saying that people have not. I think I even mentioned it earlier. People have disrespected Yoruba traditional worship. It's true. But you know the funny thing, the deeper you go in history, the more things just get. One day, I talked about it when we discussed 500 years Christianity in Yoruba land. 500 years of Christianity in Yoruba land, which a lot of people, say, no, it's a lie. Just came yesterday. traditional worshippers have fought Christians and pushed them. Christians have disrespected traditional worshippers. They wiped out Christianity in Ife at a point. I hope you know that. They also did the exact same thing in Oyo to Islam. Flushed people out. It has happened before. Religion has gone violent before in Yoruba land. We don't want it to happen again. I want to advise people. A lot of people are moving from religion to religion. Please study this new religion that you have joined. Study it. Know it. The idea that you want to help people to leave their religion to come into yours. Why not talk about the beauty of yours? I don't know. You know, I think you already know what I want to say. Let me just keep quiet. I've been talking for so long. Let's have Olumuyiwa. Good evening, Olumuyiwa. 2 minutes, please. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Sir.
Good evening, sir.
Thank you.
Sir.
Benny, sir.
I really appreciate the work you are doing.
Yes, man. Yes, sir.
Yes, no, I know today is very exhausting for you, and
how did you know?
You are really impacting us.
It is very.
I got a need. So
your network.
we need education on topics. Like we need to be educated on all this. Like I noticed you times you to avoid talking about religion and stuff like that. But I really appreciate when you take time in it. So although me more be more feel gone. This is not a good but at the same time we feel okay. It's about like after evolve see another stage so Mutuman will be no and we actually overcome challenge only we pay kí ọlọ́mọ kó fọmọ elétí kó fa ọmọ elétí wa. Muslims should be responsible, like should take responsibilities fún nǹkan tí Muslim bá ń ṣe tó ń sọ. Tẹ́ bá rẹ́ nìkan tó ń sọ nǹkan tẹ́ agree pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ tí ó sì nínú ẹ̀sìn. Muslims should be the first to respond. Muslims should be the first person to condemn what is condemnable. Tó bá yẹ pé Christian náà ni kí Christian kọ́kọ́ máa ó máa gbé long way láti tún ìlú wa ṣe láti tún ilẹ̀ wa ṣe. Tó bá dẹ̀ pé àwọn everybody tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ta lọ́lọ́run on the other side they are being defensive. Everybody has been defensive. So like this máa defensive nípa side ẹni. So tá a bá ti di pé nìkan sọ èmi ò believe pé kẹ́nìkan máa lọ bú ẹnìkan máa bú ẹsẹ̀ nìkan kíní kan má bú anybody. Oh, let us bú anybody. So at the end of the day, I later discovered that nǹkan tí extremism ta sọ pé I'm fight against yẹn òun gangan làwa náà máa padà yẹn. Either a Muslim attacking Christianity, a Christian attacking Muslim, even àwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe attacking the other religions, they become extremists. So mo fi pé tí oníkálukú bá lè máa fa ọmọ ẹ̀ létí mọ́ra, like we go a long way to in our land. And nípa ti ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọba yẹn, I think.
ìṣẹ́jú méjì máa ti pé.
Okay. Jẹ́ kí tó bá dọjọ́ mi sàn inshallah.
Network. Oh yeah, Muslim. Okay. Network yín náà ń ṣe bákan bọ̀ agbọ́ díẹ̀. Thank you very much for your submission. I really appreciate it. Let's have Omo Ogolumoja. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, though. Please help me with the pronunciation. Wait, it is Isalekwe Jesu.
That's Obakintoye's name now. Oruka Akintoye nìyẹn.
How many accounts do you have? How many accounts do you have?
Torí àwọn C14 ni. torí àwọn C14 ni.
Ta ló tún jẹ́ C14?
Ó wà ń sálẹ̀ wèrè tẹ́lẹ̀ lẹ́yìn ìjẹta àbáànà.
Bọ́bọ́ yẹn.
Ó ti wà ń sálẹ̀ tó ní jẹ́ kó máa bọ̀ lókè ń sìn yìí.
Mo rí mi ò dáhùn ni mo fi gbígbọ́ ìṣàlàyé gbọ́ ni. Ẹ pé fún mi again, mo fẹ́ fi àmì sí ẹni sọ̀rọ̀ mo fẹ́ fà mí sí.
Ògbólúmọ̀jà.
Tòmímí dòdò. Okay.
Ọba Akíntóyè bàbá Àdòsùn mú orúkọ ẹ̀ nìyẹn. The one that signed the first treaty, òun èyí tó wọn àti kò sọkọ ní ṣù yẹn.
Mo ti kọ́lé báyìí.
Ẹ kú iṣẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ lù. I don't like you being in this zone. Yeah, you know we've been here. I know. Right. And you don't like coming here too because it's a religion. Someone said that platform because sometimes some things are beyond some people's intellectual capacity. This dogmatic stage of people's belief, are worrisome gone. At a point in Lagos Island, Ajala came, and Tabligh, and everybody became Tabligh on Lagos Island, and it became very rowdy. Àwọn tó jẹ́ pé Christian Muslim oníṣẹ̀ṣe àjọ dàgbà ni a máa jọ lọ sí gbàlẹ́gùn àjọ máa yin knockout gba Christmas jọ ṣe gàrétà ni àjọ máa ṣe eégún ni àjọ máa fẹ́ràn jàǹgbàlẹ́ ni ó wá di pé àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ wa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí léra wọn pẹ́lẹ́ bọ ní ẹ kíní kan ní ẹ like àwọn ẹ̀kọ́ máa dúpẹ́ Ọlọ́run pàánù adẹ́bọrẹ́ inú ẹbọ lọ bí àwa sí ẹbọ làwa jẹ dàgbà ọmọ sàlẹkọ ni mí Anglican ni bàbá mi. My grandfather was part of those that built the Breadfruit Church, St. Paul.
Wow.
My grandfather and Doherty came to Ilesha to start Ilesha Grammar School. Like so, they became Christian. Or they moruko aguda. They became Christian. So like what you Alasalatu ni yami. So I am caught between all these things. So when I see people talking Moshe baptism and I'm here too like it's so funny like Ọlọ́run àbá wọn èèyàn we àwọn alákatakítí ní gbogbo off front. Ọlọ́run ìtorí ìgbà tí mo type nǹkan kan lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ pé okay let's say this supremacy battle now the traditionalists won't win. Ṣé tọ́ba ti traditionalists bá ti win Christian àti Muslim ṣé ó ní fáwọn wa máa claim supremacy lórí Ológun ni àbó lórí Ọlọ́bàtálá àbí lórí Ọlọ́ya because kò yá wọn yàn pé wọ́n ṣe yọkan. Ilé mi máa wà tó jẹ́ èṣù ló ń bọ ọkọ máa bọ èṣù èṣù ò dẹ̀ mú àdí nǹkan tó ń gbàdí níyàwó máa bọ ọ dẹ̀ máa jọ ṣe láàrin ra wọn kò dẹ̀ díra wọn lọ́wọ́. But then we have to like learn to live and cohabit and coexist with each other. Like tábàbẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ja gbogbo ìjà yìí gbà ó ní Fúlàní ò ní wá gbalẹ̀ wa báwọn yan mìíràn ò ní wá gbalẹ̀ wa because àwọn fúnra wa àti pínra wa àti bára wa jà àti ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀. Ìjẹ́ Yorùbá ìjẹ́ ọmọlúàbí wa gangan ló ṣe kókó. So one thing again I want to tell you orin tẹ́kọ̀ yẹn Isi Sawabani it was released in 1985 ayé tó lórúkọ ẹ̀.
Mo ṣáà kó orin yẹn ti pẹ́ 85 yẹn náà ti pẹ́. Isi
Sawabani started Fuji 1970.
Isi tẹ́físì yẹn lẹ́yìn kí n rò pé kí wọ́n Kabaka.
But àwa tá a bá mọ̀ Isi Sawabani was before Kabaka Isi Sawabani lórúkọ ẹ̀.
Orí mi lẹ̀dá mi mama jáyé ó mú mi mama jáyé ó mú mi má fà mí ló ṣe kà lọ́wọ́.
Èbúté lọkọ mi máa
gúnlẹ̀ sí o.
It was kind of a Sakara kind of thing because bí Sakara àtẹ̀yìn nǹkan gbà yẹn ẹ ṣe gan sa ẹ kú gbogbo gbàrà.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. That song, I love it. I love it. Kí wọ́n á jókòó kan pé ta ló kọrin yẹn? Sàwábà Muslim mani bá máa kọ orin báwọn kí náà sọ ọ́nù orin ò mọ ṣáà ń bá jàjàjà ìsìn tó nítumọ̀.
But prof ẹ mọ̀ pé orin wa méjèèjì náà a ó pín láàrin Christian àti Muslim ni àwọn Muslim tó lọ sí Fuji àwọn Christianity like juju wọnú church and it became that way.
Reason.
Yeah, but it is what it is. Tẹ́bá máa wò like it is going to be difficult for a Christian guy to sing Fuji one way or the other because Islamically wéré ló metamorphose. See, no, Sonity kò tiẹ̀ tún ṣe Yorùbá gan, he broke through it. Sonity Igbo ni, Christian ni, and but then, you know, even for like Sakara, Yusuf Olatunji had to convert. Joseph ni, Yusuf for him to be able to sing Sakara.
No. He didn't change to sing Sakara. He changed because of his friend.
Yeah, because àwọn tó ń gbọ́ àwọn tẹ́ bá lọ wọ àwọn tó ń gbọ́ Sakara yẹn gbà yẹn.
Wọ́n ti ń gbọ́
bẹ́ẹ̀.
Wọ́n ti ń gbọ́ pé jẹ́ Christian ó ti ń kọ Sakara ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀. Òun wá sọ pé òun ó ní èèyàn kan tó súnmọ́ tó jẹ́ bí ọ̀rẹ́ àti olùrọ̀ ẹni tó fojú jọ tó súnmọ́ jù.
Maybe bóyá bí ṣe gbélé ni àwọn tó ń gbọ́ orin yẹn ń gbà yẹn because patron yẹn náà Muslim ni sẹ́ẹ̀tì wọn yẹn Muslim ni wọn tẹ́ bá lọ́wọ́ bí irú bàbá Ìkèdá ẹ̀rọ ń sìn Christian ni bàbá àwọn yẹn ó gbé jùjú yẹn like fún àfi tó bá yẹ pa fẹ́ orin yẹn pín láàrin Yorùbá méjèèjì.
No, let me explain. Let me just quickly explain. Just a little music history. So, Christians... Okay, let me put it this way. One of the things you needed to do to be able to sing juju music back in the day is that you must be able to play musical instruments. Ike could play, Baba Ike could play accordion, Obe was playing guitar, Sonny plays guitar. Almost everybody. The person who actually broke that flow was Shina with his ace. A very fast tempo music. Only break kini. But originally, you have to play musical instruments. Where do people really play? I can play guitar too. Thank you very much, Agbatapa. I mean, which people actually play musical instruments for the most part? It's actually the church boys. And you also notice the hymns, all crossovers. When you already mentioned that Fuji was from Were, naturally, I want to Magboju. But I think even now, things have changed. Fuji has come to the mainstream now, such that everybody just sings Fuji. It's quite interesting. But oh shoot, I was going to say something. Because of the environment or the religious context in which both genres developed or evolved. But when you look at other Kini, Waka, for instance, most likely going to be a Muslim too, because that's the context that evolved. So naturally, people from that place embrace it. But right now, I think Fuji particularly, Juju did that already, but Fuji has done it in such a different way that it's so like unrestricted, if you like, that different people, regardless of who they are, just everybody likes Fuji now. So Fuji, thank you very much, Olohun. Fuji has broken that Islamic thing. You couldn't listen, you would not be able to listen to Secret the Barrister, an entire album, Tani, if I can see, I become KODSC because of the audience. But now, I mean, what's in Fuji, Christian Fuji concept? So, what's that? I think even, okay, please say what you want to say. Okay, Olohun is the next person.
No. Educational training test, so like the background of Juju Sef, Telomi Obama was started by a Muslim guy, Abdurrafi Babatunde King, Muslim ni. That was like the first major.
Babatunde King was a Muslim?
Yes, Abdurrafi Olorukwe. So, but then Shenoti Eman Son Kokon, Awon Babawa, àwọn èèyàn wa ti ṣiṣẹ́ lẹ̀ gan we are this fluid tó jẹ́ pé àwọn bàbá wa àti oníṣẹ̀ṣe o àti kíní o even gbà tó gba Christianity gba Islam wọ́n fuse ẹ̀ mọ́nú ra wọn.
Fatai Rolling Dollar was a Muslim now.
Muslim, yeah, mo fẹ́ sọ, and Fatai Rolling Dollar was a Muslim. He trained Obe. Obe lọ bá Fatai, ó lọ kọ́ṣẹ́ lábẹ́ Fatai Rolling Dollar ni. So like ìgbà yẹn kò sí restriction, but Baba Ikedairo did a lot of things because he had issues with his boys. That was how Juju had to finally go into the church. Because tó sọ Juju di kíní church nìyẹn. Tẹ́lẹ̀ Juju ò ní gbogbo àwọn instrument tó níyẹn, but then Barrister did a lot of things too. Eba mo gbà tí Barrister to ma switch from were or sakara to Fuji. When he started talking only definition Fuji to bá ti lè kọ àpàlà Afro hip hop Juju kìnìkan tó bá ti fi rap gan sí Fuji ló ń kọ. So Fuji on the restriction but this time I gbé Fuji wa he just go box there because this fella he was trying his voice on everything back in the 70s. He was thank you, it's been a good class.
Thank you for the music class too.
I was waiting for us.
Tí bá ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ àkókò, I could stay here and just keep doing it. Okay, pé ẹ̀wọ́dọ̀ ọ̀tún fúnra ẹ̀ ní sinmi náà ni. But thank you so much for that education. Let's have Olohun now.
Yeah, all right, Prof.
Oh, thank you, Tigel. Good to see you. Tọ́jọ́ mẹ́ta, Tigel. Ẹ ṣé o. Ẹkáàbọ, Mr. Olohun.
Yeah, ọ̀rọ̀ yìí mi ò ń fẹ́ wulẹ̀ dá sí because it's a very complicated topic. On each side there are extremists. So if you want the whole thing to go down, one side has to bend, and any of the side does not want to bend. Yes, I'm telling you. So kako drop tempo in. I'm a Muslim, but in as much as I am a Muslim, I see some side in pé ẹ̀yin náà nǹkan tẹ́ ń sọ yìí drop where, and actually there are so many ways tó jẹ́ pé àwa Yorùbá bá ṣe ń practice Muslim wa a kì í lo àwọn nǹkan kan nínú ẹ̀sìn yẹn. So we have to be sincere and lo àwọn kankan. That is why the extremism is very low on our hand.
I want to go for you, sir. Any sure be no part of
so it is very low on our hand. There are some verses of Quran tó jẹ́ pé when we were growing up, báwọn àfáà wa ṣe kọ́ wa pé àwọn verses yìí nígbà ogun ló ń lò, and we don't have that on our own side, so we don't have to use it. We don't have to use it as a yardstick pé ká máa fi, so wọ́n máa ń clear fún wa. Then there are some organizations too, because growing up there are some organizations tó jẹ́ pé mo ti belong sí, mo pé nígbà tí mo wá dàgbà wọ́n wá pé gbogbo nǹkan táwọn ẹni ń ṣe ò dáa tó máa prepare. I'm telling you, they will prepare different things on jẹ́ máa lọ láti ṣe crusade, all in the name that they wanted to fight with these people. So at some point this is not real, it doesn't really make sense. So fight back, táwọn ẹni ń fight back yìí, there are extremists on both sides. One person has to bend. So we need peace on our land. Kó má jẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀sìn ló máa dá wàhálà lẹ̀. But I don't know how it will happen. But I think another advantage it is to them. Another advantage is there are so many people that are being aware of the whole thing. Okay, Jashi is not compulsorily. There are so many things that when you sọ nípa
ẹ̀sìn àbáláyé wa tí ò correct. So I think it's also a way tí wọ́n fi ń try láti sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ẹ̀sìn yẹn fáwọn èèyàn. So it's tit for tat o. Èmi ò lè gbèjà mú ìjẹ́ Muslim tó mi ò lè gbèjà torí àwọn àfáà kan wà online tó jẹ́ pé nígbà mi gan argument wọn gbà mí gan máa wò pé ẹ̀yin gan tó o bá mọ onion ṣe dáadáa don't go out and argue uncle my embarrass ẹ̀. So torí àwọn ẹni ti kanlẹ̀ mọ́ gbogbo àwọn kọ̀ọ̀rọ̀. So I just stay away. Mi ò ń fẹ́ dá sí rárá. So kọ́lọ̀ ń ṣàánú wa ṣá. It's not really about religion when it comes to Yoruba. And actually, tá bá ń rò pé religion máa dà àárín wa rú, I don't think that is true. Because tọ́rọ̀ wàhálà bá ṣẹlẹ̀ ń sìn, oníkálùkù àti ọkọ̀ gbé religion sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ kan. A fèsì àkọ́kọ́ lé ẹlẹ́yọ̀rọ̀ lọ. We would have our issue later. So it's just one of those things. We are getting to another phase of it. So ẹ kú iṣẹ́.
Thank you so much.
Nífẹ̀ẹ́ láti wà ń bí láti at some point is also mi pẹ̀lú comment section mo kanlẹ̀ sákúrò pé nǹkan tá à ń ṣe lónìí yìí.
ẹ̀kọ́ kan wọ́n máa ń
yeah actually educate.
ṣe ẹ̀kọ́ ìbínú àwọn tó máa rò pé nǹkan tó ẹni yìí sọ kò ṣe kí nǹkan ṣe rí. There's something that all of us have to embrace. It's consistency. If I say certain people should not blackmail me in Nigeria, we see what they did to us. Nobody can also blackmail me in Yoruba ethnic nationality. You can't come and say because they did something to me. It's the same yardstick. But does that mean I should not acknowledge what was done? Of course not. I have to acknowledge what was done. But you can't say that because they did something to me, therefore I can say. Then Igbos who can say what they are saying now because they did something to them. Meanwhile, the context is lost because we just want to push that victim mindset. We can't do that. Could they work for Babekin can work for? I don't know work for. I hope that we are doing this for the benefit of Yoruba land. There's something Olohun just said right now, and it's true. The first time I read a book that made me start looking at Islam the one kind, I think it was 96 or 98. I think it was 98. I still have the book on my shelf. That particular copy, I still kept it. The title of the book is Who is This Allah? By G.J.O. Moshe. Read that book. That's why I can say, this Islam, hurry back home. There's another book. Can you call verses of Satan or something like that? I can't, if I remember, it's even more recent. When you read this, you're like, But you know why I'm very careful with attacking Islam is because I know Yoruba Muslims. And there was something I clapped for Theolo Wood earlier, is that there's certain things Yoruba Muslims do not get into. There's certain hadith you will not hear Yoruba Muslims until recently. There are certain hadiths Yoruba people do not work. Thank you, Shorunke. God bless you. Whatever you do in your life, you will succeed. Satanic verses. That's the other book. Between who is this Allah and satanic verses, you will question Islam, and you come to your own conclusions. And I have come to my own conclusions, and I know exactly what I think about it. However, thank you, Latitudina. From a Yoruba perspective, I see Yoruba people practice this thing. And I'm like, there's a way these people move is different from this. So I've read Salman Rushdie, I've read DJ Omoshe, and I understand where they're coming from. And the criticism, particularly that DJ Omoshe, because I was very young when I read it, I was like, But then like, wait though, but àwọn kan ló ń ṣàlùwàlá tó ń ṣe àsàlátù. Àwọn kan la ń ṣe Ramadan, tájọ́ ń ṣe kí ló ti ń pè Iléyá. What makes these people different? I'm not saying what they are saying about Islam based on those books is. I'm not saying those things are wrong, because if you really think about it, those things are right though. Tabanka Soto. But Yoruba people don't say Islam. Me, àwọn òwúwa ìtàwọn eléyìí sọ ṣebí Muslim làwọn náà until I've always known that, so of course it kept me in check, and also because where I grew up, Muslim ṣẹ́rí gbogbo ọ̀ṣọ́mọ ìlú kan níbi tèmi ti dàgbà, but láyìíká Muslim Christian gbogbo wa so kò sí gbogbo wọn àwọn táwọn èèyàn ń bá káàkiri sí. So but I had this. I took note of that, mental note of it, until when Deborah was killed. I've mentioned this before. Nígbà tó pa Deborah, ìgbàmọ̀ pé, I've been trying to understand this thing. This is different. I've said it here before. I'll say it again. There was a conversation, and the Northerners were shouting, "He blasphemed our prophet. It is wrong according to our religion." And I was just waiting to see why the Yoruba person is not saying the same thing. And the Yoruba person said, it's in the Hadith, it's not in the Quran, and we don't believe some of those. I'm like, oh, okay. Apparently, the traditional Yoruba, the Yoruba Muslims, somehow their culture has tempered some things in the approach to that religion. Which is why I tell us, don't tell people to go to hell because they are Muslims and they're not your kini. Say, Ombo, Kinini. They are still Yoruba. Fuji music is not Islam. We were talking about Fuji earlier. Fuji music is not Islamic music. It's Yoruba music, but the influence is Islamic. But what they have done with it, ìjẹ́ Yorùbá náà wà lára ẹ̀. A lè sọ gbogbo pé ẹni tó bá ti ń ṣẹ̀sìn báyìí. Like, okay, so there's a reason this Islam is different here. There's a reason pé èèyàn kan jalè kan gé ọwọ́ ẹ̀. Èèyàn kan lóun ò ṣe Mùsùlùmí kan pàdánù. Kí ibo náà ti mú we didn't have that kind of thing. So I understand, and I agree with Mr. King in the comment section who says the truth is that pushback is also to protect the Yoruba Muslims from the new pervasive ideas being promoted by certain people. I agree with you 100%. There are new ideologies creeping in. If a Yoruba Muslim, please speak up too. These things are foreign. This is foreign. What in the tó bá ṣe mo agbọ́ náà tó bá ti ṣe Islam kan pa ẹ̀dẹ̀ máa sọ̀rọ̀ kan pa ìwà kan sọ̀rọ̀ kan pa adìyẹ ẹ̀mí èèyàn la máa ń sọ yìí wọ́n láwọn rí inú àdìtì kan wọ́n à ń ṣe báyìí bí mi ò ń ṣe Muslim bọ̀ à ń ṣe báyìí bí, and if we have to go by what you're saying, then we have to go back to Rushdie, we have to go back to the other books I mentioned and the many other books that ọba wọn tear down kì í tán pé ní kì í tán ṣe yẹn o. And I want to end by saying this. If a Yoruba Muslim, just maybe tomorrow, I have to go because battery is very cool myself. I'd like you to do this research. It's on this device, but time is low. I can't believe I'm still here. I can't believe it. Please do this research on the Brotherhood, the Muslim Brotherhood, and what the Saudi authorities have done about them or done to them, and what authorities in Dubai, what they said to, or UAE rather, what they said to Europe about Islamism, and you put yourself in the shoes of this Muslims in the UAE are in Saudi, because if not, people will assume that everybody is part of the Onija. So please, if you're a Yoruba person, particularly if you're Muslim, give me one bit time to law. Ejo, please speak up so that it shouldn't be that it's better if you are the ones even saying it, and hopefully you are quoting the verses of Quran. Worship your God. You are not shouting that people must cut their hand. I don't Sharia. As this man, I saw him. He'll be forcing himself to sound like Larubawa. Sharia. He's kidding. I'll play some clips very quickly. This one is about Iran and Mecca. Let it shoot, but it's better for me to play it now. So anybody that watches this video will see everything together. So it may take me a moment. Just let me play it so that you understand what I'm asking us to do. And again, I'm saying this respectfully. I'm not a Muslim, but I think it's a way to also ensure that àwọn tó ń gbé alákatakítí ẹ̀sìn wọnú ilẹ̀ Yorùbá yìí kábàlì dẹ́kun irú nǹkan tó máa ṣe. It's important for Yoruba Muslims to also speak up and say báyìí la ṣe ń ṣe bíbí yìí o. O pé tí n bá dẹ̀ rí kí ni ó máa dùn mí díẹ̀ o. Ìmọ̀kọ́rọ̀ máa débẹ̀. Mo máa rí. Ẹ fún mi ní ìṣẹ́jú kan. Tí n bá ti rí, a máa sọ di ọjọ́ mi ọjọ́ rẹ nìyẹn. Ṣùgbọ́n ọkọ̀ tí mo gbìyànjú àti sọ ni, ok, mo ti rí kan. Ẹ gbọ́ ọkọ̀ tí mo fẹ́ play, ẹ gbọ́ ilé.
Cannot be Muslim more than me. You will not be more Arab than I. So why is it that I banned the Muslim Brotherhood and you haven't? Why is it the fact that Islamic relief is banned in UAE and it's banned in Mecca, but is allowed in Paris and in London? So there is a lot of question to be asked. Cannot be Muslim more than me.
The mistakes that Europeans made or still make in France, in England, the UK, we shouldn't make that in Yoruba land. If the people in UAE and in Mecca are saying they don't want Muslim Brotherhood, which is similar to this Alakatakiti Tombaka, and I will not lie to you. We can say but the truth of the matter, and I said it before, a lot of them who are very extremist now, who have extremist tendencies, many of them were Muslims. They were trained with that extremism. They came into Ishashi and now came with that thing against Islam. Fire for fire is okay, but whatever. But the point is that John Toro Long, you can be like this person. He's saying that they in Mecca, in UAE, they ejected Muslim Brotherhood. I think the extremists that we are seeing these days, Chief Imam Konjo Kabesilo. Number one, kila bad or supremacy. As go to the supremacy or Basoba, what in supremacy Kinesi Kodabe. Mr. Dungu says, I have forgotten my 1963-65 Yoruba lessons. When you mention this date, sir, I hope you know I was not born. I apologize. For people like you, I will interpret. So I was saying that the Yorubas amongst us need to be like the man I just played right now, who says that Mecca and UAE are to eject Muslim Brotherhood, but then France and the United Kingdom embrace them. And he said you cannot be more Muslim than himself, you can't be more Arab than he is. And he said I'm saying to Yoruba people that if you're Yoruba Muslim, you have to be like this person. And the other one I want to play is the minister is a UAE foreign minister. Take a listen to this.
We will see far more radical extremists and terrorists coming out of Europe because of lack of decision making, trying to be politically correct, or assuming that they know the Middle and they know Islam, and they know the others far better than we do. And I'm sorry, but that's pure ignorance. Let me say this in English so you can understand what I'm saying.
I have translation.
No, I know you have translation, but I just want to make sure you get it right. We will see far more radical, extremist, and terrorists coming out.
So these are Muslims saying these things and warning, others. There's one more I'm going to play that we're going to call it today. This is from the Saudi Arabia Foreign Affairs Minister. Take a listen to this.
If they're not a German citizen or French citizen or British citizen, deport them. That's what we would do. If they're your citizen, then stop them from preaching. We have a policy in Saudi Arabia of zero tolerance for extremists. If somebody is an imam in a mosque and is preaching hate and violence, they get reprimanded, reprogrammed, and then dismissed if it doesn't work. And we've dismissed thousands of them. And I say to people in Europe, if they're not a German citizen or French citizen or British citizen, deport them. That's what we...
Now, this conversation, of course, is at the policy level, and I hope our governments across our states, particularly in the southwest, and even in North Central, as long as it's Yoruba land, at Kwara, at Kogi, across Nigeria, to be honest, we've got to have a thing where all these people who preach extremism, you've got to find it. It's not just about going to meet Olohun and trying to intimidate him, or even if he's doing something wrong. You have to also remember what he said. He was responding to a mufti. How come nobody said anything to that mufti? People get on pedestals and insult kings and insult Yoruba land and call other people traditional worshippers as Elebo. I saw the other one that was calling Christians that if you have a job to go and work in a church, don't go because you go to hellfire. That's what one imam said last week. I was like, who are these people? When did this thing start? So please, all of that to say that if you're a Yoruba man and you're a Muslim, be the voice of reason in the Muslim community. We know what we know about Islam based on studies and based on what's available, but we also know what we know about Yoruba Muslims based on what in research we call phenomenology, our lived experience. We understand how Yoruba Muslims are. So we know that it's almost similar to what you find with this UAE and this Saudi Arabia people who are against such extremists as well. So please, let's stand together as Yoruba people. Is Yoruba first? I don't even like to do that first second thing, but the point is that regardless of, I don't even like that first second thing because it makes you look at John. Whatever you're doing, you're Yoruba. You are Yoruba before you became any other faith. Before you became a Christian, before you became a traditional worshipper, before you became a Muslim, you were Yoruba. That's how you were born. Let's make that the primary thing, all right? May God bless you, may God bless Yoruba land, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Today's session has gone a different way, but I think it went well. Thank you so much. And for those who probably felt somehow, oh, why are you talking like this? Don't worry. Keep coming. I have no apologies. I'll just tell you to keep coming and keep studying, and we'll all learn together. I'm also studying, by the way, but I can assure you, I know a little bit about what I'm talking. No, I know what I'm talking about. I don't like self-deprecation. I know what I'm talking about. Okay, we don't toot our horns, but we know something. I'm sure I know enough to talk about this thing. So may God bless us. Let's just keep, putting Yoruba first. And I love this conversation. I just don't know why we can't have it with other people. But I think we're getting better, by the way. People said some things in the comment section, but it's not as bad as it used to be. Oh, my shake, we got telling. Nobody only pass. If you're a Christian too, the one I responded to earlier, she was a Christian. So see me, I'm equal opportunity. So it's not about religion, it's about we have to eradicate ignorance as God helps us. Thanks for being part of today's session. Before we go today, we're going to listen to our anthems, the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem. If you join us for the first time, we do have these sessions every weekday, Mondays to Fridays, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. So we'll be here tomorrow at 4 p.m. I can't believe I'm still here. Um, it is well with me and you. Anyway, we start playing music on TikTok from 4 p.m. around 5 or so. We bring other people from different platforms and we get to have fun together. So join us tomorrow at 4 on TikTok and then at 5 on the other platforms. Okay, before we go, let's have our anthems. Please sing along if you know the lyrics. If not, please learn the lyrics. Is your anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be our symbol, that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honor, and this we count as gain. To hand down to our children a banner without stain. Oh God of creation, grant these our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Nigeria may be blessed. Iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wa, fún ilẹ̀ ìbí wa, ká gbéga, ká gbéga, ká gbéga fàyè rí. Ìgbàgbọ́ ni pé wá ti bẹ̀rù làbọ̀ mọ́. Ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká jọlá. Ìṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ni ẹ jẹ́ ká máa lépa. Tẹ̀síwájú fọ̀nà òpó ire àtòhun tó dára. Ọmọ Oòduà dìde, bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀.
Àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀, ilé wa ọ̀nà wa ò ní bàjẹ́ lágbára Ọlọ́run. Bọ̀kọ́ tá a bá dáwọ́ lé àmọ̀yọrí sí rere ni. May God bless you. May God keep you and cause His face to shine upon you. Thank you so much for being part of today's session. May God bless the work of your hands. May God bless your family. May God bless our country, Nigeria, and God bless our nation, Yoruba land. Thank you so much for being part of today's session. I'll see you again tomorrow at 4 p.m. If you're West African, before we go, I want to thank everybody who gave gifts, everybody who supported the live, everybody who power tapped on 189.5k likes on TikTok. Thank you so much for your support. Thanks to those who gave gifts on YouTube, on Facebook, on TikTok. Thank you so much for your generosity. May God bless you, and may God keep you, and God bless you very much. Have a lovely night. Have a lovely evening. I'll see you tomorrow, 4 p.m. if